Hi everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Welcome back to the channel.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland, Marvel/Godzilla. Starting as a level 2 mutant, what happens when the Sentry, a man who can rewrite reality, goes up against Godzilla, the endlessly evolving king of the monsters? What happens when Thor, fully awakened to the Odin force, faces King Ghidorah and his devastating gravity beams? What happens when Iceman, master of molecular-level temperature control, stands against Shimo the Titan capable of triggering a new ice age? Kong with his battle axe. Rodan, the Lord of Fire. Prime Mudo. One colossal monster after another. From skyscraper-sized beasts to world-devouring titans, from a low-level mutant to a god of the multiverse. After waking up as a human test subject in a mutant laboratory, Fenris gains the power to wield the abilities of countless titan monsters. But before he can rise from powerless captive to something far greater, he has to do one thing first: break out of a tiny cell. 67 chapters, 90,816 words. Stopwatch 363-minute read. Chapter 1 to 66, 1. 1,630 words. Under a cloudless sky, the blazing sun poured down over the recreation yard, slipping past the high walls and the electrified fences surrounding it. Fenris, we're screwed. One of the reactor rooms in the facility is leaking. A hurried voice rang out by his ear, jolting Fenris awake from the nap he had been taking in the shade. It's not like Magneto came to break us out. What are you so worked up for? Fenris cracked one eye open and glanced at the panting white teenager beside him. His voice was sluggish and drained. Let me sleep in peace. The day before yesterday, they had me spread open on an operating table for more than 30 hours. They nearly drained all the marrow out of me. At that, Ryan instinctively lowered his head and caught sight of the scars covering Fenris from head to toe. Thankfully, thanks to the rapid healing from Fenris's lizard-type mutation, fresh pink flesh had already grown over the stitched wounds. Ryan turned his face away, unable to keep looking. There's a rumor they're going to make us go in there and shut the valve ourselves. Radiation isn't a joke. We're valuable test material. In a mutant research base this big, grabbing a couple death row inmates would be easy. Fenris waved a hand and offered the reassurance casually. Makes sense. Get some rest. Ryan nodded and ran off. Fenris watched Ryan hurry away to spread the news to the other lab rats. But the calm expression he had been wearing vanished at once. Enduring the stabbing pain running through his body, he forced himself to sit up. Nuclear radiation. An ancient-looking book quietly appeared before his eyes. On its cover, several ferocious beast heads flickered in and out of view, while the enormous bodies of the monsters lurked behind a veil of mist, impossible to fully make out. The book was called the Titan Index. It had appeared a few months ago, the moment Fenris got into this place, and it contained all kinds of Titan monsters from the monsterverse. There was King Ghidorah, the destroyer from space. The ancient Frost Vark, capable of ushering in an ice age. Rodan, the king of the skies, sleeping in volcanic magma. There was also Kong the Guardian, Mothra the queen of monsters, and Tiamat, the deity of the deep sea. Every Titan in the book possessed world-shattering power. And through the index, Fenris, with nothing but a mortal body, could gather the power of many Titans into himself, become a true Titan, and perhaps even obtain strength beyond theirs. The instant he thought of the reactor leak Ryan had just mentioned, the index flipped open on its own. A colossal creature over 100 meters tall filled his vision. Its legs were thick and powerful. Every inch of its skin looked as hard and rough as stone. Jagged dorsal spines ran from the tip of its tail all the way to its neck, flashing with brilliant blue light. Looking at the monster's tiny little arms, and that weirdly gentle atomic smile, Fenris could not help laughing too. The king of the monsters. Legendary Godzilla. The last atomic dinosaur. The Big G. Most living things feared radiation like the plague. But for Godzilla, whose body housed a living atomic reactor, even the fiercest radiation was nothing more than food. The more it consumed, the stronger it became. A leaking reactor room, this is a perfect chance to absorb radiation. Fenris thought it over. There were many Titans in the index, but every single one had a completely different unlock condition. For example, the way to unlock the atomic dinosaur was for Fenris to keep absorbing radiation. He glanced at the image of Godzilla in its normal state. Less than a quarter of it was lit up. Hurry up and light up already. Once you do, I won't have to keep suffering like this. From the very first day he arrived in this world, he had been dragged onto a dissection table. After months of torture, this was all the progress he had managed. At this rate, he would have to endure nearly 2 more years of this torment. But if there was ready-made radiation for him to absorb, that changed everything. Carefully, he adjusted his posture and lay back down, making sure not to bump the ability suppression collar around his neck. Only after the stabbing pain across his body eased a little did Fenris finally let out a long breath. Once I really have the power of the king of the monsters, even if it's only 1,000th of it, even 1/10,000th. I'll kill those animals with my own hands. The next day. A light breeze, a few clouds, and perfect weather for basking in the sun. When Fenris arrived at the recreation yard as usual, he found that the place, normally filled with noise, now felt strangely tense and stagnant. What's going on? Fenris quietly slipped toward the rear of the crowd and asked Ryan under his breath. Lane is here. Following Ryan's gaze, Fenris looked ahead and saw a middle-aged researcher with graying hair standing in one corner of the yard, surrounded by a group of soldiers. He was saying something to them. Lane is the one in charge of the lab where the leak happened. Ryan's addition made Fenris understand at once. So this was it. They were planning to pick one unlucky bastard from among the lab rats and send him into the radiation-soaked reactor room to shut the valve. Clearly, the dozens of mutants around them all understood why the men had come. Fear and dread spread uncontrollably across their faces. After all, if they stayed in the facility and got experimented on, they might still survive if they were lucky. But once they were exposed to high-dose radiation, there would be only one path left, a slow death in endless agony. No one wanted to face that ending, even if none of them knew when they themselves might die in one of the labs anyway. For a moment, fear spread through the entire yard. In the vast open space, everyone wanted to stop breathing and vanish into the cracks in the ground, terrified of being chosen. Fenris, didn't you say they'd find a few death row inmates to shut the valve? In the most remote corner, Ryan clutched at the hem of Fenris's shirt, trembling uncontrollably. He was still young. He really did not want to be picked. How would I know what they're thinking? It's just a 1 in several dozen chance. Your luck's always been good. Don't worry. Fenris kept his voice low as he comforted the teenager, who was only in his mid-teens, but his own eyes remained fixed on Dr. One man's poison was another man's honey. Forget going into the reactor room to shut a valve. If they would let him, Fenris could stay inside that place indefinitely. Before long, under the fearful, evasive gazes of the many lab rats, Dr. Lane approached with a squad of heavily armed soldiers. I know what you're all thinking. Dr. Lane wore a gentle expression, one that seemed entirely harmless. There was a leak in the lab, yes, but it isn't serious. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until today to come here. His measured tone rang out clearly, carrying a strangely reassuring weight. As you can all see, I'm a nuclear physicist. I've never taken part in mutant research, so you can trust me completely. At the moment, I happen to need a single assistant. If you come to my lab, you'll never have to worry about being subjected to those cruel experiments again, and you'll be able to live like a normal person. A wave of commotion broke out all around them. In this secret mutant research facility, the life Dr. Lane was promising was exactly what these people dreamed about. Fenris's gaze swept across the crowd. He noticed that the tension had already begun to leave some of their faces, slowly giving way to relief. After quietly waiting for the murmuring to die down, Dr. Lane calmly stated his condition. The only requirement is that you be willing to wear a specially designed radiation suit, and help me solve one small problem. I give you my personal guarantee that the suit will protect you completely. All you need to do is spend less than a minute shutting off one small valve. After that, you'll be able to enjoy a life completely different from the one you've had until now. After saying that, Dr. Lane fell silent and simply watched as the dozens of grotesquely altered mutants in front of him whispered among themselves. It was obvious that the offer was tempting. Soon, several bolder mutants slowly stepped out from the crowd. The moment they realized others were actually trying to compete with them for this rare opportunity, their eyes met, and the atmosphere immediately turned strange. A suicide mission turned into a prize everyone has to compete for, just from a few casual lines. Standing at the very back of the crowd, Fenris could not help marveling inwardly when he noticed Dr. Lane's calm, detached posture. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Up front, as the tension between the volunteers thickened, and as several well-built mutants began watching one another with open caution, the smile on Dr. Lane's face only grew brighter. Hey! If it's really 100% safe, why don't you spend a few minutes shutting the valve yourself? Why waste time coming to us? A voice deliberately pitched into an odd, affected tone came from somewhere in the back of the crowd. The smile on Dr. Lane's face froze instantly. Chapter 2 1483 words. Yeah. If it were really that simple, why would he need us? The burly mutants who had been standing there with their necks stiff and fists raised exchanged looks. At last it seemed to click for them. Their clenched fists slowly lowered. The sharper ones were already edging back toward the crowd. Pull him out. Lane tilted his head slightly and signaled to the soldiers behind him. By the time he turned back to face the others, the smile had already returned to his face. The soldiers moved quickly. Everywhere they passed, the mutants naturally stepped aside. A tall, gaunt young man covered in scars appeared in Dr. Lane's sight. Fenris. Just before the soldiers dragged him away, Fenris suddenly felt someone grab his arm, but the hand was quickly knocked aside. Fenris. Another shout followed. Fenris instinctively looked back. Through the shifting gaps between the soldiers, he caught a glimpse of a red-eyed boy. It was Ryan, his cellmate, and the person closest to him in this prison. Bodies shifted. In an instant, everything behind him was blocked from view, and even the voices disappeared. Has Fenris lost his mind? If those people want to go, then let them. Why'd he yell? Look at the wounds all over him. Anybody would crack after being cut open every few days. Maybe he just wants to die. Who cares? Doesn't matter who goes. Staying alive is what matters. Amid the whispers of the crowd, Fenris got his first look at the base's Dr. Fenris Ethereal. Level 2 mutant. Ability, transforms into a lizardman. Low combat capability, but possesses fairly strong regenerative abilities. Dr. Lane tipped his head back to look at the young man in front of him, then offered a casual compliment. You have very pretty eyes. Thank you, Doctor. Fenris truly was grateful that things had gone this smoothly. I'm very glad you chose me. Lane reached out and lightly brushed a hand over the wounds on Fenris's body. He clicked his tongue, his eyes full of surprise. People say I'm ruthless, but compared to the bioresearch people, I'm practically kind. All right. You'll do. Dr. Lane waved a hand and turned to leave with the others. Listening to the crowd behind him let out long sighs of relief, Fenris's ears twitched, and the corners of his mouth curled upward before he could stop them. You're not afraid of radiation? The doctor asked, glancing sideways at him. Radiation? An image flashed through Fenris's mind. Godzilla crossing vast distances just to reach a nuclear power plant and feed on radiation. He almost laughed. The Alkali Gene Research Institute was located in a remote part of New York State and covered an enormous area. After entering the main building, Fenris followed Dr. Lane down in an elevator. They passed through dozens of strict security checks before finally stopping outside a massive room. This is my laboratory. Dr. Lane pointed toward a heavy alloy door on the far side of the lab. That's an independent reactor chamber. Due to an improper operation by one of my assistants, reactor vessel number 3 now has a very small crack in it. Because the RPS has already intervened automatically to prevent the leak from worsening, your task is very simple. You just need to find the valve connected to reactor vessel number 3 and shut it off. Dr. Lane spread his hands. Very simple. Then where did your previous assistant go? Fenris asked, glancing around. In the huge laboratory, only the two of them were present. Lane lifted his head slightly from the control console, as if he had not heard the question at all. Once you come out, I'll submit a request to transfer you here. Life will be easier for you after that. No answer was answer enough. The doctor's reaction had already made the last assistant's fate perfectly clear. So the radiation level in there is much higher than I thought. The thought made Fenris's eyes shine. Looking at the majestic Godzilla on the first page of the index, he felt, for the first time in a long while, that the smile on his face was hard to suppress. The doctor mistook that expression for excitement over his future life and cheerfully handed him a protective suit. Fenris took the so-called protective suit, which was alarmingly thin, and his smile vanished on the spot. Forget the complex manufacturing process and stitching. Even setting aside advanced materials like polypropylene or PVC fibers, a burlap sack with a few sheets of lead nailed onto it would have offered more protection than this thing. So they were not even bothering to pretend anymore. This is a specially made safety suit. Don't worry. Dr. Lane gave Fenris a heavy pat on the shoulder and said earnestly, I can guarantee with my personal integrity that you'll come back out. Yeah. Carried out on a stretcher, maybe. Fenris's eyelid twitched. Cloth blocking radiation. That kind of nonsense would only fool the uneducated. He took a quick look at Godzilla's unlock progress. It was still stuck at a quarter, only a tiny, almost unnoticeable bit higher than yesterday. With a quiet sigh, Fenris changed into the protective suit at an unhurried pace. Lane simply watched. Once Fenris was ready, he pressed the button to open the door without hesitation. After a soft mechanical rumble, the heavy alloy door slowly opened. Without needing any urging at all, Fenris slipped through the gap on his own. The moment he entered, the door sealed shut behind him. So they really calculated that I wasn't coming back out. Hearing the sound behind him, Fenris curled his lip, then started surveying his surroundings. The reactor chamber was quite large. Besides the broad control platform, there were several enormous reactor vessels and a network of large and small feed pipes. Just as I thought. The higher the radiation, the faster the progress lights up. He opened the index again. After pausing for a moment, the progress bar for unlocking Godzilla began advancing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Delight flashed across Fenris's face. Fenris, have you found reactor vessel No. 3 yet? Just as he was taking it in, a camera on the control platform suddenly turned toward him, and Dr. Lane's voice rang out. Looking. Fenris gave the camera a cold glance, then slowly began strolling around the lab. As time passed, an inexplicable dizziness gradually spread through his mind. His steps grew heavier. Every breath started to carry a faint metallic taste. It's hitting me this fast. Fenris braced himself weakly against his knees. Even though his thoughts were starting to dull, he could clearly feel that his already ravaged body was deteriorating further under the enormous radiation dose. Reactor vessel number 3 is 10 meters to your right. Go check over there quickly. Seeing Fenris slowing down more and more, Dr. Lane began to panic and hurriedly urged him on. He knew better than anyone how intense the radiation inside was. Fenris, already physically frail, absolutely would not last long. And while the base had plenty of mutants, he could not keep pulling people in to die for him forever. Fenris took shallow breaths and forced himself forward despite the burning sensation spreading across his skin. As long as it lights up before my body completely collapses. In just that short span of time, Godzilla's progress had already shot up to nearly 50%. Almost there. Almost there. Yes, that's it. As Fenris slowly approached reactor vessel No. Lane's voice from the other side of the surveillance feed grew noticeably excited. There's a tiny crack in the outer shell from the pressure surge. Listen carefully. Seeing Fenris nod, Dr. Lane continued directing him. Follow the blue pipe straight ahead. That's right. About a meter high on your right, there's a black valve. Turn it clockwise more than 300 times, and you'll shut it off. More than 300 turns. Fenris had never planned to shut the valve in the first place, but even so, hearing that number left him stunned. Didn't you say it would only take a minute? I only just learned about that safety lock myself. Don't worry about the effort. Once you come out, I'll arrange treatment for you personally. Dr. Lane's calm voice sounded over the speaker. After a brief pause, he added with special emphasis, there's a small red valve next to the black one. Be very careful when you're turning it. Do not touch it. That's the pressure valve. It's connected to every reactor vessel. If it gets opened, the pressure will blow the remaining vessels apart. At that point, the reactor chamber's atomic radiation will erupt completely. Under that level of radiation, this entire base will turn into a wasteland. Fenris's eyes lit up. Chapter 3, 1584 words. Then you won't be making it out alive either. Lane's stern warning came through the speaker. Stop stalling and get started. Open the pressure valve. The entire reactor chamber will erupt with radiation. By then, Fenris's consciousness was already starting to blur. Every inch of his skin burned, and through the haze, Dr. Lane's words reached his ears as little more than broken fragments. The pressure valve. Glancing at the progress bar, now 60% lit, Fenris raised a hand with difficulty, and, without the slightest hesitation, grabbed the red valve. Yes, that's right. Lane had just let out a breath of relief and reached for a steaming cup of coffee when Fenris's next move nearly made him jump out of his skin. The rich-smelling coffee splashed all over the floor. No. That's the pressure valve. What are you doing? Stop. Fenris. Ethereal. Is your brain fried? Are you trying to kill everyone in this facility? Doctor. Fenris looked toward the camera from afar. His eyes were bright, those clear blue irises like a pair of lakes, but now they were cold to the core. In a place like this, how many people do you think don't deserve to die? Countless memories flooded into his mind. In a spotless, brightly lit lab, Fenris had been strapped to an operating table while a crowd of people carved him open, scraped his bones dry, then stitched his shriveled body back together. In a dim cell barely 5 square meters wide, a young-faced Ryan had silently wiped away tears while watching Fenris struggle to breathe. The memories were like knives. Just thinking about them was enough to make his heart ache, let alone the fact that every one of them had happened to him. Fenris, calm down. Whatever you want, we can give it to you. Calm down. As the frantic shouts kept coming, a mocking smile curved across Fenris's lips. Then, in the next instant, his right hand yanked the valve open without hesitation. The moment the pressure system roared to life at full power, the entire building seemed to shake. A thunderous mechanical roar filled the room. Strange noises began coming from several of the reactor vessels. As the seconds passed, they grew more numerous. Within moments, faint cracking sounds began to ring out one after another. Not long after, a massive hiss of escaping gas erupted, followed by a violent burst of atomic radiation. The alarms inside the room instantly began shrieking. It's over. It's all over. That lunatic. As the image on the monitor gradually distorted, Dr. Lane's face twisted into something vicious in the lab outside, and his shrill cursing did not stop for even a second. I can't stay here. Let the military and Stryker deal with this headache themselves. After a brief moment of panic, Lane immediately grabbed the hard drive, where he had already backed up all his nuclear physics research, and sprinted for the elevator, fleeing toward the surface as fast as he could. The reactor chamber was deep underground, but once the radiation ran wild, the surface would be finished sooner or later anyway. Fenris, however, knew nothing of what was happening outside. Let the radiation hit even harder. His condition was getting worse by the second. Fighting through the dizziness in his head, Fenris tore off the so-called protective suit, and exposed his bare body directly to the raging radiation. The invisible radiation pierced through him at once. Just as he gritted his teeth, and braced himself for the next wave of agony, the Titan Index suddenly appeared before his eyes without warning. Fenris felt his body heating up again. But this time, there was no searing pain, no relentless dizziness. It was like sinking into a warm spring. A gentle heat wrapped around every inch of his skin, and all the discomfort from before vanished in an instant. An unprecedented hunger swept through his body. The formless radiation had become the most delicious food in the world, and every cell in Fenris's body began greedily devouring everything around him. As the pages of the index turned, Godzilla's unlock progress exploded upward. 70%. 80%. 90%. 100%. The instant the bar reached full completion, a massive roar split the sky. The towering cry seemed to cross millions of years of history, and spread across hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. At the same time, an overwhelming vision suddenly appeared before Fenris's eyes. A monstrous beast floated on the surface of the ocean. Its body was so enormous it stole the breath from his lungs. A submarine nearly 200 meters long looked like nothing more than an intricate toy at its feet. The blue glow on its dorsal spines blazed with terrifying brilliance. A dreadful atomic breath erupted from its jaws and shot into the heavens, blasting apart the thick clouds above the sea. Legendary Godzilla. With enough energy behind it, that atomic breath could even bore all the way to the center of the earth. The vision slowly faded. On the pages of the index, Legendary Godzilla had finally been fully illuminated. And as more and more radiation poured into Fenris's body, Godzilla's image only grew clearer, while the blue glow of those dorsal spines shone ever brighter. I don't lack anything anymore. The X-gene suppression collar around his neck came off as easily as a piece of scrap metal in Fenris's hands. He spread his arms wide and basked in the violent atomic radiation around him. As time passed, the pallor on Fenris's face gradually faded. Every muscle in his body was continuously reforged by the radiation, growing fuller and stronger, his once thin frame straightening before the naked eye. Even the dense web of scars across his body began healing away. Before long, they disappeared little by little, and his once horribly damaged skin became smooth and tough. We just got word from Dr. The leak in the reactor chamber has already been dealt with. The lizard freak, Fenris, is still inside. As Fenris's primary researcher, this is the perfect chance to study how his healing ability reacts to intense radiation. We might even discover something new. Just as Fenris was being remade from the ground up, voices suddenly sounded from outside the reactor chamber. A man and a woman in protective suits arrived by elevator with a squad of soldiers. Owen, that roar earlier sounded like it came from underground. The instruments traced the source to 50 meters below the surface, which is about the same depth as this place. Sarah spoke to the male researcher beside her. That's Lane and Stryker's problem, not ours, Owen said without even turning his head. Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. As he spoke, he walked into Lane's lab with practiced ease. After several rounds of strict identity verification, the reactor chamber control panel rose automatically. Sarah asked again, Dr. Lane left in a hurry just now. Do you know where he went? I'm the guy running this facility, not Professor X. Owen answered carelessly, then waved to the squad behind him, a line of heavily armed soldiers in high-grade protective gear. The moment the door opens, get that mutant out immediately. No delays. The leak may be under control, but there's still some residual radiation inside. Yes, sir. The soldiers answered in unison. Move. Owen slammed the button to open the door. A low mechanical hum sounded. The heavy alloy door began to slide open, and the soldiers rushed in the instant there was enough space. But not long after they entered, a thick white mist mixed with scorching air suddenly poured out through the doorway. The temperature throughout the vast underground chamber began rising at once. What is this? For no clear reason, the same sense of dread rose in both of them at once. Owen and Sarah frowned and turned toward the reactor chamber. Ah! A sudden scream tore through the air. In the next instant, deafening gunfire erupted from the reactor chamber. Amid the crashes that followed one after another, the sound of bones breaking was horrifyingly sharp. The abrupt chaos made Owen and Sarah's hearts leap into their throats, and a quiet panic began to spread between them. Seeing that, Owen immediately slammed the reactor chamber door shut. What the hell is in there? That roar, could it be the leak was never actually contained? Lane, that bastard, set us up. Run first. This isn't something we can handle. Let Stryker send someone else to deal with it. A moment later, when everything went silent again, the two exchanged a look. Thinking back to how frantic Lane had been when he fled, they turned without the slightest hesitation and sprinted for the nearby elevator. The silence behind them felt like an invisible maw, creeping closer step by step, ready to swallow them whole. Their dread mounting, they ran faster and faster. Hurry up. Stop yelling. I said stop yelling. Owen jabbed at the elevator button with trembling fingers. The elevator, normally swift, now seemed to crawl like a turtle. Sarah kept glancing back over her shoulder, shoving at him non-stop. The elevator let out a pleasant chime. Owen had not even had time to breathe in relief when, amid a deafening metallic crash from the alloy door behind them, a low male voice suddenly drifted over from the rear. Going somewhere, you two? Chapter 4, 1929 words. The instant the voice sounded, both of them shuddered violently. The elevator doors were already open, but Owen and Sarah stood frozen in place, too terrified to take even a single step. They knew that voice all too well. The last time they had heard it, it had been screaming and sobbing from an operating table. Fenris. Owen's chest heaved. His Adam's apple bobbed painfully as he drew a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm while slowly turning around. But the sight that met his eyes made him lock up on the spot, his pupils shrinking violently. The blast door, forged from special alloy, nearly half a meter thick, and weighing dozens of tons, needed no introduction when it came to sheer toughness. And yet now, it had been pried open by a pair of pale bluish-white hands. Deep palm-shaped dents were sunken into the metal, enough to make Owen forget how to breathe. How is that even possible? Fear washed over her whole body like a tide. Sarah sucked in a trembling breath, but even swallowing felt difficult. As the high-temperature steam slowly dispersed, everything inside the reactor chamber came into view. Sarah's eyes passed over the warped alloy doorway, and her pupils tightened instantly. The soldiers who had entered the chamber earlier had been neatly stacked into a pile. Their expensive firearms lay scattered across pools of blood, broken cleanly in half, the cuts smooth and even, as if some overwhelming force had sliced straight through them. But when Fenris had turned into a lizardman before, even his claws had been soft and weak. He had struggled just to scratch through a thin wooden board. And now, running into old friends, and you don't even say hello. A handsome young man with a tall, upright frame stared directly at the two of them, his eyes cold enough to freeze blood. Owen, the head of the mutant program at the Alkali Gene Research Institute, was responsible for capturing 90% of the mutants in the base. Sarah, Fenris's lead surgeon, was even worse. Most of the agony Fenris had endured over the past few months could be traced directly back to this harmless-looking woman. Live dissection, dehydration testing, bacterial gas exposure, frostbite experiments. There was almost nothing she had not mastered. If it had not been for his healing factor, Fenris had no idea how many times he would have died at her hands by now. Fenris, this is a misunderstanding. A level 2 mutant with no combat ability whatsoever had suddenly transformed, and now a fully equipped squad had not even lasted 30 seconds against him. When the weak little mutant they used to handle however they pleased suddenly emerged reborn and started walking toward them reeking of blood and murder, cold sweat drenched their backs, and terror drowned them whole. Whatever this is, we can talk about it. Ha! Owen had not even finished speaking before Fenris moved. His figure crossed dozens of meters like a phantom. In the next instant, those long, distinct fingers were clamped hard around Owen's throat. Between me and you, is there really some misunderstanding? Meeting that pair of blood-red eyes head-on, and feeling the pressure on his throat tightening with every second, Owen's breathing caught. His pupils shook violently, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Beside him, Sarah collapsed to the floor, desperately trying to crawl backward, only to have her head pinned under a heavy foot. The sudden burst of pain made her scream over and over. As Sarah's cries filled the air, everything from the past rose back up in Fenris's mind, and a savage fury suddenly surged out from the depths of his chest. Roar! In the next second, under the horrified eyes of the two researchers, Fenris's smooth skin began thickening and roughening at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a deafening series of pops and cracks from his bones, muscles twisted and bulged violently beneath the skin. His body rapidly swelled, his height shooting past 7.5 feet in moments. His limbs began growing at an astonishing rate. His arms and thighs thickened several times over in the blink of an eye, and his hands transformed into sharp claws that looked capable of tearing steel apart, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. A huge tail over 8 feet long burst out behind him, wrapped in thick scales. Every casual flick of it split the air and produced a shrill, cutting scream. Sharp spines ran from the tip of the tail all the way up his back, where a ghostly blue light flickered steadily across them, making them look all the more dangerous. This feeling. Fenris took a deep breath. At that moment, every part of him felt flooded with surging power, and his heavy hide gave him an overwhelming sense of defense. He was no longer anything like the frail creature he had once been. Power thundered through his veins. His whole body shook, and it took everything he had not to let out the roar building in his chest. What kind of monster are you? How did you turn into this? Seeing the terror in their eyes as they stared at him, Fenris gave them a freezing smile and bared a mouthful of sharp teeth. He tightened his grip on Owen just slightly, and the nearly 200-pound man was lifted off the ground one-handed as easily as if he weighed nothing. The once glorious man in charge struggled frantically in his grasp, but could not move him in the slightest. Trying to run. Seeing Sarah crawling toward the elevator, as if she hoped to slip inside, Fenris's face turned cold. He vanished and reappeared behind her in a flash, grabbing her by the hair, and hoisting the famed biologist high into the air. Misunderstanding. Fenris, we can explain what happened before. Why you can have anything you want, anything. Looking at the monster looming before them, both of them could see the pure, unfiltered killing intent in Fenris's eyes. Under that real, unmistakable threat of death, tears and snot ran down their faces as they desperately tried to trade anything and everything for the slightest chance to live. There's no misunderstanding between us, and there's nothing to talk about. If I had to say what I want you dead. Fenris swept his eyes across the room. When he spotted the pile of lab equipment of every size in Lane's laboratory, his eyes lit up. Licking his slightly dry lips, he dragged the two of them over and began searching through the instruments. Liquid nitrogen. Poison gas. What are you doing? What are you doing? Watching his every move, both of them screamed themselves hoarse in terror. Don't be scared. I'm just going to use the same methods you used on me. Only this time, I'm using them on you. Fenris thought back carefully for a moment. Once he was sure he had not forgotten anything, he hauled both of them back into the reactor chamber. Feel your existence as deeply as you can in the radiation. No. Please. Please don't. Ah. Thrown hard into the blood-soaked floor, Owen and Sarah stared in absolute horror as the towering Fenris advanced on them with a savage look in his eyes. They fought desperately to crawl backward. What are you afraid of, Owen? You first. Didn't you love slicing things into thin little pieces? Let me help you test that out. Sarah, come on. Feel what liquid nitrogen tastes like. Feel a cold harsher than Siberia in winter. One finger at a time. Sarah, you said there's no pain in this state, remember? Go on, give yourself a few cuts and I'll let you out. Start here. Slice it open nice and gently. How does that sound? Poison gas. Inhale one breath at a time. Don't get greedy. Inside the cavernous reactor chamber, low growls deliberately held back echoed through the air. At first the screams and shrieks were piercing and loud, but as time passed, they faded into weak moans. Yet every so often, the two of them would miraculously recover some strength, only to be dragged into another round. At last, after who knew how long, under the relentless radiation, the two of them finally sank into complete mental collapse. Their reactions to the world around them dulled to almost nothing. Please. Let me go, please let me go. I'll never do it again. I swear, never again. Looking at the pair who could now only repeat broken mutters, Fenris's expression did not change. His hand rose and fell with precise force, and color strangely returned to their faces. Their clouded eyes regained clarity once more. Fenris's control was perfect, just enough to relight the last embers of their reason, and wake them at exactly the right level. It was a trick he had learned from Sarah herself. Now he was simply returning it to its rightful owner. You run this base. Transfer the highest level of base authority to me. Fenris turned first to Owen, whose condition was worse, and held out his hand. Heh. Owen barely had a few intact places left on his body. With agonizing effort, he tilted his head, and looked toward the arm that had been tossed carelessly to one side. On the mangled limb was an elegant silver wristband. Watching Fenris pick up the band, Owen forced out an ugly, broken smile. Fenris, you win. Of course I won. Fenris coldly glanced at Owen, who no longer moved, then shifted his gaze to Sarah. Where are those two bastards, Matthew and Robert? They're in this main building. The light in Sarah's eyes was steadily fading, and even her voice came in broken fragments. In the lab, the one you know best. And where did Lane go? Why were you and Owen the ones sent down here? Fenris asked again. Lane already drove out of the base. As she watched Fenris's claw slowly close around her head, Sarah no longer had the strength to resist. Before he left, he told the base, the reactor chamber problem had already been handled, and told us to bring you back to the lab. Before leaving, he also took several hard drives they should have nuclear physics data on them. Nuclear research data. Fenris's eyes lit up. That was exactly what he needed right now. Fenris. Sarah's voice had become barely audible. Fenris. I'll give you this much, you're ruthless. Crack. Before she could finish, Fenris's right claw tightened sharply. A crisp snap rang out. Expressionless, Fenris released her and casually wiped the filth from his hand against the wall. Of course I'm ruthless. I learned from you. He looked down at his new body. After a cold snort, he rose to his feet and strode straight into the elevator. Now that the radiation was fully out of control, Lane had lied to the rest of the base on his way out, claiming everything had already been resolved so he could cover his own escape. Because of that, no full emergency evacuation had been triggered in time. But this was the reactor chamber, the core of the base. Fenris had slaughtered a squad of soldiers on camera and tortured 2 of the base's senior staff to death. There was no question what would be waiting for him outside now, nearly the entire security force of the facility. Come on, then. All of you. This place doesn't deserve to exist anymore. Chapter 5, 2026 words. Crack. The instant he reached the first floor, before the elevator doors had even opened, Fenris's sharpened hearing caught the synchronized sound of weapons being chambered outside. "Come on, then." Fenris lowered his body slightly. The muscles in his thick legs bulged, his claws spread wide, and a cold gleam flashed across them. The moment the elevator doors opened, his long, thick tail swayed lightly. The instant a low growl sounded, Fenris vanished from where he stood. "Fire!" The commanding officer in front gave the order without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of rifles opened up at once, their gunfire crashing over one another without pause. But with the monstrous strength of his transformed body behind him, Fenris had long since surpassed the limits of what the naked eye could track. Inside the vast lobby of the main building, his huge body moved like a phantom, weaving effortlessly through intersecting streams of gunfire. The occasional bullet struck him, only to be harmlessly stopped by the tough hide covering his body. Ah! Very quickly, the first soldier's arm was severed cleanly by his claws. Then the second. Then the third. More and more men died. Faced with an unknown enemy and the constant threat of death, some soldiers cracked under the pressure, and began firing wildly, only to have a sharp dorsal spike slash across their throats in the next instant. In less than 30 seconds, the entire squad had been wiped out. After casually crushing the commanding officer's skull in one hand, Fenris did not break stride. He kept moving, heading upward through the main building. His heart pounded violently. Deep inside his body, a newborn organ was supplying him with a constant stream of power. The biological reactor unique to the atomic dinosaur species. The source of Godzilla's endless stamina, and the key to his ability to absorb nuclear radiation and unleash atomic breath. Fenris knew exactly what it was, and the feeling of inexhaustible energy was intoxicating. Even after a fierce fight, he still felt like he had barely gotten started. Since everything's already a mess, I might as well make it worse. His enhanced hearing let him understand the state of the entire base with ease. Because of his sudden uprising, countless elite squads were rushing toward the main building. Meanwhile, the mutants were still being held in the recreation yard under the guard of several dozen soldiers, too afraid to make a move. Fenris glanced toward the control room at the top of the main building. The master console for the X-gene suppression collars was there. Roar! Seeing another group of soldiers surrounding him, Fenris let out a low growl. His atomic reactor roared to life, and instead of dodging, he charged straight into the wall of gunfire. His claws, his dorsal spikes, and his powerful tail tore through their lives at terrifying speed. If we all go together, he can't keep this up forever. What kind of monster did this base create? Run! We can't get out. First floor, second floor, sixth floor. After cutting his way upward for who knew how long, the once bright, spotless main building had become a living hell. A choking stench hung over the entire structure. Everywhere he looked there were severed limbs, shattered rifles and bodies. For a time, there was not a single sound in the building except Fenris himself. Even the researchers hurrying from place to place had nowhere to hide from his sharpened senses. One by one, they were hunted down and dragged out. Not one of them is innocent. They all deserve to die. By the time Fenris waded through blood and arrived once more at the laboratory that had once felt like hell itself, his consciousness had already begun to blur slightly. His mind was filled with the images of those once lofty researchers begging at his feet. The heavy blast door came apart under his claws as easily as if it had been made of paper. Stepping slowly into the bright, immaculate room, he saw the wide operating table, the huge cabinets storing instruments, and several color photographs hanging on the wall. In those pictures, Fenris saw his former self. Back then, he had only just transmigrated into this world. Before he could even adjust, he had already been strapped onto an operating table. His collar had been removed, forcing him into his lizardman form. But at the time, his claws had been soft, his tail had been less than 8 inches long, his skin had no real toughness to it, and only his decent healing ability stood out at all. In the photograph, 3 men and 1 woman stood around Fenris while he was cut open, pointing and discussing him. Now 2 of those people were already dead beneath his claws. As for the other 2, Fenris's nose twitched. His tail lashed out, coiling around the heavy operating table. With a simple flick, he hurled it away. 2 men in lab coats appeared before him. "Long time no see, gentlemen." Fenris bared his teeth in a friendly grin. His low voice was crushingly oppressive in the enclosed room. The moment the towering, brutal-looking Fenris appeared in front of them, one of the men could not take the shock and fainted on the spot. The other held up a little better, but the smell of urine quickly spread beneath him all the same. "Looks like Sarah didn't lie to me. You really were here." Unlike Sarah, who had been his personal attending doctor, these 2 had spread their cruelty far wider. Plenty of mutants had suffered horribly at their hands. Not even as tough as that woman. Seeing the pathetic state the 2 animals were in now, Fenris clicked his tongue in disgust. His tail shot out behind him, avoiding anything immediately fatal as it skewered both men at once. The instant they were pierced, the pain made them howl uncontrollably. Godzilla's tail was strong enough to smash a male Muto to death. Its power did not need further explanation. Matthew and Robert struggled desperately, but they could not budge the long tail even a fraction. Fenris picked up a flamethrower and used it to thoroughly burn down the laboratory that carried so many of his most painful memories. By the time he was done, the 2 men's constant thrashing had begun to annoy him. His tail snapped once. The dense dorsal spikes tore through their bodies from within. The sudden pain finally shut them up for good. Next is the control room. As another wave of soldiers closed in around him, a strange look appeared at the corner of Fenris's mouth. "Want to live?" His deep voice drifted toward them, low and seductively soft. "If you want to live, then run." Fenris stepped forward slowly. Looking at the soldiers whose hands trembled around their rifles, he casually flicked his claws, sending the blood clinging to them splattering across the faces of the men in the front row. The air froze. Seeing Fenris covered in gore, with that savage smile on his face, and facing up close a monster who had slaughtered hundreds of people in such a short time, a terror beyond words rose in their hearts. After only a few seconds of silence, the crushing pressure had already made the entire group start trembling uncontrollably. Their hands shook so badly some of them could no longer even hold their weapons. "If you can't take it anymore, then run." That deep, persuasive voice sounded again. "A monster. Run, run." The moment the first soldier broke and fled under the unbearable psychological pressure, total collapse followed across the whole squad. "Heh." Watching them run in panic, Fenris let out a quiet laugh. Then he lowered his upper body slightly, and in the next instant, he launched himself after them in a murderous rush. "I told you to run, and you really ran." A little while later, after expressionlessly flicking blood from his claws, Fenris stepped over the sticky mess coating the floor, took Owen's wristband, and entered the base control room without the slightest resistance. The huge command center felt strangely empty. If nothing unexpected had happened, everyone who had been here earlier had already become intimately acquainted with Fenris's claws. "So this is the control console." Fenris stepped forward, then casually disabled every X-gene suppression collar in the entire base. "My ability." As a light hum sounded from the collars, every mutant in the recreation yard felt their suppressed powers suddenly return to normal. They were all staring at one another in shock when a sharp male voice suddenly rang out over the broadcast system. "My fellow mutants, all of your collars have now been released. You're free. Think about all the suffering you've endured these past years. Think about the crimes these people committed. The soldiers left in this base are barely a fraction of what they were, so what exactly are you still waiting for? Our freedom. Our dignity, the dignity they trampled into the dirt. It's time they paid it back. This." The mutants looked at one another. Outside, the few soldiers still guarding them panicked as soon as they heard the broadcast. In an instant, they chambered their weapons and aimed directly at the yard. Have we been oppressed for so long that we don't even have the courage to fight back anymore? You all heard the commotion from the main building earlier. A powerful one of our own is drawing their fire for us. This is the best chance we'll ever get. Are we really going to stay this weak forever? Don't be afraid. Break out of the base. Under the agitation of a few individuals, someone finally let out an unwilling roar, and in that instant, a furious counterattack exploded. After Fenris's rampage, the base had already been crippled. Only around 20% of the soldiers and researchers had survived at all. Faced with a mob of mutants driven half-mad, those survivors had almost no ability to resist. In only a short time, everything outside the main building had fallen as well. Enjoy the feast. Fenris leaped heavily down from above. With a flick of his tail, Matthew and Robert were flung straight toward the area where the mutants were most densely gathered. Enemies meeting enemies. The result was obvious. The mutants, already red-eyed with bloodlust, laid eyes on the men who had once tormented them. What followed hardly needed imagining. Watching with his own eyes as the two men were swallowed by the chaos of the crowd, Fenris let out a cold laugh and turned away. There was still one more person in this base who deserved to die. Under his sharpened sense of smell, Lane's scent stretched out from the remote research base all the way toward a small town somewhere in New York State. Found you. Fenris's eyes lit up. After quickly cleaning himself off, he turned into a dark blur once more and shot off in a certain direction. This feels incredible. This is it. This is exactly it. Although he had already been through one extremely intense battle, now that Godzilla had been fully lit, this was the first time Fenris had truly run wild across open ground without restraint. Seemingly endless power poured out from deep within his body. His powerful muscles kept driving his speed higher and higher. The wind of freedom swept past him, and the scenery on both sides gradually blurred. At that moment, all the humiliation and suffocation of those long months in confinement were blown away in the rush of the gale. With a cry of exhilaration, Fenris raced off into the distance, following the trail of Lane's lingering scent. And just as Alkali Base completely fell, New York State, Westchester County, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Inside a bright, spacious classroom, an elderly man with a kind face sat surrounded by a group of young students, gently reading aloud a passage from the Once and Future King. Compared to the madness at the base, this place felt exceptionally warm and peaceful. Chapter 6, 1447 words. When you are sad, the most fitting thing to do is to understand, to learn. That is the only thing that endures forever. The old man softly recited the words from the book. The collars are open. You're free now. A commanding male voice suddenly burst into his mind, cutting Charles's reading short. What's wrong, Professor? A child of about 6 looked up in confusion and asked. Nothing, my child. Charles gently closed the book and smiled kindly. Class is over early today. Go get some rest. All right. Amid a burst of cheers, Charles's expression suddenly turned grave. Scott, bring Ororo to me. A moment later, a man in ruby quartz glasses, and a white-haired woman with a striking figure knocked on the door to Professor X's office. Just now, a military-affiliated genetics research institute suddenly erupted into chaos. Only then did I realize it was actually a secret mutant research facility disguised extremely well. Professor X delivered the shocking news in an even tone, leaving both of them stunned. The army will arrive there soon. We need to get there first and bring those children out. A secret mutant research facility. Ororo looked astonished. In New York State. Putting a mutant research facility in New York State was practically the same as placing it right under Professor X's nose. When do we leave? As the successor Professor X had chosen, Scott was far more decisive by nature. The moment the professor finished speaking, he was already ready to move, prepared to start up the Blackbird at any moment. Immediately. Professor X's voice dropped low. New York State. Wilderness. On a deserted highway, a dark figure sped past at a velocity the naked eye could barely track. At the end of the road stood a small, quiet town. Outside a modest motel, Ryan Lane killed the engine, still shaken. After roughly calculating the distance and realizing he was already nearly 100 kilometers from the base, he finally let out a long breath. I ran this far. I should be safe now. He slammed a hand hard against the steering wheel. The moment he thought of that lizardman, anger flared in his chest again. Forget it. It wasn't even my lab anyway. I'll rest for the night and head back to New York tomorrow. Only after seeing that several hard drives had been preserved intact did Ryan manage to squeeze out a reluctant smile. A short while later, the gray-haired middle-aged researcher appeared in the town bar. Ryan slapped down a large bill. A Moscow Mule. Easy on the lime. About 3 minutes later, a tall man came over and sat beside Ryan. Hey, buddy, get away from me, Ryan said impatiently. Make me one of the same. Ignoring Ryan's warning completely, the man spoke calmly to the bartender. He's paying. No, seriously, man, you. The man's cavalier attitude sent a surge of fury rushing straight through Ryan. He shot to his feet, his right fist drawing high. But in the very next moment, when he saw the half-smiling face in front of him, the anger on Ryan's face froze solid. Sit down. Talk properly. Fenris was wearing a dress shirt he had apparently taken from the base. His lean but powerful muscles stretched the fabric tight, making him look like a completely different person from the frail figure he had been before. You weren't. How did you get here? One hand pressed lightly onto his shoulder and forced Dr. Ryan back into his seat, as if he weighed nothing. Disbelief filled Ryan's face. What kind of power could let a person be utterly transformed in the space of a few hours, break through the base's heavy lockdown unscathed, and cross more than 100 kilometers to appear at his side? All thanks to you. Fenris took the drink from the bartender and casually sipped it. The radiation, you mutated. Ryan's eyes swept Fenris up and down several times. But even mutation shouldn't happen this fast. Do mutants really just ignore science entirely? There's no time. Come with me. Fenris did not explain. He drained both drinks in one go, then casually hooked his left hand around the back of Ryan's neck and hauled him to his feet. What are you doing? Ryan instinctively struggled violently, but Fenris's arm felt like it had been cast from steel. It did not budge in the slightest. Under the gaze of everyone in the bar, the two of them walked right out the front door. The hard drives. Fenris casually threw Ryan beside his car. Hand them over. What hard drives? The moment he heard the words hard drives, Ryan's heart skipped a beat. He denied it instantly. Sarah already told me everything. Fenris folded his arms over his chest. I like your car. I don't want to waste time fixing it. Seeing Fenris stare at him so directly, Ryan's face turned deathly pale. That bitch Sarah. Cursing under his breath, Ryan opened the car door, and with obvious reluctance, took out the hard drives and handed them over to Fenris. But at such close range, as a faint trace of blood reached Ryan's nose, a horrifying thought suddenly sprang into his mind. What happened to Sarah? Fenris put the hard drives away, then with a light flick of his hand tossed the doctor into the back seat. Worry about yourself while you still can. The engine roared to life, and the rugged SUV tore away from the town at high speed. My G63. I spent 500 grand modifying it, go easy on the pedal. Less than 40 minutes later, the alkali base appeared in Ryan's sight once again. Only now, compared to before, the base looked shockingly ruined. Ryan stared blankly at everything around him. Just a few hours ago, this place had still been bustling and fully operational. Now the ground was a complete mess, covered in bloodstains and scraps of torn fabric that gave off a nauseating stench. The main building looked as if it had been struck by a catastrophe. A long fissure had split it cleanly in half, and shattered glass and scattered instruments lay everywhere inside and out. Are there mutants in the prison with destructive power on this level? The enormous base was completely deserted now. Faced with the scene before him, Fenris could not help frowning. Everyone's gone. Ryan sucked in a sharp breath and stared at Fenris with wide eyes. You did this. He had guessed that Fenris's mutant ability might have evolved under the effects of nuclear radiation. But he had never imagined that a mere Class 2 mutant could turn around and cause this level of destruction in the blink of an eye. Not me. Fenris got out of the car, yanked Ryan out of the back seat, and seized him by the throat as he dragged him toward the main building. I killed most of them. I let the mutants out. But why the base is empty, I don't know. But none of that matters. I have something more important to do right now. Inside the main building, because it had been split in two, dust kept sifting down from the ceiling, covering the blood-soaked floor and the bodies of the soldiers. The stench of blood hit them head-on. Looking at the hellish scene in front of him, the expression on Dr. Ryan's face instantly turned to horror. These had all been fully armed elite soldiers, and yet every last one of them had been killed by a single person. He had always prided himself on being ruthless, but how was it that everyone in this base was even worse than he was? What kind of monster are you? Ryan's body trembled helplessly in Fenris's grip. But when he saw Fenris heading for the emergency stairwell and kicking open the heavy iron door to go underground, he no longer had the luxury of being shocked. Please, no. There's a radiation leak. If I go down there, I'll die. I really will die. Looking at the once arrogant Dr. Ryan, now clinging to his arm with tears and snot streaming down his face, Fenris's right arm rapidly swelled in size, the sharp tips of his claws aligning precisely beneath Ryan's jaw. Sensing him go rigid and stop struggling, Fenris let out a cold laugh and stepped forward to head downstairs. BZZZT, BZZZT. A thick red laser suddenly shot out from behind them, carving a blackened line across the ground right in front of Ryan. A young man's voice came from behind Fenris. Maybe right now we need to sit down and have a proper talk. Chapter 7, 1718 words. Ha! At the sight of that unmistakable optic blast, Fenris closed his eyes and let out a long, heavy breath. Cyclops. After a long moment, he turned around with Ryan still in hand. A man and a woman in black leather suits had appeared silently inside the main building at some point. Behind them, a bald old man in a wheelchair was quietly watching Fenris. So that explains it. I was wondering who could so easily destroy a building like this. Fenris's gaze swept across the three of them one by one. The X-Men. Now that they were here, there was no need to ask where the mutants had gone. With Cyclops there to keep them in check, it would have been easy to suppress the riot caused by those mutants whose powers were not especially strong. As for where the remaining soldiers and researchers had gone, looking at the base in its current wrecked state, the answer was obvious. Ordinary people with no real ability to fight back, along with soldiers already terrified out of their minds by Fenris, meeting a group of enraged mutants, the outcome hardly needed explaining. Once he pieced together what had just happened, Fenris's eyes shifted slightly. Doctor, looks like your saviors are here. He glanced at Ryan, whose eyes had lit up the moment he saw the three of them, and who had already started struggling wildly. After a brief pause, Fenris suddenly clenched his right hand and smashed Ryan, along with his entire body, straight into the thick wall beside him. After the thunderous impact, the doctor was left folded and jammed into the wall. The crisp crack of breaking bones sounded especially sharp in the empty building. As the sudden loss of feeling in his lower body gave way to overwhelming pain, Ryan's head lolled to the side, and he passed out on the spot. Looks like your saviors can't save you after all. Fenris curled his lip, then looked back at the newcomers. You. Fenris had moved far too quickly. Too quickly for Cyclops to stop him, let alone for Aurora, whose powers needed at least a moment to activate. Seeing how ruthlessly brutal Fenris was, Aurora's eyes widened. Thunder rumbled and dark storm clouds quickly rolled across the sky overhead. No matter how good Scott's temper usually was, even he found it hard to stomach Fenris's contemptuous attitude. His right hand moved to his ruby quartz glasses as well. The atmosphere instantly turned razor-sharp. Fenris appeared to be standing there casually, but every muscle in his body had already tightened in silence. A fighter against two casters. The advantage is mine. All right. Stop. Charles drove his wheelchair forward. His calm voice made Scott and Aurora both ease out of their combat stances. Don't start trouble with me. Fenris had not expected to run into the X-Men this soon. Expressionless, he tossed out that line, then yanked Ryan back out of the wall and headed deeper underground, one heavy step at a time, toward the depths 50 meters below. Professor. As Fenris's back slowly disappeared from sight, Scott whipped around, baffled. Why didn't you stop him? Did you see how bloody and cruel his methods are? Scott pointed angrily at the blackened bloodstains and corpses scattered everywhere. A person like that, are we supposed to bring him back and reform him too? The professor did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to Aurora. Aurora, do you think the same? No. Aurora froze for a moment, then hesitated. Probably has his reasons. After hearing that, the professor only smiled faintly without comment. Scott, if you want to become a qualified leader, you can never act on impulse, and you can never look at things from only one side. If you have not lived through what he lived through, then you have no right to tell him he should be kind. Among the mutants we just rescued, the youngest was only 5, and the oldest was no more than 26 or 27. They tore this base apart. Why don't you think they were cruel? The professor asked. That's because they... Scott stopped halfway through, then suddenly looked up. He understood what the professor was trying to say. In those people's memories, I saw that child's past. He may be stronger than either you or Aurora. The professor's voice was gentle. Do not stand afterward in God's position and condemn the person involved. It serves no purpose and it is not compassion. I want to bring him back so he does not lose faith in humanity completely, and one day become someone as extreme as Eric. Saving people, not destroying them, is why I founded the X-Men in the first place. The professor's words left Scott silent on the spot. He had always hated evil. That was one of his strengths, but it also made him more prone to falling into rigid extremes. I understand. Professor. I shouldn't have judged him so casually before I knew the full story. I'll apologize to him later. After a long silence, Scott finally raised his head and spoke slowly. Good. Professor X nodded, then closed his eyes. There's an extremely high concentration of radiation down there. We'll wait up here for that child. In the next moment, the scene from Ryan's point of view was transmitted clearly into both of their minds. Slamming hard onto the alloy floor, Ryan finally regained a hazy sense of consciousness amid the biting cold and pain. This is outside the lab. My legs, my legs. I can't feel my legs. As sensation gradually returned, the terrible emptiness in his lower body twisted his face in panic, and he kept growling the words over and over. So what if you can't feel your legs? Fenris stood nearby, one foot planted on Ryan's chest. Do you want to live? Fenris's question reignited hope in Ryan's eyes. He nodded frantically. Yes, yes. You want to live, huh? Fenris drew the words out with a half-smile and pointed toward the reactor chamber door that he had forcibly torn open. I'm not making things hard for you. Put on protective gear, go in there, and turn the valve 300 times. If you come back out alive, I'll let you go. How about that? Okay. Ryan agreed without a second of hesitation. Then he struggled into the lab, and a moment later came crawling back out, dragging a heavy radiation suit behind him. Hold it. The instant he saw that anti-radiation suit, Fenris's face darkened. He casually tossed a suit jacket over Ryan's head. Wear this. This. Ryan froze. This counts as protective gear. A burlap sack with a few lead plates sewn onto it would be better than this thing. It counts. Of course it counts. Fenris chuckled. Didn't you guarantee on your personal honor that wearing this would absolutely let someone come out safely? At those words, the expression on Ryan's face instantly turned ashen. Fenris had never intended to let him live, just as Ryan had never taken Fenris seriously before. Fenris, if you destroy Alkali, Stryker will never let you go. Now fully aware of his fate, Ryan gave a miserable smile and quietly crawled through the doorway. A short while later, Fenris stepped back out of the reactor chamber. Of course, he had not really sent Ryan in there just to turn a valve. That would have been letting him off far too easily. After lightly wiping the blood from his hands, Fenris turned back and cast a somewhat regretful glance at the reactor chamber. What a shame. Can't take it with me. The Alkali Genetic Research Facility was under military control. With such a severe accident and riot having broken out inside, there was no way the military would sit idle. Even if their response was slow, they should have arrived by now. Besides, Fenris was still not a true fully evolved Godzilla. At the moment, he stood only a little over 2 meters tall. Compared to a true 100-meter titan, the gap between them was heaven and earth. He still could not truly ignore a modern military force. If he wanted to keep getting bigger and stronger, he would need to keep finding radiation to absorb. This place would have to wait until another chance came along for him to sneak back in. When he returned to the surface and saw 3 pairs of eyes fixed directly on him, Fenris paused and instinctively shifted into a defensive stance. Don't be afraid, child. We mean you no harm. Before Charles had even finished speaking, Scott pulled off his glove and strode straight toward Fenris. I'm sorry about the misunderstanding just now. Even through the glasses, Fenris could clearly feel the man's sincerity. It's fine. Just don't stop me from slaughtering these animals. Faced with Scott's open show of goodwill, Fenris merely nodded. We've already settled your companions in a place 20 kilometers away from the base. In a little while, we'll bring them all back to Xavier's school. Aurora walked up as well, her tall figure impossible to ignore. Xavier's school is a place the professor created specifically for mutants. There, these children won't be oppressed or discriminated against. They'll be able to live normal lives. You have a great deal of potential. We'd like to invite you to join the school, and in the future become part of the X-Men. Faced with their invitation, Fenris forced out a stiff smile and refused. My ability is a little unusual. I need to keep absorbing radiation to grow stronger. I'm guessing the school doesn't have a place like that. There was one more thing Fenris did not say. After lighting up Godzilla on the encyclopedia page, it was not only radiation he needed to keep absorbing to increase his strength. Those other Titan creatures would also require him to keep searching for ways to unlock them. This path of growth, one that belonged to him alone, meant that even if he joined Xavier's school, he could never become an X-Man who was on standby at all times. Well. Fenris's words made Scott and Aurora look at each other. What kind of normal person would build a reactor on school grounds? Chapter 8. 1,450 words. So sorry about that. Fenris smiled. Maybe I'm better suited to. No, child. Professor X suddenly moved forward and interrupted what Fenris was about to say. I learned from Dr. Ryan that you got the hard drive containing the nuclear test data. Fenris nodded. Yeah. Would you mind letting me look at it for a while? Charles smiled warmly. Of course, if that doesn't work for you, we can just copy the files aboard the Blackbird. Would that be acceptable? Sure. Fenris's eyes flickered, but he agreed. Let's go. The military will be here soon. Seeing Fenris relent, Charles smiled slightly. The group came outside the main building. Scott gave a light wave of his hand, and a massive aircraft dropped its optical camouflage and appeared before them. That's a beautiful jet. Fenris could not help taking a few extra looks at it. This is the X-Men's personal ride. Aurora still did not forget to recruit him. If you ever change your mind, I can give you a proper tour. Aurora, give him some time. The professor chuckled from the side. Maybe the next time we meet, he'll have an answer for you. Next time? Aurora looked puzzled. He was refusing now, so why would he agree next time? Meanwhile, after the hatch opened and Scott boarded the Blackbird with the hard drive, a figure suddenly ran out from inside the jet. Ryan won. Fenris's eyes lit up. Fenris. Whoa, you've changed so much. You got way hotter. You're way better looking than that sunglasses guy. I knew you let them take you on purpose. You're amazing. And they all said you killed the base's elite troops by yourself so the rest of us could get out safely. The boy, more than 5 years younger than Fenris and his old prison bunkmate, had stars in his eyes the instant he saw him. He circled around Fenris, looking him up and down, babbling excitedly without pause. Ha ha ha. Fenris laughed out loud. Looking at the boy, who was half crying and half grinning, he felt a rare warmth rise in his chest. I told you before, if a riot ever broke out in the base, you were supposed to find somewhere safe and hide. Did you listen or not? Yeah. I listened. Ryan's gaze suddenly shifted away. Listened, my foot. Aurora could not help rolling her eyes at that. When Scott and I got here, this little porcupine kid was running around yelling "Do you?" while shooting spikes at a bunch of soldiers. Brave as hell. You little punk. Fenris laughed again. Since Ryan also had pretty decent regenerative abilities, Fenris was not too worried about his safety. The data's been copied. While they were talking, Scott stepped back down from the Blackbird with the hard drive in hand. In that case, I'll be going. Fenris took the drive from him. Fenris, you're not coming with me to the school. Sensing something was wrong, Ryan hurried forward and grabbed the hem of Fenris's shirt. I'll come see you after a while, but right now I've got things of my own to do. Fenris smiled faintly. The school is where you're supposed to be. Okay. Fenris rubbed Ryan's head, then turned and drove away. Before long, he vanished from everyone's sight. Professor, you're not seriously planning to build a reactor at the school, are you? Aboard the Blackbird, Scott suddenly asked. The moment the professor requested the data, Scott had felt that something was off. Why not? Charles smiled, utterly unconcerned. It won't cost that much anyway. Since the professor had already put it that way, Scott forcibly swallowed the words maintenance is expensive before they could leave his mouth. So that's why you wanted the hard drive. Aurora said in sudden realization. That's just how rich people are. Get used to it. On the nearly deserted highway, Fenris drove with one hand while pulling up the Titan encyclopedia with the other. On the first page, Godzilla was vividly displayed, but no matter what he did, the pages recording the other Titans simply would not open. I can't even see who the Titans after him are. How am I supposed to figure out how to unlock them? Fenris felt a little frustrated. Based on his earlier experience, the way to unlock a Titan seemed to have some connection to that Titan's own traits. If I remember right, the Mutos also feed on atomic energy. So why didn't absorbing all that radiation open the Muto page? And Kong. No way I'm supposed to date a pretty white girl, then climb the Empire State Building and swat down a few planes just to unlock him, right? Smack. His thoughts were drifting farther and farther off course, so Fenris freed one hand and slapped himself lightly, finally dragging his mind back on track. Whatever. Godzilla's already insanely strong. As long as I keep absorbing radiation, sooner or later I'll unlock Pink Godzilla, Burning Godzilla. The enormous base had now been completely destroyed. Several of his enemies had died by his own hands. Fewer than 1 in 10 of the researchers and soldiers remained alive. With the radiation outbreak, the whole place was bound to become a wasteland sooner or later. But according to the professor, Colonel Stryker of the military was the one behind Alkali Base. By now, Fenris's name had most likely already landed on William Stryker's list. Ooh, scary. Stryker might be a cunning enemy, but at the end of the day, he was still just an ordinary man. Fenris could not help laughing out loud. Across the open wilderness, the car tore down the road as the free wind poured in through the windows. Fenris simply cranked the stereo all the way up. Hey, what's the matter? Before the song Star-Lord would absolutely dance to could even finish, Fenris caught a glimpse of a tiny black dot in the corner of his eye dropping straight down from the sky at incredible speed. He did not even have time to swerve. In the next instant, a massive impact slammed down onto the roof of the car. The multi-ton SUV rocked violently from the blow. Fenris carefully kept control of the vehicle, afraid that one careless movement might rip the steering wheel right off. When I find out who's been throwing stuff out of the sky, I swear, even if it's Odin himself, I'll. After finally stopping the car, Fenris climbed out, cursing under his breath as he stared at the huge dent caved into the roof. A filthy, disheveled man wearing nothing but a tattered pair of shorts came into view. Not a hammer. Fenris froze for a second. He stepped forward and checked the man's breathing, only to find that he had merely passed out, and did not have a single visible injury on him. Fenris immediately looked like he had seen a ghost. This guy's body is kind of terrifying, but why does he feel completely normal? Fenris promptly dragged the man down from the roof, and tossed him into the back seat, clicking his tongue in amazement. Several hours later, in an unnamed small town. Did Hulk carry me out of New York? When Bruce Banner finally woke from his unconsciousness, he looked around and found himself lying in a small motel room. Yo, brother. You're awake. A handsome man was lying on the bed beside him with both arms tucked behind his head. The moment he saw Bruce wake up, the man broke into a friendly smile. You saved me. Banner rubbed his head hard, trying to clear his thoughts. Fenris did not confirm or deny it outright. I was driving along just fine, and then you suddenly dropped out of the sky and smashed into my roof. This is a luxury ride with $500,000 in modifications. And I was doing over 100 kilometers an hour, too. Brother, are you made of steel? Sorry. But I probably don't have the money to pay you right now. Fenris's words left Banner awkward for a moment. He had not expected Hulk to toss him aside in midair. Looking down at the single pair of ragged shorts he had left on, Banner scratched his head. I'll find a way to pay you back later. It's fine. No need. Fenris waved it off grandly. It's not my car anyway. Huh? Banner blinked. So the guy who saved him was a car thief. Once I got to New York, I was planning to sell it anyway. Fenris blinked, looking perfectly matter-of-fact. You're going to New York. Banner instantly sat bolt upright. Chapter 9, 1,427 words. What's wrong? Fenris raised an eyelid. Why was this guy getting so worked up just from hearing New York? Well. Banner suddenly stood up and began pacing across the floor. A moment later, he smacked his palm. No, brother, I have to leave. How far is this from New York? I have no idea. Fenris spread his hands helplessly. The car did not have navigation, and he had just been following road signs the whole way. Brother, I'll be honest with you. The military is hunting me right now. I just escaped from New York. Banner's expression was serious. I can't drag you into this. Give me your contact information. I'll pay you back for the car later. Hunted by the military. Banner saw Fenris's expression instantly turn unfamiliar and guarded. He had expected that reaction, but he still could not help feeling disappointed. New York. Hunted by the military. Physically absurd, but right now you seem like a normal person. Fenris's gaze kept roaming over Banner's body, making Banner's scalp prickle. Banner? Fenris asked tentatively. Huh? How do you know that? Having his identity exposed so suddenly, Banner instinctively stumbled back several steps. As his emotions spiked, his skin even began to take on a faint green tint. So it really is you. Fenris finally understood. He had suspected it from the start, but he had not dared jump to conclusions too quickly. Judging by Banner's current state, he had probably only been exposed to gamma radiation not long ago. Without that period in Brazil, hiding from place to place and painstakingly learning to control his emotions, the current Banner really was like a ticking time bomb, ready to go off at any moment. It's nothing strange. The military's after me too, maybe. Thinking of Stryker behind the Alkali Genetic Research Facility, Fenris carefully chose his words. I just escaped from a secret military base. I see. Banner lowered his guard as well. My name is Bruce Banner. Fenris ethereal. Fenris smiled. Thank you for saving me, but I really have to go now. Banner quickly gathered what little he had. There's a problem with my body. If I stay around you, I might end up hurting you. Goodbye, Fenris. I can tell you're not a bad person. I'll definitely get in touch with you someday. Okay. Fenris did not try to stop him. He went down to the car and found a few clothes he had lifted from the base, then handed them to Banner. For someone in Banner's current situation, clothes seemed to be the most important thing in the world. Thank you, Fenris. Really, thank you so much for your generosity. At the edge of town, Banner clutched a mixed stack of bills and gave Fenris a hard hug. Ever since that accident, Betty's injury, General Ross's hostility, and the endless running had left him utterly exhausted in body and mind. This was the first time anyone had helped him so selflessly. No need to thank me. Everyone needs help sometimes. Fenris let out a light laugh. Bruce, safe travels. Thank you. Thank you. Even after he had walked a long distance away, when Banner turned back again, he could still see that blurry figure standing there, watching him from afar. Fenris really is such a good person. Banner felt deeply moved. I wonder what he did to end up being hunted by the military. Probably the same kind of thing as me. With a helpless smile, Banner waved hard at the distant silhouette. Just as he turned to leave, a rocket trailing a long tail of flame slammed with perfect accuracy into the man standing at the edge of town. The violent explosion instantly swallowed Fenris whole. In the distance, Banner's smile froze on his face. No. At that sight, an indescribable grief surged up from the bottom of Banner's heart. Before he even realized it, the bag of clothes in his hand fell to the ground. From sorrow to rage took only an instant. His heart rate shot past 200, and Banner's body began to swell at terrifying speed. Very soon, a green monster roughly 2.5 meters tall stood in his place. Hulk. Seeing the U.S. military forces rapidly closing in from the distance, Hulk rubbed at his reddened eyes, let out a thunderous roar, and leaped straight at the incoming helicopters without a second's hesitation. Bang bang bang. Gunfire and explosions rang out without end. In an instant, the once peaceful outskirts of the town became a battlefield. Roar. Consumed by fury, Hulk tore apart a combat force of several hundred men in less than 5 minutes. Severed limbs, broken steel, and twisted wreckage littered the ground. The smell of blood mixed with diesel, and even the earth itself seemed stained red. Hulk slowly made his way to the spot where Fenris had been standing just moments before, but he could not find so much as a scrap of cloth. After a long while, under the eyes of the town's residents, the monster let out a mournful roar and soon vanished beyond the horizon. I got careless. Didn't dodge. In a patch of woodland about 5 kilometers from town, Fenris rolled his slightly stiff shoulders. Taking a rocket to the face had not done any real damage, but pain was still pain. Hurting innocent people and dragging me into it too. I'll settle that account with you eventually. After taking a rocket out of nowhere, Fenris found another squad Ross had sent to lie in ambush. Without another word, he went straight after them. Against Fenris, those well-trained soldiers had absolutely no power to resist. In under 2 minutes, the whole unit was wiped out. Southwest getting close to these protagonists really does bring bad luck. When he returned to town and saw that the once flat land outside now looked as if it had been plowed into trenches everywhere, Fenris could not help sighing. If some ordinary person had been the one to save Banner, they would have died on the spot. The next day, after hearing from locals that Hulk had already left, Fenris also drove out of town early. Now that the Hulk had been born, it meant the chaos of this world was only just beginning. A catastrophe was slowly drawing open its curtain. And while his current power was decent, it was nowhere near enough. Against normal humans, he had no problem. But against aliens and gods, he would probably come up badly short. Finding a place where he could steadily grow stronger had become urgent. New York, here I come. After confirming that he was in northern New York State, Fenris followed the road signs and kept driving forward. Although he ran into a blizzard that had already lasted for weeks halfway through the trip, he ultimately made it through the snowfield thanks to his strong sense of direction, his excellent driving skills, and the sheer performance of the vehicle. But as time passed, his early excitement gradually turned to numb disbelief. Watching the surrounding plant life shift from broadleaf forests to conifer forests, feeling the temperature plummet, and going who knew how long without seeing another soul, Fenris finally realized something was wrong. No, this can't be right. Even in the middle of nowhere, it shouldn't be this empty. Where the hell did I drive to? Is this even still New York State? After crossing mountains and wilderness the whole way, he had managed to hold out thanks to his tough physique, but the car's fuel ran dry soon enough. On the 5th day of pushing the car forward through sheer stubbornness, the instant Fenris finally saw signs of people again, he felt hot tears welling in his eyes. Brother, can you tell me where in town I can get more fuel? Fenris randomly stopped a passerby to ask. Not far up ahead. The man answered warmly. Looking at the road-worn Fenris, he reached out and handed him a bottle of liquor. Couldn't have been easy coming all the way from America, huh? I could tell from your accent. Have a drink, it'll warm you up, brother. Fenris froze. From America. Northern New York State was already close to Canada. Did he really end up driving into Canada during the blizzard? This is Alberta, Canada. The passerby gave Fenris a strange look. Suit yourself. There's a match at the bar today with Wolverine, the boxing champion, so I'm not taking you to fuel up. Chapter 10, 1284 words. So I really drove all the way into Canada. Fenris's expression froze instantly. He stood there watching the passerby walk away, looking completely lost. At this point, might as well eat first. With a long sigh, Fenris could only accept reality. After refueling with 2 large cans of gas at the station and finally getting a hot meal for the first time in a while, he rubbed his stomach and headed to the bar the passerby had mentioned, the one where Wolverine the boxing champion was fighting. Champion. Ladies and gentlemen. I've never seen anything like this. Are you really just going to let this guy walk away with all the money? The moment he pushed open the door, the waves of cheers nearly blew the roof off. Plenty of people were waving cash and screaming at the top of their lungs, while a fat host shouted himself hoarse into a microphone. A black swan. Fenris walked up to the bar counter. The huge iron cage used for the fights was less than 5 meters away from him. A tall, heavily built man with his shirt off was leaning lazily against the cage, taking small sips of whiskey. Behind him, another man was sprawled limply on the ground, his face covered in blood, while 2 people dragged him out of the cage. Logan? Fenris studied the man inside the cage with curiosity. A lot of people in this world looked very different from how he remembered them, but a few extremely distinctive traits still remained the same. Like Logan's unmistakable wild, mane-like hairstyle. At this point, Logan had already been injected with adamantium, but because of one of Stryker's bullets, he had lost his memory. Logan's wife, Silver Fox, the White Queen's sister, possessed psychic hypnosis abilities. The two of them had once fought Stryker together, and Silver Fox had died because of it. The woman he had once loved intimately and protected with everything he had, after losing his memory, Logan could only stare blankly at her strangely familiar face, unable to understand why it made him so sad. By now, Logan had been wandering alone for more than 10 years. What a miserable 100-year-old man. Perhaps sensing the pity in Fenris's gaze, Logan's eyes swept coldly toward him the very next moment. Instinctively, Fenris's pupils widened, the corners of his eyes drawing taut, the skin around his sockets shifting slightly as he met Logan's stare head-on. The instant their eyes met, Logan's beast-like instincts caught a whiff of danger from Fenris. Mutant brat. Watching Fenris raise his glass to him from afar, Logan curled his lip in disdain and turned away. Even so, the hand holding the bottle still honestly lifted behind him in acknowledgement. Heh. Fenris grinned, drained his drink in one go, and tossed down a bill, ready to leave. But just as he turned, the corner of his eye caught sight of a girl in a black hood entering through the door. Rogue? Looking at the girl, wrapped up from head to toe and carefully avoiding the crowd, a spark flashed through Fenris's mind, and a name immediately surfaced. By making physical contact, she could temporarily use another person's mutant ability, and could even absorb their life force. In the X-Men storyline, Magneto had used Rogue's power atop the Statue of Liberty in an attempt to turn all of humanity into mutants. It really was classic Eric. No matter what else could be said about his plans, the spectacle was never lacking. This has nothing to do with me. I'd better get out of here. A little while later, Fenris went on a major shopping spree through town, buying daily supplies and also picking up an extremely detailed map. Why are the markings on this map so weird? They don't match the surrounding terrain at all. Fenris frowned and compared it for quite a while. Eventually, he hesitantly picked a direction and set off. Whatever. I'll just go and see. Vroom. The engine roared as Fenris plunged headfirst into the night. Not long after Fenris left, a pickup camper drove out of town right behind him. As time passed and dawn gradually brightened the sky, Fenris frowned and glanced into the rearview mirror. A pickup had been following him the entire night. No matter whether he sped up to pull away or slowed down to let it pass, the truck stubbornly stayed on his tail like a ghost. What, did they take a liking to my car? Or to me? Fenris could not make sense of it, so he finally slammed on the brakes and skidded his SUV sideways across the road. Hey! Just as Fenris was about to get out, the pickup stopped first. A broad-shouldered, powerfully built man stepped out of it. A thick cigar hung from his mouth, and he rested both hands on the door, watching Fenris with obvious amusement. You? Fenris blinked, then asked, why aren't you back at the bar boxing? Why have you been tailing me all this time? Once they found out I was a mutant, they kicked me out. Logan blew out a long stream of smoke and smacked his lips in mild annoyance. You're a mutant too, and you're on your own. So where exactly are you headed? You want to come with me? Fenris frowned. As if I'd want to follow you. Logan looked utterly scornful, clearly dismissing Fenris's words. I just saw your plates were from New York State, so I came to tell you something. If you're trying to go home, you're headed the wrong way. This road may be the main one, but it loops ahead and takes you farther north into Canada. America's South. After saying that, Logan casually flicked away his finished cigar, turned, climbed back into his truck, and tapped the horn. Move your car. Oh. Oh, right. Watching Fenris stare at him in disbelief before hurriedly scrambling to move the SUV, Logan bared his teeth in a grin. How did you know he was going the wrong way? Rogue, sitting in the passenger seat, asked curiously. The locals said so. Logan lit another cigar and took a deep drag. Someone saw him heading the wrong way. The terrain around here is complicated, and there aren't many signs. Even with a map, people who don't know the area can get lost or take the wrong road pretty easily. Then why didn't you tell him earlier? Rogue asked again. He's already driven a long way through the night. Because I felt like it. Remembering what had happened in the bar, Logan unexpectedly laughed. Then, once Fenris finally cleared the road, Logan floored it. As he overtook him, he made sure to lean on the horn a few extra times in mockery. I hate living without navigation. The honking gradually faded into the distance. Watching Logan's truck get farther and farther away, Fenris helplessly turned the wheel, preparing to head back the way he came. Along with the shriek of brakes, a huge explosion suddenly rang out, clear as day in Fenris's ears. Fenris whipped his head around. It had come from the direction Logan had gone. Serves you right for laughing at me. Bad luck hit you fast, huh? Fenris snorted and immediately spun the car around. Not like Wolverine's gonna die anyway. He muttered to himself as he drove off in the opposite direction. But would it really be a shame not to at least take a look at something like this? The SUV suddenly swung through a beautiful arc, pivoting in place in one crisp turn while the engine howled wildly. Well, I'm already here. Chapter 11. 1445 words. Driven by some strange obsession, Fenris soon found the pickup camper that had been perfectly fine just a short while ago, but was now smashed to pieces. A thick tree trunk lay across the road. It was obvious Logan's vehicle had slammed straight into it. Logan himself had been hurled a long way through the windshield. He was now lying face down in the snow, motionless. So your driving isn't all that impressive either. Fenris hopped out of his SUV, gave the scene a look, and could not help sneering. Help! Help me! I'm stuck. A weak cry came from the pickup's passenger side. Fenris's ears twitched, and he immediately strode over. Rogue, whom he had met once before, was frantically tugging at her seatbelt while staring in panic at the cabin. A bottle of liquor had been ignited in the crash, and it would not be long before the fire spread into the driver's compartment. It's you. Please, help me. The instant Rogue saw Fenris, she froze, her eyes filling with surprise and relief. Didn't he just say he deliberately watched me drive the wrong way all night? Fenris stepped forward. With a little force, he tore the seatbelt loose, then grabbed Rogue by the back of her clothes and hauled her out. Once they reached a safe distance, Fenris saw Logan shake his head and slowly get back to his feet. Lowering his voice, he asked Rogue quietly. So did he really say he was intentionally watching me go the wrong way all night? Rogue froze and stared at Fenris in shock. He could hear that even when she had said it that softly. Kid, what are you doing here? Logan rolled his neck, the wound on his forehead, deep enough to expose bone, healing at a visible speed as he spoke to Fenris. If I hadn't come, your friend would have burned to death in the truck. Fenris folded his arms and mocked him without mercy. By then, half the camper had already been swallowed by flames. Well. Logan shook the snow off his leather jacket. Just as he was about to say something, a sudden sense of danger surged up out of nowhere and cut him off. Find somewhere to hide. Fenris had sensed it too. He patted Rogue on the shoulder and warned her. Kid, can you fight? With a sharp snick, Logan's claws shot out. His upper body lowered slightly as he took up a combat stance, but even then he did not forget to ask. If you can't, then get out of here. Roar. Before Logan could finish, a massive figure suddenly burst out of the nearby brush. The newcomer moved with terrifying speed. An overwhelming force slammed into Logan, and before he could even see clearly what had hit him, he was sent flying. Only after smashing through a small tree, and tumbling more than 10 meters did he finally come to a stop. Hiss! Pain shot through his entire body. Before Logan could struggle up from the ground, his vision darkened. The attacker raised a thick log and swung it straight at his head. At the final instant, a hand shot out from the side and caught the log firmly in place. Logan looked up and saw Fenris baring his teeth at him. The meaning was obvious. Roar! Sabretooth put strength into both arms, only to realize he could not budge Fenris in the slightest. In the next instant, he immediately let go of the log and slashed at Fenris's face with both claws. Fenris had never fought a Class 3 mutant like Wolverine or Sabretooth before. On top of that, Sabretooth himself had lived for centuries, taken part in wars large and small, and possessed enormous experience in killing. So Fenris did not dare underestimate him in the slightest. He went all out from the very start. Right in front of Logan's stunned eyes, Fenris grinned, and his body rapidly expanded. Terrifying claws. Legs far too thick to be normal. And a tail covered in spikes, stretching nearly 2.5 meters long. Sabretooth, already over 2 meters tall himself, was forcibly reduced to looking small in front of Fenris. Watching a handsome young man transform into a hideous monster right before his eyes, even Sabretooth, with centuries of combat experience behind him, could not help freezing for a second. What the? Wolverine and the more distant Rogue were even more dumbfounded. Neither of them could connect this monster with the Fenris from just moments ago. Fenris did not care what they were thinking. Faced with a real opponent like this for the first time, he shifted fully into combat mode the moment his transformation was complete. He swung the thick log in his hands and smashed it hard at Sabretooth. Caught completely off guard, Sabretooth was blasted away by the overwhelming force on the spot. That's it. Fenris weighed the log in his hand, not expecting it to be this easy. But Sabretooth's agility was much higher than Logan's. His huge body twisted through the air with surprising nimbleness, quickly regaining balance before landing steadily on the ground. That's some ridiculous strength. Sabretooth bared his teeth and rubbed at his aching arm. From that single clash alone, he understood clearly that he was no match for Fenris. The moment he saw Fenris charging at him again, he turned and bolted into the woods behind him without the slightest hesitation. Trying to run. Fenris bared his teeth. He had not even finished warming up yet. All the enemies he had run into before had been elite soldiers with little real power to fight back. Now that he had finally found a worthy opponent, how could he possibly let him get away so easily? Every muscle in Fenris's body tightened in an instant. Snow exploded beneath his feet, and in the next moment, he vanished from Logan's sight. This kid. Logan felt his head spinning. With a snick, he retracted his claws, but the image of Fenris baring his teeth, in that grin still refused to leave his mind. He's a mutant too. After a moment of silence, Rogue finally gathered her courage and ran over. Looking at the wrecked ground around them, she covered her mouth in shock. Logan, do you know who that guy who ambushed you was? She asked. How come you couldn't even last 2 moves against him, but after taking just 1 hit from that younger guy, he turned around and ran right away. Logan gave Rogue a speechless look. Not long ago, he had been asking Fenris whether he could fight at all. I don't know the guy who jumped me. Logan found a place to sit down. In the end, he still answered with a trace of helplessness. He just felt kind of familiar somehow. Maybe he's one of your old enemies. Rogue sat down beside him, quietly looking toward the place where Fenris had disappeared. The guy who came to help us, he's really strong. I never would have guessed that someone who looks that calm and quiet would have a power so wild. Logan curled his lip and said nothing. Just as the two fell silent, a violent storm suddenly rose around them without warning. Snow from all over the ground was whipped into the air by fierce winds. The sunlight was blocked out, and visibility dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Another mutant. Strong. Logan shot to his feet, and pulled Rogue behind him. Amid the storm, his ears twitched. In the next second, his claws shot out, pointing toward a certain direction. There's no enemy. Ororo, stop the wind. A surprised male voice called out from not far away. The wind quickly died down. As the snow settled, two figures in leather suits appeared before Logan. Didn't the professor say some of our people were attacked here? Looking at the wary Logan and Rogue, Ororo stepped forward quickly and openly extended a hand. I'm one of the X-Men. We came specifically to bring you back to the school. The professor? The school? Logan frowned instinctively and pulled Rogue half a step back. Years of wandering had made it second nature for him not to trust strangers easily. We've never heard of any of that. And we're definitely not going anywhere with you. Well. Logan's hardline attitude left Ororo at a loss for a moment. Seeing that, Scott stepped forward. Just as he was about to speak, a voice of surprise suddenly came from nearby. Ororo. What are you two doing here? Chapter 12, 1246 words. Fenris. At the sound of that unexpectedly familiar voice, Scott recognized who it was. Remembering Professor X's instructions before they had set out, a subtle smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. You said before that you were heading to New York. It's only been a little while, and somehow you ended up here instead. How have you been lately? Ororo stepped forward and gave Fenris an open, easy hug. Oh, not bad. Fenris's body rapidly returned to normal before their eyes. He casually tossed a blonde giant over 2 meters tall onto the ground. That form of yours is incredibly cool. Ororo stared openly at Fenris's upper body and could not help praising him. If Hank saw you, he'd be jealous out of his mind. Who's Hank? Fenris asked, pretending not to know. He's one of us too. Beast. Scott glanced at the silent Logan, then walked over to Fenris. But because the US government has been pushing the mutant registration bill lately, Hank's been busy setting up a mutant affairs department to avoid the tragedy that would come with mutants being registered and controlled. So you probably won't be seeing him anytime soon. Scott shrugged. I see. Fenris nodded. As he spoke, he tilted his head toward Logan and Rogue. Still, don't you want to take a look at the guy who attacked them? I could have beaten him myself, Logan muttered, though his body very honestly moved closer. I just got jumped, that's all. Do you know him? After looking the unconscious brute over for a moment, Rogue asked quietly. He looks kind of familiar. Logan frowned at the unconscious giant. He had the strong feeling that he knew this man from somewhere, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember. A moment later, Logan looked away with a pained expression. I lost my memories from before. I really can't place him. This man is Sabretooth. He works for Magneto. Aurora walked over from the side. The professor said you were in danger. This must be who he meant. Fenris is the one who saved you. I said it already. I can beat him. Logan still sounded unconvinced. So you came here to take them with you? Fenris glanced at Logan. Yes. Scott nodded. The fact that Magneto sent Sabretooth this time means the lunatic has already set his sights on both of them. There'll be no end to the trouble coming after them in the future. The only place that can guarantee their safety is the school. As he said that, Scott looked toward Rogue again. Even though this was their first meeting, every time he looked at Logan, he felt an inexplicable irritation. Well. Rogue instinctively looked toward Fenris. Even though she had not even known his name earlier, she felt an inexplicable trust toward him. And Fenris had just saved her. They're the X-Men. They're strong, and they protect a group of weaker mutants. After thinking it over, Fenris put in a good word for the two of them. If you can't fight, it's probably better to go with them. He deliberately stressed the words can't fight. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward Logan, seemingly by accident. You said your name was Fenris, right? The veins on Logan's forehead visibly twitched. He strode up in front of Fenris, only to realize the other man was actually a little taller than he was. His momentum faltered on the spot. Fenris ethereal. Fenris remained unmoved and answered with a polite smile. I'll remember that. My name's Logan. After giving a cold snort, Logan turned around, went back to his wrecked pickup, and pulled out a dog tag, which he hung around his neck. Because Scott rubbed him the wrong way on instinct, Logan naturally walked over to stand beside Aurora instead. Seeing that, Rogue hurried after Logan. And just like that, the mission's done. Aurora was all smiles. Thanks to Fenris, everything went smoothly. Take Sabretooth back with you too. After a brief moment of thought, Fenris walked over to Sabretooth, drove a heavy blow into his head, then handed him to Scott. He shouldn't be waking up anytime soon. That single punch made Logan shiver instinctively. So cool, Rogue blurted out in admiration. Scott took the large man and hoisted him over one shoulder with some difficulty. As if asking casually, he looked toward Fenris and said, Fenris, where are you planning to go next? Fenris's gaze flickered. He coughed lightly. I'm just wandering around nearby, I guess. I was stuck in that base for so long I never really got to see the world. Now that I've finally made it to Canada, I want to wander around a bit. See the scenery, try the liquor, stuff like that. Fenris slapped his palm, and decided this was a perfectly reasonable explanation. This kid came from New York State. You said he was originally trying to get back to New York. He probably got blown off course into Alberta by that blizzard a while back. Logan added from the side in a flat voice, before you showed up, he was just about to head back to the States. But he probably couldn't make sense of the complicated maps around here, and took the wrong road again, which is how he ended up here. Oh. Scott cast a meaningful look at Fenris's weather-beaten vehicle parked in the distance. Heh. Aurora burst out laughing on the spot. That was because of the blizzard. Fenris protested weakly. Seeing everyone exchange looks with strange expressions on their faces, Fenris covered his face in grief and indignation, tossed out a muttered, I'm going to change, and hurried off. Logan grinned, happily used his claws to cut a cigar, and took a deep drag. That hits the spot. All right. That's enough. Scott forced his face straight. But before long, as he watched Fenris stroll slowly back over, a smile still crept onto his face. Fenris, why not come back to Westchester with us? No. Fenris instinctively shook his head, and was just about to refuse when Scott cut him off. Based on the information you gave us earlier, the professor had a reactor built at the school. Fenris froze. The reactor chamber was built to the highest possible standard. Aurora rubbed at her face, which had gone stiff from laughing too much, then added, aside from maintenance staff, it'll be for your use only. Hiss dash. Fenris's mouth started curving upward uncontrollably. But since construction takes time. Scott changed tone midway through. Sorry. Fenris's face changed at once. I suddenly remembered I still have some things to do in New York. But the professor also managed to get hold of a pile of nuclear waste and stored it inside a barren mountain just outside the school. Scott finished the rest of his sentence. Before the reactor chamber is finished, you can make do there for a while. Aboard the Blackbird, Fenris stood beneath the boarding ramp and looked at everyone in confusion. Why are you all standing there? You're not taking your car. Scott's eyelid twitched. Just have the client sell it. Hurry up and get on the plane. I can't wait to get back to my alma mater already. Fenris waved a hand. Don't get hung up on little details. Shameless, Logan said. That's called being adaptable, Rogue shot back in dissatisfaction. Heh. Chapter 13. 1,387 words. Welcome back. Aurora flew the jet smoothly. The moment Fenris stepped off the boarding ramp, he saw Professor X already waiting not far away in his wheelchair. A tall woman in a vivid red dress stood quietly behind him. "It's good to see you again, Professor." Fenris gave the professor a slight nod, then glanced at the woman behind him and smiled politely. Jean Grey, the host of the Phoenix Force. As one of the oldest powers in the original universe, the Phoenix Force was the creator and source of psionic power, the embodiment of life and mind itself, wielding power that transcended dimensions and planes. It was something far beyond what Fenris could even begin to brush against right now. "Fenris, I knew you would come. Welcome to the Xavier School family." The professor was so happy at Fenris's arrival that he laughed out loud. He then drew Jean forward and introduced her. "This is Jean Grey, my student and also one of the teachers here. It's very nice to meet you." Jean extended her hand with natural grace. "Ever since the last time he got back, the professor's been bringing you up in front of us all the time." "Hello. I'm Fenris." Fenris lightly shook her fingertips. "Your eyes are beautiful." "Thank you. Professor, there's something I should make clear in advance." Fenris paused, then emphasized, "Because of my particular ability, I probably won't be staying at the school all the time, and I won't be able to serve as an X-Man on permanent standby." "That is only natural." The professor nodded, his voice warm. "This is a school. No one's freedom will be restricted here. Thank you for understanding." Meanwhile, Scott stepped in with a weary look and blocked Logan's burning stare at Jean. "Hey, Mun. She's my girlfriend." "Wow." Logan withdrew his gaze and answered flatly, "Then I really can't praise her taste." "Humph." With a cold snort, Scott hoisted Sabretooth over his shoulder and turned away. "Professor, everyone's back." Coming to a stop in front of Professor X, Scott dropped Sabretooth to the ground with a heavy thud, then rubbed his aching arm. Fenris had made carrying him look easy, but when it was his turn, the man felt unbelievably heavy. Sabretooth, one of Magneto's most capable men. The professor recognized him immediately. "My old friend is clearly preparing to do something big again. Secure him first." Then the professor turned his gaze toward Logan and Rogue nearby. Who was he after this time? "No idea." Scott shook his head helplessly. By the time we got there, Fenris had already knocked Sabretooth out and captured him alive. Thanks to his powerful healing factor and rich combat experience, there were very few X-Men who could drag Sabretooth back alive the way Fenris had. Seeing everyone turn to look at him, Fenris spread his hands. "I didn't expect him to be that easy to beat." "All right. Everyone's worked hard. I'll investigate it myself later." The professor let out a light sigh. "Fenris, the nuclear waste is being stored 10 kilometers north of the school. You can go see it whenever you like." "Oh?" Fenris's eyes lit up instantly. "Do you need a car?" Aurora asked thoughtfully. "No." The moment the words left his mouth, Fenris vanished from the room. The school grounds were simply too large. Fenris could not be bothered taking the long way, so he found a window and jumped straight out from the upper floor. Down below, Professor X nearly laughed out loud at the sight. "Professor, I was just thinking of something pleasant." The professor glanced at Jean and honestly explained what had amused him. "I have a feeling Fenris's arrival may bring a different kind of change to our school. But before you said you couldn't read his thoughts, only hear countless beastly roars with no clear meaning." Jean looked a little hesitant. "The way Fenris grows stronger is too strange. And when it comes to enemies, he shows absolutely no mercy. His methods are extremely ruthless. I'm worried." "Yes. There is a beast hidden inside him." Remembering the shock of their first psychic contact, when waves of roars, fierce, domineering, savage, had surged back at him in retaliation, Professor X still felt lingering unease. "But I trust that child. With enough guidance, his experiences won't turn him into someone as extreme as Eric. I hope you're right. The scent of radiation was simply too irresistible. Following the direction he had been given, Fenris sprinted all the way there, and not long after, a barren mountain that looked entirely unremarkable appeared before him. This is it. Fenris's eyes brightened. Following his own senses, he kept moving deeper, and before long the space opened wide before him. The inside of the mountain had already been hollowed out into a massive cavern. The moment he stepped inside, Fenris felt every cell in his body become unusually active. A familiar warmth began to spread gradually from the outside in. An indescribable sense of comfort flooded through his entire body in an instant. Even after being processed, highly radioactive nuclear waste still released an impressive amount of radiation. It was nowhere near the radiation burst inside the reactor chamber at Alkali Base, but if he could stay in an environment like this for a long time, the improvement to his strength would still be enormous. The professor really is a good man. Fenris even found a small simple room inside. The thoughtful design ensured that even while staying in the room, he could still absorb radiation from every direction. There was also a specially treated high-tech communication device inside, allowing Fenris to stay in contact with the outside world whenever he wanted. This place is perfect. After praising it once, Fenris thought for a moment, then simply took off his coat and transformed back into that monstrous form. Following pure instinct, he found the place where the radiation was strongest and curled himself up there like Godzilla. Feeling the strength of his skin, muscles, and bones steadily increase, the sensation of growing stronger every second was intoxicating. A deep, heavy breathing sound filled the air. In his sleep, the spines along Fenris's back gradually began to glow with a faint blue light. At the same time, the biological reactor inside his body began operating at full power. In his throat, an entirely new organ was slowly taking shape. Unlike Fenris's peaceful comfort, several days later at the school, a group of people stood tensely around Professor X, while Sabretooth, Victor, lay quietly on an operating table, allowing the professor to search through his mind at will. Well? The moment the professor opened his eyes, it was Logan, of all people, usually indifferent to almost everything, who asked first. I saw you in his memories, Logan. The look the professor gave Logan was full of complexity. The twists and hardships of his past were enough to move even Professor X. Me? Logan froze. I know the answer, but I can't just tell you directly. I will give you guidance and help you recover your memories. Perhaps worried Logan might grow anxious, the professor explained carefully. If I tell you outright, then what you gain will only be a stranger's story, not your own past. For you, that might be even crueler. Fine. Logan nodded gloomily. There's something else. I now know what my old friend is planning. The professor's tone shifted as his gaze swept across everyone's faces. His target is not Logan. It's Rogue. He wants to use Rogue's power to turn all the ordinary humans in New York into mutants. But the mutant situation is already hanging by a thread. An extreme act like Eric's will only deepen the misunderstanding and conflict between both sides. So we have to stop him. But Professor, Rogue's been at the school this whole time. How could Magneto possibly? Before Aurora could finish, Scott's communicator suddenly rang. He answered it, and an anxious male voice came through at once. Sir, something's wrong. Someone saw Rogue arguing with me, and now she's already left the school. It was Bobby. His voice was full of panic. But I wasn't even there at the time. I didn't do this. Chapter 14, 1,231 words. It was Mystique. Scott reacted almost instantly. Mystique could transform into anyone she had seen, and could even gain fragments of their recent memories. As Magneto's most trusted right hand, if she had personally moved to force Rogue out of the school, it would have been ridiculously easy. Don't worry, Bobby. We'll bring Rogue back. After ending the transmission, everyone's face had turned grim. Rogue absolutely could not fall into Magneto's hands. New York had a population in the tens of millions. If all of them were turned into mutants, the chaos and unrest that followed would be unimaginable. And what if Magneto's ambition extended beyond just New York City? When that time came, it would still be the weaker mutants who bore humanity's wrath. Professor. I'm going to Cerebro. The professor's gentle voice carried an unusual steadiness, easily calming the anxiety in everyone's hearts. You can find Rogue with that. Inside the enormous circular chamber, Logan curiously looked around at everything. With it, I can see every mutant in the world. The professor settled the helmet onto his head with practiced ease. Including Fenris getting lost in Canada, and you almost getting knocked unconscious by Victor. Logan's mouth twitched. Enough. As Cerebro activated, everything around them gradually dimmed. Soon, one red phantom after another began to appear. The image rapidly zoomed in, and Rogue's figure came into view. She's at the station to the west. The professor removed the helmet. You two go bring her back. I'm going too, Logan said. This time Fenris won't be there to save you. Scott mocked him without mercy. Logan glanced at Jean beside him and spread his hands. Then I won't go. Oh, get over here. Watching the three of them rush out in a hurry, the professor tilted his head slightly. Jean immediately understood, pulled out a small communicator and dialed. Who is it? After a long moment, Fenris's lazy voice came through. How have the past few days been, Fenris? Charles asked pleasantly. A lot more comfortable than driving. Fenris stretched. Would have been even better if I'd heard Jean's voice instead. Ha ha. The professor laughed and Jean took the cue. Fenris, can you come to the school? We've run into some trouble. Rogue got taken by Magneto. Fenris asked it almost casually. Jean stiffened in shock. How do you know that? The information had just been uncovered through Professor X's painstaking telepathic search, and Rogue's departure had only happened a short while ago. How could Fenris, all the way out there, possibly know? Oh, after I caught Sabretooth, I beat him up a little and found out. Fenris chuckled. He was pretty stubborn at first, but after I knocked him out 7 or 8 times, he started talking. Can you come here? Jean asked. We need you right now. Beep, beep. Listening to the dead line, Jean looked utterly bewildered. Professor, Fenris, It's fine. The professor smiled faintly and wheeled himself upstairs to the office. Let's wait for good news from Scott. A short while later, there was a knock at the door, and Fenris strolled into the office at an unhurried pace. Hungry? The professor smiled. Not really. Fenris found a spot and casually sprawled down. You don't need me to help. The 3 of them should be enough. The professor did not appear flustered in the slightest. With Sabretooth already in their custody, Magneto's side had limited manpower. They should not have had too much trouble dealing with it. Piece against piece, general against general. The moment Magneto makes a move, those 3 together still won't be enough. Especially Logan. Fenris did not seem concerned and casually turned on the television in the office. He could not remember the original plot very clearly, but in his memory, Magneto's plans had never successfully worked out even once. Unlike Jean, who was fretting anxiously off to the side, Fenris, who already had a rough idea of the outcome, was far calmer. As America's former gateway for immigrants, Ellis Island is once again becoming the center of world attention thanks to the upcoming United Nations summit to be held there. Senior leaders from various nations will gather there to discuss the economy, technology, and the impact mutants are having on the world. Many lawmakers believe the top priority is reaching a consensus on mutant regulation as soon as possible. The broadcast echoed through the office, making the already restless Jean even more uneasy. Don't be anxious. Trust them. The professor gently comforted her. A conference aimed at mutants. Fenris, on the other hand, found it all fascinating. Isn't that basically telling mutants, come over here and hit me? At that, the professor turned to look at him. So you also think these people are hateful? Hateful? Not really. As long as they don't provoke me in front of me, I don't care. The first half of Fenris's answer made the professor nod gently. But Fenris changed tone. The ones who hurt me before, people like Stryker, that's different. The professor still only nodded calmly and said nothing more. Fenris was a little surprised that the professor did not try to persuade him otherwise. But then, remembering that Charles himself had been the kind of man to throw down without hesitation when he was younger, it suddenly seemed reasonable. Time passed bit by bit as they waited. As the sky gradually darkened, the communicator sitting on the desk finally rang. Jean's face lit up. The device flew through the air and dropped straight into her hand. Professor, we failed. Aurora's dejected voice came through. What happened? What went wrong? Jean asked urgently. You're not hurt, are you? We're not hurt. Scott took the communicator and got straight to the point. We thought that with Sabretooth missing from Magneto's side, dealing with them shouldn't be a problem. But just when we started gaining the upper hand, a red mutant who can teleport instantly suddenly appeared, along with a man who can control hurricanes. Logan found Rogue first, but he had absolutely no ability to resist in front of Magneto. Sigh. A long sigh broke the air, and for a moment, the office fell into silence as well. Professor, do you know those two mutants? Logan asked through the communicator. Being handled so easily by Magneto had clearly dealt him a blow. They're both old friends. I didn't expect them to show up too. There was a trace of remembrance in the professor's eyes. He gave the order without hesitation. Jean, Fenris, come with me to Westchester Station. Professor, looks like someone's infiltrated the school. Fenris's ears twitched, and he suddenly looked at Charles with a strange expression. They're in your cerebro chamber right now. The professor frowned and immediately recognized who it was. I need you to stop her. Jean and I will leave first. Professor, why not just control her directly? With powerful enemies ahead of them, the professor was actually leaving Fenris, one of their strongest fighters, behind at the school. Jean was anxious beyond words and could not understand his decision. Don't ask, Jean. Let's go. The professor let out a helpless sigh. Before leaving, he turned to Fenris and warned him again and again. Do not hurt her. Understood. Fenris grinned. A little sister type. He got it. Chapter 15, 1,366 words. Fenris, you need to get there as fast as you can. They really need your power over there. As he watched the professor and Jean drive away, Jean's voice still echoed in his ears. Fenris chuckled to himself and turned toward the cerebro chamber. Even though Magneto's side had picked up two powerful mutants, Eric was still Charles's old friend and rival of several decades. For all his extremism and fierce devotion to mutant kind, there was no way Magneto would casually let Charles's students get killed. Every clash between the X-Men and the Brotherhood looked fierce on the surface, but once it was over, both sides usually just dusted themselves off and left. Aside from their opposing beliefs, they showed enormous restraint whenever they fought. Otherwise, Scott and the others would never have had the chance to send word back. In Eric's own words, he still wanted to sit down with Charles someday and peacefully drink tea and play chess. And on that point, Professor X understood him perfectly well. Meanwhile, by the time Fenris made his way to the hidden room that housed Cerebro, he happened to find the door already open. A figure was leaning over the circular platform, fiddling with something. The moment she heard his footsteps, the person froze for an instant, then calmly went back to what she was doing as if nothing had happened. Gray? Fenris asked cautiously. What are you doing? Oh, it's you. Jean Grey straightened up and waved him off impatiently. Why are you here? Students aren't allowed in here. Now. Ms. Grey, you really don't recognize me. Fenris remained unmoved and strolled forward at an unhurried pace. You. Before Raven could finish, Fenris's figure blurred and vanished. He was far too fast. Mystique might be a master hand-to-hand fighter, but she had no time to react. In the next instant, a long, well-defined hand had already clamped around her throat. Let me see what Ms. Grey is up to. Fenris smiled as he lifted Mystique into the air. She threw every trick she had at him, but nothing she did could move him in the slightest. A small bottle filled with an unidentified dark green liquid came into view. Grey, you weren't planning to hurt our professor, were you? Fenris held up the bottle and examined it carefully. After a while, when he still couldn't make sense of it, he tucked it away. So you're one of Charles's new students. After struggling for a while, Raven realized Fenris was as immovable as a mountain. She gave up entirely. Her skin rippled, and in moments she reverted to her true appearance. Blue skin lined with scales, vivid red hair, and golden eyes that gave her an eerie beauty. Not exactly a student. Fenris loosened his grip and let Raven go. The professor sent me over, but he told me not to hurt you. And yet you were about to hurt him. Humph. After the display of strength Fenris had just shown, Raven knew escape was impossible. She simply turned her head aside and sealed her lips, refusing to say a word. Whatever. Fenris knew the woman in front of him was basically the professor's little sister. He really couldn't justify beating up the sister of the man whose resources he was using. After thinking it over for a moment, he called Logan. Kid, what is it? Logan sounded irritable. Getting completely outclassed by Magneto had clearly not been easy for him to swallow. How are things on your side? Bad. Rogue got taken. Magneto held a gun to a crowd of civilians and threatened the professor. Charles had no choice but to let them go. Logan briefly explained what had happened. We'll be back soon. Fenris, did you catch the intruder? This time, it was the professor speaking. Yes, I got caught. At the side, Raven snatched the communicator right out of Fenris's hand and answered into it openly, pacing around right in front of him with absolutely no sign of someone trapped in enemy territory. Watching Raven act like she was back in her own home, Fenris could only shrug helplessly. A short while later, everyone returned, though the atmosphere was noticeably heavy. The instant Logan saw Mystique, rage surged through him. He crossed the room in 2 strides, his metal claws snapping out with a sharp sound as he aimed them straight at her throat. You're the one who made Rogue leave the school. Huh? Logan's sudden explosion startled everyone. The professor quickly tried to stop him. Logan. Humph. Logan was already in a foul mood. He let out a cold snort, turned away, and slammed a hand down on the table hard enough to make it boom. Professor, Mystique was about to put this into Cerebro. Fenris chose that moment to take out the small bottle of unknown liquid and toss it to Jean. The professor had mentioned earlier in the office that Jean was the one who maintained Cerebro. This is... Jean frowned. It's something to make Charles get some proper rest for a while. Raven explained it directly. No side effects. Its only purpose is to keep him from interfering with our plan. Plan? The professor froze, then immediately pressed further. Raven, what exactly is Eric trying to do? He's acting recklessly. Do you understand that? Earlier he had learned from Sabretooth that Eric intended to turn all of New York into mutants, but he still did not know the details. Charles, stop clinging to your illusions. If we suddenly had tens of millions more of our own people, wouldn't that be a good thing for us? Raven stared at Charles in disbelief. Our people have been dissected, studied, and forced to live under the cold gaze of others for years. Have you not seen any of that? Raven, all this will do is deepen the hatred the remaining billions of ordinary humans have toward mutants. It will make the conflict even more impossible to reconcile. Being confronted so directly, Charles rarely let his emotions show, but now his voice rose with unmistakable strain. If millions of ordinary people become mutants overnight, how many innocent people will die in the chaos caused by that imbalance of power? Have you even thought about that? So what? Raven shot back without the slightest retreat. Without sacrifice, where does survival space come from? Are we supposed to wait for other people to hand it to us? You. How can you say something like that? Charles had never imagined words that cold would come from the mouth of the sister he had grown up with. For a moment, his throat worked several times, and his chest rose and fell sharply. You're too soft. Just as the two of them seemed on the verge of breaking into another fierce argument, Ororo suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. Professor Senator Kelly, the one Magneto transformed into a mutant. He's dead. His whole body turned to liquid. He died in agony, Ororo added. The image of Kelly's suffering still lingered vividly in her mind. What? The room fell silent. Everyone stared in shock. Even Raven, who had just been speaking with absolute conviction, froze where she stood. So Magneto isn't planning to turn New York into a city of mutants. He's planning to turn it into a city full of dead mutants. Fenris suddenly spoke up from the side. He looked at Raven, who was still stunned. Serious question. Is that what Magneto wants? Raven, this is not a joke. The professor drew in a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. No matter what, those ordinary people are innocent. Tell us when Eric plans to act. As he spoke, his fingers slowly rose toward his temple. I did promise I would not casually invade your mind. But when something this serious is at stake, I cannot let you continue down this path. Raven stood there in a daze, her lips trembling as she avoided Charles's gaze. All right, stop asking. I can probably guess where they are. As the room sank into silence, a voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 16, 1466 words. Fenris. Do you remember there's a United Nations summit tonight? Under everyone's gaze, Fenris spoke rapidly as he laid out his analysis. If nothing unexpected happens, the Mutant Registration Act will be passed at this meeting. So if Magneto is going to make his move at a specific time, it has to be then. And the location? Fenris paused, then said with certainty, Liberty Island. On the Statue of Liberty, not far from Ellis Island. And how are you so sure? Logan demanded. Because if he acts there, the first people to be turned into mutants will be the politicians pushing the mutant registration bill. That's the most direct form of revenge Magneto could take. Fenris answered without hesitation, more importantly, it's high enough and visible enough that everyone will notice it immediately. That fits Magneto's style perfectly. Fenris is exactly right. Hearing that last point, even Professor X could not help nodding. At the side, Raven also shot him a surprised look. She had not expected this new X-Men member to understand Eric so clearly, almost perfectly. Then we. Ororo looked at the others, slightly hesitant. Professor X let his gaze rest on Raven for a moment. After a brief pause, he spoke with firm resolve. Our destination is Liberty Island. We leave now. And get him another set of clothes. The professor pointed at Fenris. With a low mechanical roar, the ground of the school basketball court split open. A massive aircraft slowly rose from below. After hovering for a brief moment, it suddenly accelerated and vanished from sight. Inside the Blackbird, Logan struggled to pull up the zipper on his suit, but the tight fit around his chest clearly annoyed him. I really don't want to go out wearing an ugly leather outfit like this. If you don't like that one, you've also got an even uglier yellow jumpsuit. Hearing Logan's grumbling from the front, Scott fired back immediately. Jean covered her eyes helplessly. You two are still doing this at a time like this. The Blackbird was incredibly fast. Before long, the Washington Bridge came into view. Storm, cover me. I'm going to set us down directly in the water. Scott gave the order. Got it. Moments later, a thick fog rose out of nowhere, blanketing the nearby water completely. The Blackbird swept past the patrol units and headed straight for the rear side of Liberty Island. 1. Scott slowly released the controls. A violent sensation of weightlessness hit them as the jet dropped straight into the water. Nice flying. Logan undid his seatbelt and still found time to throw out a sarcastic comment. Professor, what do we do now? Scott gave a light cough to cover his embarrassment and turned to the professor. I'll take a look first. The professor pressed a finger to his temple. At the same time, on the Statue of Liberty. Eric, I can feel Charles's power. As Magneto watched the fog suddenly rise over the water below, a calm woman's voice sounded behind him. Looks like Raven failed. Magneto let out a long breath, his face unchanged. Emma, Charles is yours. For mutants without mental defenses, Professor X's ability was practically a walking nuclear weapon. He could flip the entire battlefield in an instant. But with the White Queen there to counterbalance him, that was a different story. Of course. Emma smiled gently, her rich, magnetic voice full of charm. In the next instant, an equally powerful psychic force surged out. Not only did it completely block Professor X, it even pushed back against him for a brief moment by striking while he had yet to stabilize his side of the field. The White Queen. She's here too. As one of the very few mutants capable of matching Charles in the mental realm, Charles was intimately familiar with Emma's power as well. We've run into trouble. The professor straightened abruptly in his chair, his brow tightly furrowed. He was clearly taking this seriously now. Magneto needs time to activate the machine, so he probably won't act personally right away. They have 4 combatants in total. Be careful. After that warning, he said nothing more. Within the dangerous psychic battlefield, the 2 telepaths continued to clash without pause. Move out. Scott glanced at the professor and took command. The group disembarked from the jet and headed into the museum, at the base of the Statue of Liberty. Fenris, stay here and protect the professor. Just as Fenris was about to move, Scott reached out and stopped him. They have a mutant who can teleport instantly. The professor can't resist at all right now. He needs someone guarding him. Thinking of Azazel's elusive, impossible-to-track movements, Fenris looked at Professor X, then nodded. Then be careful. There are more of us. We'll be fine. Scott patted Fenris on the shoulder and turned to leave. 3 of the 4 people on that team were basically casters. That really did not inspire confidence. Fenris muttered to himself inwardly. Time passed bit by bit. Inside the Statue of Liberty Museum, Scott and the other 3 advanced carefully deeper inside. As Logan passed through the security scanner, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out, shattering the tense silence. Sorry. Logan clicked his tongue and stabbed the alarm unit apart with one claw. Logan, you. Gra. Before the others could refocus, a sharp shriek suddenly sounded from a corner. A long tongue slick with mucus shot out and wrapped itself precisely around Scott. A huge force yanked him away before he had any chance to react, hurling him into a nearby room. A crimson hand shot out, and the iron door slammed down. In less than 2 seconds, Cyclops had already been locked inside. You bastard! Logan roared, his steel claws snapping out as he charged Toad without hesitation. I'll play with you. Azazel's body dissolved into a cloud of red smoke and instantly appeared in front of Logan. The next moment, the 2 of them vanished from Jean and Aurora's sight. A 4-man team had become a 2-person team in the blink of an eye. Looking at the 2 shapely ex-women left behind, Toad let out a nasty little chuckle. Before Aurora could react, his tongue lashed out and violently sent her flying. Now it's just you. Toad sprang upward and lunged at Jean. But an invisible force suddenly appeared out of nowhere and froze him in midair. Telekinesis. Toad stared at Jean, who was only a short distance away, but no matter what he did, he could not move another inch forward. Tui. Seeing no way to break free, he spat a mouthful of foul-smelling slime right into Jean's face. Jean was hit with a wave of stench and instantly lost her vision. The telekinetic hold trapping Toad failed at once. Heh heh. Against the X-Men, 1 against 3, and he had won cleanly. The sudden explosion cut off Toad's smug laughter. A gale burst into existence out of nowhere and hurled the unprepared Toad straight out through the window. Fortunately, his reactions were not bad. Even in midair, he quickly shot out his tongue and wrapped it around a railing, barely stopping himself. Want to know what grilled frog tastes like? Having just been flung around by that disgusting tongue, Storm was genuinely furious now. She raised a hand, and thunderclouds rapidly gathered overhead. Just as the lightning was about to strike, a whirlwind formed without warning, and was dropped beneath Storm's feet. The wind roared up again, and the unprepared Aurora was blown away for the second time. Riptide. Toad climbed back up with difficulty, still shaken. A man in a perfectly tailored suit stood elegantly in midair, balanced atop a swirling current of wind, smiling cheerfully at him. That's enough. End this quickly. Magneto's voice suddenly rang down from above. Azazel, stop wasting time with that dumb wolf. Go to the Blackbird and bring my old friend here. Understood. Azazel grinned and instantly reappeared high in the air with Wolverine in tow. See you. With that, he released Logan cleanly and without hesitation. Ha! Logan froze for an instant, then realized he was in free fall at terrifying speed. Ah! The intense sensation of weightlessness hit him hard, and his descent only grew faster and faster. Logan twisted his face in fury, struggling to steady his body. As the ground rushed closer, he curled himself into a ball and braced for impact. Just as Logan was about to smash into the ground, the sharp sound of webbing shooting through the air suddenly came from far away, then rushed close. In the next instant, Logan felt his body lighten as a pair of strong hands hauled him upward. Hey, man, you okay? Chapter 17, 1379 words. Inside the Blackbird. Professor X's body was trembling more and more violently. Even his wheelchair had begun to creak softly. But as time passed, his body gradually steadied and his expression eased. It's almost over. Fenris understood at once. The moment Professor X broke through the White Queen's psychic defenses, he would be able to seize control of the battlefield in an instant. Other than Magneto, with his helmet, and the White Queen, with her diamond form, no one on Magneto's side could stop him. Chaotic noise drifted in from outside. At that moment, fierce winds howled around the Statue of Liberty, thunder crashed, and from time to time a thick crimson beam punched straight through the statue. To ordinary people who had no idea what was really happening, the scene was terrifying beyond words. With all that turmoil unfolding, the meeting about to be held on nearby Ellis Island was thrown into chaos as well. The entire venue had descended into confusion. There's a reason ordinary people fear and reject mutants. The destruction these top-tier superhumans can cause is beyond anything normal people can imagine. Fenris could not help sighing. Just then, an almost imperceptible sound suddenly rang out inside the Blackbird. Azazel. The instant a flash of red entered the corner of Fenris's vision, he immediately realized what was happening. Azazel's speed needed no explanation. In the blink of an eye, his hand had already landed on Professor X's shoulder. Not happening. As the two of them were about to dissolve into red smoke, the muscles in Fenris's legs swelled explosively, tearing apart the armored suit around them on the spot. A horrifying burst of strength erupted in an instant. Fenris's body flashed forward, and in the next moment he slammed straight into the smoke. All three men, along with the wheelchair, vanished from the aircraft. When they reappeared, Fenris found himself on top of the Statue of Liberty. Not far away, Scott and Jean Grey were somehow being held back by a single Toad. Toad moved with incredible agility, and he was keeping a careful distance from Jean. Scott's optic blasts had a hard time hitting him, and every time one of them tried to peel off to help Storm, he skillfully cut them off. For a time, the two of them simply could not do a thing to him. Elsewhere inside a raging cyclone, Aurora was desperately fighting a man in a suit for control of the storm. Thunder roared around the outer edges, and the force of the wind was so immense that even the Statue of Liberty had begun to sway faintly. At this point, Storm's mastery over her powers was still somewhat underdeveloped. Faced with a veteran mutant like Riptide, who had been honing his abilities for decades, the two of them had fallen into a deadlock, neither able to gain the upper hand. Let go. Azazel had never expected anyone to react during the tiny opening between his chain teleports, much less force their way along with him. To avoid risking Magneto's machine being damaged, he had not dared teleport directly to the torch. Now Fenris and Azazel stood on opposite sides of Professor X, each staring at the other with wary eyes. Fenris. Fenris heard the professor call his name softly, clearly sensing that something had changed around him. It's fine, Professor. Fenris answered with complete certainty. Hearing that, the professor finally let go of all concern and ignored everything happening outside. Confidence is a good thing, but don't get carried away. Fenris saw Azazel's mouth twist into a crooked grin as his body dissolved into smoke again. But this time, he did not try to take Professor X with him. Fenris raised a hand and casually blocked the punch Azazel threw from behind him. Sensing trouble, Azazel vanished again. Crimson smoke began flashing constantly around Fenris and Professor X. Azazel's blinking grew faster and faster, and every time he appeared, it was accompanied by a vicious attack. Heavy punches and kicks. Even that sharp, sinister tail stinger. But no matter how fast Azazel moved, Fenris blocked every single strike with perfect precision. Professor X sat quietly in his wheelchair as the sounds of bodies colliding rang out beside him again and again, yet he remained unmoving the entire time. Fenris's body had almost become an afterimage itself. When the berserk strength of a Titan was concentrated inside a human body, the burst of speed it could produce was beyond imagination. Fenris was like an impenetrable wall, intercepting the storm of attacks without letting a single one through. After another strike was blocked by Fenris, Azazel reappeared once more, this time already 10 feet away. He was breathing lightly now, and when he looked at Fenris, it was as if he were looking at some kind of monster. He had lived for over 1,000 years, yet he had never encountered a freak like Fenris. To think Charles could teach a student as extraordinary as you. Azazel muttered the words under his breath, the muscles all over his body twitching faintly. In the earlier exchanges, he had teleported away before Fenris's strength could fully detonate each time, shedding most of the impact in the process. But even though he had only been taking a fraction of the force every time, after enough clashes, it was already starting to add up. Fenris said nothing. His gaze kept sweeping across the battlefield. Logan was nowhere to be seen, and everyone else was tied down. If this went on any longer, Magneto's plan might actually succeed. Toad, keep this brat busy for a while. Azazel was also trying to figure out how to break the stalemate. When he noticed that Toad was actually able to maneuver between Cyclops and Jean with ease, he suddenly turned and shouted across the battlefield. Neither Azazel nor Fenris could do anything to the other, but if Toad could tie Fenris down for even a short while, Azazel would be able to wipe out the remaining 3 X-Men with ease. No problem. Leave it to me. Toad froze for a moment in the distance, then instantly understood Azazel's plan. In the next moment, Azazel rushed straight at Professor X without any warning. Fenris moved to intercept him, but Azazel suddenly flashed sideways. His tail lashed out and directly dragged Fenris over to a spot near Toad. The sudden change instantly threw the battlefield into chaos. Scott and Jean's attacks both stalled for a moment. Go protect the professor, now. Fenris reacted instantly and roared at them over his shoulder. I'm your opponent. Toad sprang up violently and lunged straight at Fenris. Roar. The moment Fenris saw that Jean had already used telekinesis to protect the professor, he no longer had anything holding him back. He let out a thunderous roar. His body began swelling rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the humanoid Godzilla, already taller than before, appeared once again. Faced with the incoming Toad, Fenris did not even turn his head. His thick, powerful tail, nearly 9 feet long, whipped around with a shriek through the air and smashed toward him. Tail whip. Godzilla's strongest close-range move. Its power was so overwhelming it could kill a 100-meter titan in a single strike. The instant the tail whip connected, Toad felt an irresistible force flood through his body. The expression on his face froze completely. That single hit instantly sent his body out of control, smashing through the glass and flying out into the open. What? Just a second earlier Azazel had teleported to Aurora's side, ready to break the deadlock between her and Riptide. Then in the very next instant, Toad screamed as he was launched from the statue at high altitude. That useless idiot. He couldn't even take one hit. Azazel was furious. His gaze flicked between the completely defenseless Aurora and the shattered window for only a brief moment, and in the end he chose to go save Toad. After dealing with Toad, Fenris did not stop for even a moment. Bracing himself against the savage wind, he charged straight into the cyclone without hesitation. The cyclone dispersed. Fenris casually flung the unconscious Riptide onto the ground. That's it. Chapter 18, 1222 words. Whew. After that string of high-intensity clashes, Storm was already utterly exhausted. Once she was freed, her eyes quickly returned to normal. Bracing herself with a hand on her knee, she bent over and gulped down breaths. What about the professor? Fenris did not have time to pay attention to Aurora. He turned straight to Jean Grey instead. The professor's fine. Jean nodded. From the moment Fenris was pulled away from the professor's side to the instant Toad was instantly put down, and Azazel retreated, only a few seconds had passed. Under Jean's telekinetic protection, Charles had remained completely unharmed. Fenris, thank God you were here. Since he could not reach his shoulder, Scott settled for forcefully slapping Fenris on the arm instead. Only now did he truly understand the professor's foresight. As long as Fenris was around, building a mere reactor was nothing worth mentioning. Don't celebrate too early. Magneto's still up there. Fenris shook his head. After a brief hesitation, he said, Scott, you all stay here and guard the professor. Scott tensed immediately. You're going up there alone. See that torch? Fenris pointed at the torch held high by the Statue of Liberty. Magneto's machine is probably there. Even if you go up, you won't be able to help much. You're better off staying here and supporting from range. If Magneto knocks me back down, Jean. Fenris looked at Jean Grey. Please catch me. Jean glanced at Fenris's enormous body. She was just about to agree, then could not help looking at him one more time before nodding somewhat reluctantly. I'll do my best. You just need to slow me down a little. Fenris took a deep breath and patted Scott on the shoulder. Azazel will be back soon. I'm leaving that to you. Right. Scott nodded firmly. A thunderous noise rang out. The statue's hard copper shell was crushed under a deep footprint as Fenris launched himself upward with the force of his jump. At the torch. Rogue was locked inside a massive machine, and Magneto had already taken off his gloves and was moving toward her. Rogue's special ability allowed her to temporarily gain Magneto's power to activate the machine, and bear the backlash in his place. That way, Magneto could achieve his goal without paying the full price himself. All he had to give up was a period of weakness and Rogue's life. One Rogue in exchange for millions of mutant brothers and sisters. For Magneto, that was not a difficult choice. Magneto slowly reached out a hand. "I'm sorry, child. Please don't." As Rogue begged again and again, Magneto pressed his hand against her face without the slightest hesitation. Aha! A tremendous power poured into Rogue's body, and under Magneto's control, her hand locked tightly onto the machine. In the next instant, the torch's outer shell exploded apart, and the machine that was about to kill tens of millions of people began spinning at incredible speed. As Rogue screamed in agony, specks of white light began flashing across the machine. Soon, that white light would expand rapidly across the whole of New York City. By the time Fenris leaped up to the torch, all he saw was Magneto lying on the ground with a satisfied look on his face. A perfect combination of speed and strength, though a little ugly to look at. The machine was already running. Magneto looked at Fenris smugly, completely stingy with his praise no longer. "Child, your potential is unfathomable. A pity you're too late. The machine has already started, and it's indestructible." At those words, Fenris whipped his head around. The white light was growing brighter and brighter, and it had already started spreading outward at alarming speed. A strand of Rogue's hair at her forehead was visibly turning white. "Indestructible." Fenris gritted his teeth. "I don't buy it. What are you doing?" Under Magneto's incredulous gaze, Fenris twisted his body, and carrying a terrifying amount of momentum, slammed straight into the machine without hesitation. The steel wheel, weighing several tons, was spinning so fast it was nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye. The force contained within it was enough to pulp any living thing instantly. But after one earth-shaking collision, Fenris actually held it back by force. His claws locked onto the machine, his powerful leg muscles bulging like old tree roots nodding upward. The white light that had been expanding outward at top speed suddenly dimmed a little. The air exploded. A visible shockwave spread outward, staggering Magneto where he stood nearby. Tank that kind of impact head-on, and even Fenris did not come away untouched. He drew in a sharp breath, and a faint blue glow flashed across his eyes. Fenris. Rogue was still enduring agonizing pain, but she had already felt the power draining from her body. In the middle of that despair, she suddenly saw a familiar, savage figure charging straight toward her. A rush of tangled emotions flooded her heart, and tears began pouring down uncontrollably. "Stop. Do you want to destroy the future of mutant kind?" Behind him, Magneto was furious and alarmed. He had never expected Fenris to actually possess the strength to halt the machine. Weakness washed through him, but he still forced a sweep of his arm. Several huge shards of steel rose into the air, and shot straight at Fenris like blades. Tzzzzt. Just as Fenris was about to tank the attack head-on, two thick optic beams suddenly shot up from below, and blasted the steel fragments away with perfect accuracy. "Scott, nice shot." Fenris roared and heaved with all his strength. Two completely opposing forces collided, and the supposedly indestructible machine was instantly torn apart. With a deafening explosion, the white light sweeping across the night sky collapsed inward all at once and darkness returned. "It's over." Fenris let out a long breath and stepped forward, slashing his claws through Rogue's restraints with ease. By then Rogue was already severely drained. She was just about to collapse, so Fenris simply hoisted her onto his shoulder. "Thank you, Fenris, thank you." Rogue lay limply across his shoulder, her arms hanging down. When her hand accidentally brushed against Fenris for an instant, she jolted in shock and hurriedly pulled it back. Fenris turned his head. "What's wrong? It doesn't affect you." Rogue's eyes widened in disbelief. "Heh." Fenris only let out a soft chuckle and said nothing. An ant trying to shake an elephant. That was never going to happen. The essence of a Titan's life was incomparably higher than a human's, and with the Titan encyclopedia on top of that, Fenris, while nowhere near as vast or overwhelming as the real Godzilla, was still far beyond anything Rogue could absorb. "You've gotten even bigger than last time." Rogue spoke softly. She quietly stared at her own hands, unable to hide the delight in her eyes. Fenris walked over to Magneto and looked down at the old man lying there weak and helpless. Then he strode forward abruptly. "Old man, you've got no taste at all. What's ugly about these muscles?" Fenris still looked fairly ferocious in this form. Seeing that he had actually startled Magneto, Fenris grinned, reached down, and snatched off his helmet, spinning it on one fingertip. "Mine now." Chapter 19, 1427 words. "You." Magneto ground his teeth. "All right, Fenris, bring Eric down." The professor's tired voice came through the earpiece. "Got it." Fenris hoisted Magneto up as well, then pushed lightly off the ground and landed neatly in front of the rest of the X-Men. By now, Professor X's head was covered in sweat. His smooth bald scalp was reflecting the light so brightly that it somehow looked a shade brighter than everything around it. The White Queen's power was indeed inferior to his, but defeating her had been no easy task either. Especially since Emma was not stupid enough to meet him head-on. She had simply chosen to entangle him and drag things out. After a whole night of that, even the professor was exhausted. If Emma had not realized the tide had already turned and chosen to withdraw on her own, there was no telling how much longer that battle might have lasted. Fenris swept his gaze across the area. Every mutant on Magneto's side had already been captured. Riptide and Toad had been tied up in positions so awkward they were almost painful to look at. Azazel stood there with a blank expression on his face, clearly trapped by the professor's power. The White Queen, Emma, was far more graceful. She stood off to one side with complete poise, as if she were the real X-Man here. "Hello there." When she noticed Fenris looking her way, Emma smiled. Her eyes locked onto his, and an invisible ripple spread out as she tried to see exactly what kind of person this young man was, the one who had turned the whole battle around almost by himself. Ah! As if she had seen something horrific, Emma suddenly let out a scream. Her head snapped violently backward as though it had been struck by a hammer. "If you shouldn't be looking, then don't look." Fenris let out a scornful chuckle. Did she really think he had taken Magneto's helmet just to play with it? "Professor." Fenris gently set Magneto and Rogue down on the ground. "Fenris, we owe today to you." Professor X sighed with feeling. If it had been anyone else, Azazel would have succeeded a long time ago. After saying that, Charles turned to his old friend and said angrily, "Eric, you almost ruined everything. Charles, it was you and your students who destroyed the future of mutant kind." Eric showed no concern at all for the disadvantage he was in. Pointing furiously at the brightly lit scene on Ellis Island in the distance, he demanded, "Do you know what they're doing over there? They're preparing to pass the Mutant Registration Act. You want our people to be exposed before the entire world and forced to endure those looks of discrimination and rejection." Charles shook his head. "Eric, that is not an excuse for killing tens of millions of ordinary people in New York." The two of them had fought for decades, and neither had ever managed to convince the other. At this moment, Charles had no desire to debate Eric. "Killing ordinary people? What do you mean?" Eric froze. "The Senator Kelly you turned into a mutant is already dead." Charles let out a sigh. "Your machine is unstable. It would have killed tens of millions. Stop this, Eric. After tonight, everyone will know the Liberty Island incident was your doing. Out of fear, they'll reconsider the Registration Act. Hank is preparing to establish a Department of Mutant Affairs. Jean has been lobbying the council non-stop to get the Registration Act repealed. We are all protecting our fellow mutants in our own way. If the day really comes when there is no other choice, I will stand with you." Looking into his old friend's sincere eyes, Eric opened his mouth, but in the end he said nothing. "We're leaving." After another long silence, Magneto slowly rose to his feet and beckoned to Azazel, who had already been released from Professor X's control. "Hey, kid." Before leaving, Magneto turned his gaze to Fenris, who had already gone back to normal, and was now toying with the helmet that could block psychic power. Fenris looked up. What is it? He did not feel much hostility toward this old man, who had spent his entire life fighting for mutants. Kid, do you want to join us? I heard you suffered terribly in that mutant research facility too. Do you want to fight alongside me, alongside the Brotherhood, to protect mutant interests? The moment Magneto said it, Fenris had not even had time to answer before the professor beat him to it. Eric, that is beneath you. Oh, my old friend, language like that really doesn't suit a man of your stature. Magneto smiled. In the next moment, he and his people dissolved into red smoke and vanished before everyone's eyes. It's finally over. With Magneto gone, everyone's taut nerves suddenly relaxed. After a whole night of hard fighting, all of them were utterly spent. You all did well. Professor X wiped away some sweat and praised them softly. But in the end, we got through it without disaster and saved tens of millions of innocent lives in New York. I really didn't expect Magneto to have so many powerful people under him. Storm sighed. That Riptide could only manipulate cyclones, but the way he used his power was incredible. If Fenris hadn't charged into the wind and knocked him out, I probably would have lost very soon. But that Toad guy was seriously disgusting. The moment Jean remembered taking a full blast of Toad slime to the face, her stomach started turning all over again. Fenris and Scott exchanged a smile. They had helped each other more than once in that fight. The two bumped fists and nothing more needed to be said. Nearby, Rogue remained silent. She just quietly looked at Fenris in his tattered state. Several times, she started to reach out, but each time she gently drew her hand back again. You do not need to doubt yourselves. Azazel and Riptide are both old veterans who have been fighting for many years. Their combat experience is immense, and all of you are still growing. Professor X said, let's head back. We caused far too much commotion here, and Ellis Island's security was endangered. People will be coming to investigate very soon. Okay. Inside the Blackbird, Fenris took a new outer layer, pulled it on, and dropped comfortably back into his seat. Back to the mansion. Ororo shouted happily. Jean suddenly frowned. Did we forget something? I don't think so. Scott froze for a second, then swept his eyes over everyone inside the jet. There were 6 people when we came, and there are still 6 people now. Looks right to me. Ha ha. Professor X let out a quiet laugh from the side. Let's go, let's go. Scott hurriedly urged. With the low hum of its engines, the Blackbird quietly rose into the air. Hidden by the dense fog, it swept past the Brooklyn Bridge and startled a flock of white doves into flight. The doves drifted down onto the rooftop of a building in Manhattan. Liberty Island is just ahead. I really appreciate you bringing me over. On the rooftop, Logan scratched his head a little awkwardly and spoke to the figure beside him. No problem, man, but you don't even look that very, very fat, so how are you this heavy? A tall, skinny figure in red and blue kitty pajamas, with a ridiculous pair of sunglasses set over his red mask, shook out his arm while continuing to complain. You're not that big green guy from the news a while back, are you? The one who escaped from the Corvo University lab. Sorry, man, I know you're definitely not that big green guy, but your weight made me think of him immediately. Right away. Instantly. I seriously think you need a diet plan. Why aren't you saying anything? This is the part where you tell me you actually do have a diet plan. I haven't been swinging around saving people for that long, and I haven't rescued that many people yet, but carrying you was way harder than carrying the eggs my uncle asked me to buy this morning. Oh God, I forgot to buy the eggs. The red and blue figure was chattering away non-stop when he suddenly heard a sharp snick. His eyes widened under the mask. Look at that. Oh my God, you've got 2 metal claws. That is so cool. Chapter 20, 1392 words. Say one more word, and I'll shove these claws straight up your ass. Logan had reached the end of his patience and snarled out the threat viciously. Oh. Peter Parker raised a finger to his lips and mimed zipping them shut, showing that he would keep quiet. Logan dug at his ear, then turned his gaze back toward the Statue of Liberty in the distance. The towering monument was now riddled with damage. The torch that had once been held high in its right hand was already gone. Several helicopters were circling over Liberty Island, while large numbers of heavily armed soldiers had already sealed off the entire area. Still too late. Logan let out a sigh. But since New York still looked calm and peaceful, that meant the X-Men had successfully stopped Magneto's scheme. I need to go. Logan looked back at Peter Parker. My friends are probably already waiting for me. Your friends? Peter Parker sprang up onto a rooftop billboard in a flash and peered out toward the East River. Where are your friends? What the hell are you talking about? Logan snorted dismissively and turned to look. In the distance, the fog storm had long since cleared. The broad river showed no trace whatsoever of the Blackbird. The expression on Logan's face instantly froze. No way. The next day, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Morning, Fenris. Morning, Ryan. As Fenris wandered down from his cabin in the hills toward the school, he happened to see a group of half-grown kids crammed together on the couch watching TV. Ryan, the porcupine-like kid, had spikes protruding from his back, and somehow there were fruit and snacks skewered on them. The moment he saw Fenris, a bright grin spread across Ryan's face. Fenris, want an apple? Sure. Toss me one. Fenris nodded. In the next instant, a spike with an apple stuck on it shot toward him at incredible speed. Whoa! Fenris jumped slightly but caught the apple neatly. As expected of Fenris. Ryan grinned smugly. Oh, Fenris. As the two joked around, Storm stepped out from the side and greeted him with a smile. Why aren't you resting longer today? Just came out to get some air. Fenris found a place to sit down. Where's Scott? Haven't seen him around. After the professor found Logan through Cerebro, Scott went out to pick him up. Aurora shrugged. But for some reason, neither of them is back yet. Fenris's expression turned a little strange. You don't think they started fighting on the way back, do you? Entirely possible. Aurora nodded in full agreement. Wow, teacher, is that you? In the middle of their conversation, the children suddenly cried out in amazement. Aurora followed their gaze toward the TV. The news was currently showing footage from the Liberty Island incident the night before. In the shaky footage, a towering cyclone that seemed to connect heaven and earth was raging beside the Statue of Liberty. Nearby trees twisted and bent in the howling winds, almost on the verge of being ripped out by the roots. Two figures could be seen flickering in and out within the storm. The scene looked almost like gods descending, and the children immediately burst into excited exclamations. Ha ha. Aurora smiled, but her gaze slid over to Fenris at her side. The image of him crashing through that storm like a divine weapon, and taking down Riptide, was still vivid in her mind. Last night, a powerful white light suddenly appeared over the Statue of Liberty on Liberty Island for unknown reasons, but it vanished soon afterward. A reporter's voice came through the television. Video footage also shows that the area was struck by violent storm activity earlier, and there are traces of laser weapons from an unknown source being fired, seriously disrupting the United Nations summit on Ellis Island. According to unverified reports, this anomaly was the result of a planned action by the mutant leader Magneto. The primary purpose appears to have been intimidation, aimed at stopping the mutant legislation from passing. However, a mysterious force intervened and thwarted Magneto's plan, preserving the safety of New York City. Coincidentally, early this morning, discussion of the Mutant Registration Act was postponed once again. Jean Grey appeared before the council and emphasized that mutants are born from ordinary people, and can also live in harmony with ordinary people. She also stated that the establishment of a Department of Mutant Affairs is an urgent priority. One blurry photo after another appeared on the screen. In one of them, Fenris could vaguely make out the thick red optic beam Scott had fired, along with the unclear silhouette of a huge figure. What a mess. Fenris could not help sighing. Ororo gave a helpless shrug. If not for Magneto, we wouldn't have had to do any of this. No, you're wrong. Fenris turned his head and corrected her. Mutants can't be without the Professor, and they can't be without Magneto either. Only when both of them exist at the same time, does the mutant situation avoid becoming even worse. Isn't it already bad enough? Ororo shot back. Her question made Fenris pause. He suddenly thought of the two futures mutants could end up facing. In the first, humanity developed sentinels and drove all mutants completely into extinction-level despair. Later on, even ordinary people who carried the X gene without having awakened, along with ordinary people who had once helped mutants, were slaughtered by the sentinels. In the second, humanity developed genetically modified food that gradually stripped awakened mutants of their powers and prevented those who had not yet awakened from ever awakening at all, directly leading to the extinction of mutant kind. Either of those futures was 100 times worse than the present, because at least right now mutants still had the right to speak. Who knows? Fenris shrugged. What do you think, Fenris? A gentle male voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Professor, compared to all that, what I actually care about is when my reactor is finally going to be finished. Fenris casually flicked the apple core in his hand, and it sailed neatly into a nearby trash can. As a mutant yourself, do you really not care at all about what those people are saying? Professor X pointed toward the television, where another anti-mutant protest was being shown in New York. This is a fight for survival. Shouting alone won't solve anything. Fenris spoke dismissively. Besides, if you really wanted to, none of this would even count as a problem. As one of the strongest telepaths in the world, Professor X's power was actually terrifying beyond measure. War or peace, survival or destruction, all of it could hinge on a single thought from him. If he truly wanted to, he could reshape the entire world as he pleased, and only a tiny handful of people would ever realize it had happened. Fenris's words plunged Professor X straight into silence. He really was a man of deep principles. Those principles had made him who he was, but they also bound him. All right, I'm heading back. Fenris patted off his clothes and got to his feet. Next time you get lost, walk your own way home. The moment Fenris stepped out the door, he saw Scott limping back from the distance with a grimace, his face bruised black and blue in several places. Logan followed behind him without saying a word. What happened? You two get in a fight? Fenris stopped Scott and asked quietly. Who else could it be but Logan? I went out of my way to pick him up, and he turned around and punched me, saying I left him behind on purpose. Scott looked indignant. Azazel teleported him who knows how far away. Without the Professor's cerebro, how were we supposed to know where he ended up? Hey! Logan scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Fenris froze for a moment, just about to speak, when a sudden disturbance came from the long-silent Titan encyclopedia. A strange sensation extended from it at once, pointing directly at Logan. This is... Fenris's breathing caught, and he forgot the words that had already reached his lips. The Titan encyclopedia appeared before his eyes, and his thoughts lightly turned its pages. The second page had now quietly opened a crack. Chapter 21, 1,359 words. Can't it be opened all the way? A flicker of disappointment passed through Fenris's eyes, only to be completely drowned out by a sudden rush of delight. He had still been worrying about how he was supposed to unlock a new Titan. Instead, just as the saying went, what he had searched for everywhere had practically delivered itself right to his doorstep. Only a few days had passed, and a brand new lead was already right in front of him. A new Titan. Fenris rubbed his hands together excitedly. In terms of raw combat power alone, Godzilla, the king of the monsters, already stood at the very top among all titans. And the fact that he could keep absorbing radiation and evolving gave Fenris nearly limitless potential. But setting combat strength aside, every titan possessed its own unique abilities. That meant that in the future, Fenris could command an ever-growing array of methods rather than being limited to close-quarters brawling. "Fenris, what's wrong with you?" Because the way Fenris was looking at him had suddenly become intensely heated, Logan frowned in confusion and instinctively took half a step back. "Don't move," Fenris suddenly shouted. Following the reaction coming from the Titan Encyclopedia, his gaze swept over Logan again and again. The abrupt outburst drew everyone else's attention as well, and they all turned to look. A moment later, Fenris's eyes lit up. He had finally found the source of the disturbance. He reached out and gave Logan a light tug, and an extremely fine strand of web immediately came away in his hand. "You made all that fuss over this?" Logan clicked his tongue helplessly and turned to leave. "This suit's too damn tight. I'm going to change." "Fine. Come back as soon as you're done. I've got something to ask you." As he spoke, Fenris sat back down on the couch and carefully studied the web in his hand. Webbing. He searched through his memory for a titan beast that matched. "I don't think there's a spider-shaped titan, but there is one that looks kind of like a spider. Scylla. A titan with 6 long legs and a head resembling an octopus, named after the sea monster from Greek myth, with the power to freeze all things. But if it's related to spinning silk..." Fenris's thoughts shifted, and another powerful titan rose to the forefront of his mind. The Queen of the Monsters. A titan that lived in symbiosis with Godzilla. One that could help Godzilla enter his burning state, while also possessing the power of endless rebirth. A being that was virtually immortal. If it's Mothra, then her god rays are no joke either. Fenris waited silently in his heart. And if she can keep evolving like Godzilla, maybe one day she could develop an even stronger lightspeed form, or even an eternal form. Whether it was Scylla or Mothra, either one would be an enormous help to him at this stage. At that thought, Fenris's eyes burned with excitement. While he was still thinking, Logan came downstairs. He shot Scott, who was lying in Jean Grey's lap while she applied medicine to him, an annoyed glance before striding over and dropping onto the seat beside Fenris. "Logan, can I ask where Azazel sent you yesterday?" The instant Logan's rear touched the couch, Fenris impatiently fired off the question. "The sky," Logan answered with brutal brevity. Fenris didn't mind. He pressed on at once. "The sky where?" "No idea." Logan shook his head honestly. "I almost smashed straight into the ground. Some guy wearing baby pajamas, plus a mask and sunglasses, saved me." "Baby pajamas?" Fenris's heart stirred, and a certain person immediately came to mind. He could shoot extremely tough webbing from his wrists. He used it to swing between buildings, and he was fast as hell. Logan thought for a moment, then added, "After he saved me, he sent me to Manhattan. But by the time I got there, your fight was already over." So it really was Peter Parker. Fenris instantly understood. "Professor, could I ask you to help me find someone?" Since unlocking a new titan was at stake, Fenris took it incredibly seriously, and immediately turned to the professor. "You want to find the person who saved Logan?" The professor understood at once. "But without any clues, that kind of search is very slow." "You can read my memory," Logan said. He had left in too much of a hurry back then, so he wanted a chance to thank the kid properly in person. "Come with me." Professor X beckoned to Fenris and Logan, then turned to Aurora. "Take the children to class first." "All right." Aurora nodded. Inside Cerebro, after reading Logan's memory, Professor X lifted his hand from Logan's head, and turned to put on the helmet. With a faint hum, the lights around them quickly dimmed, and red and white figures began flashing past before Fenris's eyes. "The red ones are mutants. The white ones are ordinary people," the professor explained softly. The next moment, the two colors of light began flashing rapidly. The image zoomed in fast, and before long, a small but especially cozy two-story house appeared. 3 white figures were sitting around a dining table eating breakfast. He's not even a mutant. Logan raised his brows in surprise. Lucky kid. Burp. Aunt May, I'm full. A tall, lean, handsome young man sprang to his feet from the table, wiped his mouth, and bolted outside like the wind. Don't forget to pick me after school today. I remember. After shouting back, the young man sped off on his skateboard. He's actually a high school student. Feigning surprise, Fenris turned and looked at Logan with a half-smile. Some people have lived for hundreds of years, and one day they end up getting saved by a high schooler. That's enough. Logan ground his teeth. After finding the person, Professor X gently removed the helmet and warned them, that child's name is Peter Parker. He lives in Queens, New York, and he's a student at Midtown High. He's about to graduate. He's still just a child, yet he chose to put on a mask and uphold justice, punishing evil and helping others. That means there's great love in his heart. So when you go to find him, don't bring trouble to his door, and absolutely do not expose his identity. Faced with the professor's repeated warning, Fenris nodded with complete seriousness. He was looking for Peter because of a lead on a new Titan. There was no way he would do anything that stupid. Professor, if anything comes up, you can contact me through Logan anytime. All right. The professor smiled and nodded. Let's go. Fenris dragged Logan away, even though he had only just come back and barely had time to sit down. After casually borrowing a car from Scott's garage, they headed straight back to New York. Queens, outside Midtown High. Logan stared at the school's tall fence and frowned. Do we just go inside and find him? We could wait outside too. Fenris shrugged, looking completely unconcerned. But don't you want to go in and take a look? You've got a point. With a sharp snick, Logan's claws slid out, and he raised a hand to cut through the fence. What a brute. Fenris rolled his eyes speechlessly, then pressed lightly with his feet, and simply hauled Logan up and over the nearly 3-meter fence. Ahem. Logan retracted his claws with a completely natural expression. With his sharpened senses, Fenris led Logan all the way to the sports field. The two of them slipped inside with ease and found seats in the stands. Flash, you knocked over the paint bucket on purpose, didn't you? Hey, Parker, give me back the ball. After enjoying the campus atmosphere for a moment, an argument suddenly broke out not long after. Fenris glanced over and saw Peter Parker holding a basketball in one hand, calmly looking at another tall, broad-shouldered boy in the distance. Come on, Flash. If you've got the guts, come take it yourself. Chapter 22, 1,325 words. Youth really is nice. Watching Peter toy with the school bully on the court using his powers, then charge forward and shatter the backboard with a vicious dunk that sent the crowd into a frenzy, Fenris reached over and poked the drowsy Logan beside him, unable to help sighing in admiration. I really don't get what's so fun about a bunch of people fighting over one ball. Logan let one eyelid droop, resting his chin on his hand in utter boredom. Fenris looked at him with open disdain. What an antique. On the basketball court. The instant the backboard shattered, and hearing the gasp of the whole gym rising for him alone, Peter slowly lifted his head, his smile spreading across his face before he could stop it. He casually tossed aside the rim, and let his gaze sweep across the crowd. Then suddenly, a figure in the stands came into view. A stranger, yet somehow familiar. The upward curve of his lips stiffened and dropped at once. How did he find me? No, wait. How does he know it was me? Seeing Logan actually track him all the way to school, Peter felt not the slightest hint of joy. What filled him instead was raw fear that his identity had been exposed. Hi. Logan forced a friendly smile and waved at Peter Parker. I covered my tracks perfectly. It has to be a coincidence. It has to be. But Peter's eyes were full of alarm. And when his gaze shifted to Fenris beside Logan, a sense of danger unlike anything he had ever felt exploded in his chest. The instant his eyes met Fenris's, an icy chill shot up from his spine to the top of his skull, while his spider sense screamed a frantic warning. Even facing several black gun barrels hadn't ever given him such an intense feeling of danger. Just go. Peter Parker swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down. He casually tossed the ball back to Flash, then hurried out of the gym while pretending to stay composed. You scared him. Watching Peter flee in a near panic, Logan shot Fenris a speechless look. To people with sharp enough senses, the aura around Fenris was deeply intimidating. Even Logan himself had been startled the first time they met. Him. Fenris shrugged and left the gym first, strolling after Peter at an unhurried pace. Because he had smashed the backboard, Uncle Ben had been called to the school by a teacher. Fenris and Logan silently watched as Peter got scolded by his uncle, then chatted for a while with a pretty blonde girl before finally leaving school on his skateboard. Wow, so there's a girl he likes too. Fenris watched the whole thing with a sigh. When I was his age. When you were his age, you were still living in a tiny little cell, spending every day with a little hedgehog guy who liked sticking snacks on his own spines. Logan somehow produced a cigar from nowhere, lit it, and mocked him mercilessly. I've already figured out your background these past few days, kid. Cool. Fenris's expression stiffened for a moment, and he smoothly changed the subject. Didn't you notice he seemed nervous? If two weirdos were staring at you while you talked to the girl you liked, you'd be nervous too. Logan went all in. You don't actually think our tailing skills are that good, do you? Fenris suddenly understood a little better why Scott found Logan so irritating. After a stretch of silence, the two of them watched Peter walk into a rundown factory. Fenris and Logan exchanged a look and followed without hesitation. Rounding a corner, they found an empty factory floor before them. Peter Parker, however, was nowhere to be seen. Where'd he go? Logan's nose twitched. But the heavy smell of metal and machine oil completely masked Peter's trail. Peter Parker, we're not here to cause trouble. Following the reaction from the Titan Encyclopedia, Fenris turned and looked unerringly toward Peter's hiding place. Who exactly are you people? Seeing there was no point in hiding anymore, Peter finally stepped out of the shadows. Even so, his entire body remained tense and guarded. I don't know you. It's me, Pajama Boy. Logan hurried forward a step. You saved me last night and took me to Manhattan. Remember? I never saved you. You've got the wrong person. Peter Parker's eyes drifted, intentional or not, toward Logan's hands. He had never saved people because he wanted repayment or gratitude. More importantly, Logan and Fenris clearly weren't ordinary people. Getting close to them as Peter Parker would only bring endless trouble into his life. Seeing Logan about to say more, Fenris suddenly reached out and stopped him. We were being presumptuous. Fenris glanced at Peter, then flicked his hand. A thin card flew neatly into Peter's grasp. If you ever run into trouble, you can come find us. Logan. Let's go. With that, the two of them turned and left cleanly. Peter leaned out from behind cover, checking several times to make sure they really were gone before finally letting out a sigh of relief. He could tell neither of them meant him any harm. They probably really had just wanted to thank him. But for safety's sake, when he wasn't wearing the mask, people like that were best avoided whenever possible. Besides, what kind of trouble could I even run into? Peter opened the card dismissively. Neurosurgery. Peter's mouth twitched. He flipped the card over, and a handwritten number came into view. What a pair of weirdos. After a moment's thought, he stuffed the card into his bag and headed for Oscorp. Connors had invited him to visit the lab today. He had already been delayed for a while, so at this rate he might end up late. In the distance, Logan slapped Fenris's hand away, and looked at him in confusion. "Fenris, why did we just leave like that?" Fenris shot back with a question of his own. "Why were you looking for him in the first place?" "To thank him." "And did you thank him?" Logan froze for a second. "Yeah." "Then there you go." Fenris spread his hands. "Our gratitude got across. He doesn't want to admit anything, so why keep pushing it?" "Fair enough." Remembering the professor's warning not to bring Peter any trouble before they left, Logan stopped overthinking it. "Then are we heading back to the school now?" "No." Fenris shook his head. "I still have something to do." From that brief contact just now, he had already figured out the exact source of the reaction: Peter Parker's wrists, the place where Spider-Man shot his webbing from. If he had still been a little unsure before about which Titan he was about to unlock, now he was almost 90% certain. The next Titan was going to be the queen of the monsters, Mothra. This Titan was powerful, with an absurdly high upper limit. The kind of support she could bring Fenris was nearly impossible to measure. If she kept growing, she might not fall far behind Godzilla in all his various forms. And with the power of immortality on top of that, she would also let Fenris establish himself more securely in this dangerous world. "You're going back to find the kid again?" Logan remembered the near-fanatical look in Fenris's eyes when he had plucked that strand of webbing off him. "I'm going to save someone." "Save someone?" Logan blinked, realizing he was having trouble keeping up with Fenris's train of thought. Ahem. Cough. Mid-sentence, Fenris suddenly began coughing violently. "What's wrong with you?" Logan was startled. Everyone had seen Fenris's physical condition. Was he seriously getting sick? "Maybe I haven't been drinking enough water. Lately it keeps feeling like my throat's on fire." A strange look flickered in Fenris's eyes. Chapter 23, 1226 words. Night fell. Queens at Night was nowhere near as chaotic as the Hell's Kitchen next door, but now and then, from some secluded alley off the street, bursts of wailing and excited shouting could still be heard. Sounds that ordinary people would barely notice rang especially clearly in Peter Parker's ears. But right now, he had no mind to spare for that kind of petty street filth. That afternoon, after Peter handed his father's decay rate algorithm to Dr. Connors, the two of them successfully verified it through Oscorp's Biosimulation Supercomputing Center, allowing a three-legged lab mouse to regrow a new limb. The success left Peter ecstatic. But when he happily rode his skateboard back home, he found Uncle Ben sitting outside, staring at him with a grim expression. "Peter, did you forget something?" "What?" Peter froze. "You let my wife, your Aunt May, walk 12 blocks alone in the middle of the night, then stand by herself in an empty subway station waiting. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is?" Seeing Peter's blank face, Ben Parker only grew angrier. "And all of that happened because you forgot to pick her up. Look, I'm sorry, but... So the reason we've been crouching on this rooftop in the middle of the night like idiots is to watch a family drama starring a moody teenager." Not far away, Logan looked over at Fenris with total disbelief as Fenris watched the argument between uncle and nephew with obvious enjoyment. "I told you already, you could have gone back to the school. You're the one who insisted on staying to watch the show." Fenris shot Logan a glance and was just about to speak when he saw Peter slam the door and storm off. His spirits immediately lifted. Not long after, Ben Parker jogged after him as well, leaving only Aunt May standing before the shattered glass door, her eyes full of worry. "Let's go." Fenris quickly got to his feet and followed after Uncle Ben. After going some distance, Peter lightly jumped onto a street lamp hidden in the dark and quietly watched as Uncle Ben, anxiously calling out for him, passed beneath and continued on. "Oh, this kid is a disaster," Logan muttered in amazement. He had no memory at all of what he had been like as a teenager, so seeing this scene now only felt strangely novel to him. Meanwhile, Peter trudged dejectedly into a convenience store and casually picked up a bottle of milk to pay for, only to discover while checking his clothes that he was still a little short on cash. "What, your daddy didn't give you enough money for milk today?" The overweight clerk mocked Peter mercilessly as he awkwardly dug for change. "It's just 1 cent. Already in a lousy mood, Peter only felt worse. Just as Peter was about to push the door open and leave, the masked man, who had been standing behind him, suddenly shoved over a row of shelves right in front of the clerk, then took advantage of the distraction to empty the cash from the register. When the man saw Peter looking at him, he casually tossed him the bottle of milk and turned to run. "Put that money down. Will somebody stop that man?" The fat clerk only managed a couple of steps before he was already wheezing. He turned pleading eyes toward Peter, his face full of desperation. "Kid, help me. What does that have to do with me?" Peter let out a cold laugh. He had no goodwill at all toward a clerk with such a foul mouth. He silently watched the robber run farther and farther away. A moment later, just as the man was about to disappear into a patch of shadow, the familiar figure of Uncle Ben stepped into his path. The instant Peter saw that, his whole body jolted. The robber's foot slipped, and he fell straight to the ground in front of Ben Parker. A handgun, the safety already off, suddenly slid out from inside his clothes. "Stop that man!" The clerk's ragged shout came from nearby. Ben Parker's ears twitched, and without hesitation he lunged for the gun. "Uncle Ben!" The robber was clearly faster than the aging Ben Parker. He snatched up the gun first, and in his panic, the muzzle turned toward Ben before he even realized it. In the distance, the moment Peter Parker saw the robber raise the gun, every hair on his body stood on end. He shot up his hands, and 2 strands of web blasted from his wrists, yanking him toward Ben Parker at terrifying speed. 3 deafening gunshots rang out in rapid succession, and a cry of pain instantly followed. "No!" Peter Parker's eyes nearly split open with rage. He wished he could move faster. But in the next instant, his vision blurred. Somehow, a tall, powerfully built figure had appeared in front of Ben Parker, shielding him completely. "You piece of trash!" Logan bared his teeth in a grin. His 2 adamantium claws shot out and cleanly deflected all 3 bullets. For someone like Logan, hardened by countless battles, bullets fired by an ordinary person were laughably easy to read. Blocking them took no effort at all. The robber stared in shock. He couldn't comprehend how the frail old man in front of him had, in the blink of an eye, turned into such a ferocious brute. "Die!" Logan growled low, raising his claws high before slashing down. An arm suddenly shot out from the side and firmly blocked Logan's strike. "What are you doing?" Logan frowned. "Didn't we spend the whole damn night waiting just to kill this scumbag?" "This guy can die anytime," Fenris said. "Just not right now." He tilted his head, indicating Ben Parker behind Logan. Ben had already fainted from the shock. "If he dies by your hand right now, the Parker family will end up with a lot of unnecessary trouble. We can deal with him some other time." "Humph." Logan thought it over, then snorted and reluctantly lowered his hand. "Uncle Ben." Accompanied by a panicked cry, Peter Parker swung down on his web and landed precisely beside Ben. When he realized his uncle had only passed out and wasn't actually hurt, Peter's whole body went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground in relief. Just moments ago, he had truly believed he was about to lose Uncle Ben. And the reason for all of it would have been because he had let that criminal run right past him. "Thank God. Thank God." Peter gasped for breath, shaken by fear after the fact. As he spoke, he glanced at the robber Fenris had casually knocked unconscious, then savagely kicked him. A sharp sound of breaking bone rang out. A flicker of hesitation passed through Peter's eyes, but it vanished just as quickly. Only then did Peter finally focus on the man who had intervened just now and realize it was the burly guy he had saved the night before. "It's you. Spider baby, where's your pajamas?" Logan retracted his claws and slowly crouched halfway down, looking at Peter Parker, whose eyes were darting with uncertainty. His mouth, however, showed no mercy as he mocked him. Know me now? Chapter 24, 1,322 words. You. Holding Ben Parker in his arms, Peter looked at Logan's half-smiling gaze. In the end, he still turned his head away, not daring to meet his eyes. What exactly do you want with me? Peter shifted his gaze directly to Fenris. He had already figured it out. Logan was just the sidekick. The one who truly wanted something from him was this young man who looked plain at first glance, yet was actually absurdly dangerous. Can I see your web? Fenris crouched down too and asked with a serious expression. Sure. Peter only hesitated for a moment before agreeing cleanly. He lightly extended a hand, and a 1-meter strand of web appeared in Fenris's palm. Kid, using up that much protein like this, your body's not gonna hold up when you're older. Logan crossed his arms and snarked from the side. Peter Parker's face darkened. It was just that he wasn't wearing the mask right now, so his usual trash-talking power wasn't coming out properly. Fenris had no time to pay attention to either of them. He carefully studied the freshly produced strand of web, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Peter, I need a large supply of your web. Without the slightest hesitation, Fenris made the request outright. A large supply? Peter's face immediately went pale. How much would he have to eat to make up for that? Name your price. Fenris had no interest in using gratitude as leverage, so he got straight to the point. Ever since looting plenty of valuables from Alkali Lake Research Facility before leaving, he was not short on money in the slightest. He was full of confidence. Well. Peter blinked, hesitated for a second, then slowly held up 5 fingers. 50,000. Sure. No problem. Fenris agreed without hesitation. A mere $50,000. If it could unlock and light up Mothra, then he was making an outrageous profit. 10,000. Peter smacked his lips. He had originally meant to say 500. After all, this webbing was basically unlimited for him. But he wasn't stupid enough to say that out loud. He nodded without the slightest pause. 50,000. Definitely 50,000. Whenever you need more, just come find me. Unlimited supply. Peter Parker thumped his chest enthusiastically, grinning so hard the corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears. $50,000. For a student about to graduate high school, that was a completely unimaginable fortune. Unlimited supply. Fenris paused. He had thought Peter meant 50,000 each time. Deal. The two looked at each other and both saw satisfaction in the other's eyes. All right, take your uncle home first. Fenris nodded happily and handed Peter an address. If you have time tomorrow, come here. Anytime. Okay. Watching Peter Parker carry Ben Parker away, Logan turned to Fenris in confusion. That kid obviously didn't really want 50,000 and you still agreed. Logan, you're still too young. Fenris was beaming, patting Logan on the shoulder in delight. What I bought with that 50,000 wasn't webbing. Besides, for me, this 50,000 is a steal. Come on, let's go. After tomorrow, we head back. I've been missing my little cabin like crazy. The next day. Because $50,000 was about to land in his hands, Peter Parker had been too excited to sleep much that night. Early the next morning, he arrived at the hotel and knocked on Fenris's door. Hey, good morning. The moment Fenris opened the door, Peter Parker slipped through the gap and into the room. Morning, kid. Logan came out of the other bedroom with a large portion of his muscles bare, those clean, powerful lines filling Peter's eyes with envy. I hope in a couple years I've got muscles that big too. Peter flexed his biceps. He's got bulk, sure, but compared to you, his actual strength isn't even close. Fenris ruthlessly exposed Logan on the spot. You know how to talk to people at all. Just as Logan started getting annoyed out of embarrassment, Fenris hurriedly dragged Peter into his bedroom. $50,000. Cash. Under Peter Parker's eager stare, Fenris tossed a thick stack of bills straight to him. Peter caught the money and held it up to his nose with a blissful expression, taking a deep breath. With this money, he could finally improve life for Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Uncle Ben's car, which he had been driving for over 10 years, could be replaced. Aunt May could buy a few clothes she had always wanted but never let herself get. And his giant old computer could finally be upgraded to something better. What do I need to do, mister? Fenris's generosity sent Peter's opinion of him soaring. My name's Fenris. Fenris introduced himself briefly, then asked with some hesitation, have you ever made a cocoon? A cocoon? Peter froze. Yeah. Looking at the certainty in Fenris's eyes, Peter thought for a moment, then nodded. I can try. Good. Let's do it. With that, Fenris simply sat down on the floor. Right now. Just as Peter was about to start, he suddenly remembered something. He quickly took off his backpack, pulled out a small chocolate box from inside, and tossed it to Logan, who was leaning against the doorframe watching the show. This is the webbing I made last night. There's enough length in there to last you a long time. Peter explained, it's just that webbing naturally degrades after a while. The batch I'm giving you can last longer, but it still won't stay intact forever. If you need more, just come find me here, and I'll give you a fresh batch. Works for me. Fenris was very satisfied with Peter's after-sales support. Go ahead. Okay. A large amount of webbing shot from Peter's wrists. After some time passed, a cocoon over a meter tall had completely wrapped Fenris up. I'm kind of running on empty. Looks like I'll need to find a way to make artificial webbing. Peter tugged at the corner of his mouth and suddenly remembered what Logan had said yesterday. Logan stepped forward and knocked on the cocoon. Though it had clearly been woven from soft webbing, it now had a somewhat hardened texture. Fenris, can you hear me? Fenris did not answer. The instant he was wrapped inside the cocoon, his consciousness had already been completely drawn away by the Titan encyclopedia blazing with brilliant light. After Godzilla had been lit up, the second page of the encyclopedia had now finally opened all the way, and a Titan resembling a butterfly appeared before Fenris's eyes. Compared to Godzilla, her 6 legs were exceptionally slender, and a long, sharp stinger extended from her tail. At the same time, her remarkably elongated wings were covered in intricate, exquisite patterns. On her forewings were markings that resembled a pair of eyes, making her look especially cold and majestic. Brilliant radiance poured from her body. For a moment, Fenris's entire vision was filled with dazzling, multicolored light. So it really is you, Queen of the Monsters, Mothra. Mothra's wings could release devastating God rays, powerful enough to swat even pink Godzilla flying away with ease. And through her eggs, she possessed an almost endless power of rebirth. And that was only one of Mothra's many forms. Because of the trait that let her grow infinitely stronger and keep evolving by absorbing radiation, as Fenris himself became stronger and stronger, Mothra would also unlock more and more forms. Aqua Mothra. Light Speed Mothra with the power to travel through time. Armored Mothra. Mothra really doesn't fall that far behind Godzilla. If I can successfully light her up, then my abilities. At that thought, Fenris could feel his heartbeat pounding uncontrollably. This money was beyond worth it. Forget 50,000. I wouldn't trade this for 50 million, or even 500 million. Chapter 25, 1,432 words. Fenris forcibly suppressed his excitement, and looked toward the encyclopedia again. Beneath Mothra, a faint progress bar shimmered in and out of view. In his current state, as time passed, the bar was steadily advancing at an almost imperceptible pace. It's fine. I've got plenty of time now. Fenris let out a long breath, slowly closed his eyes, and before long slipped into a strange, special state. Threads of light began leaking faintly from his skin. A moment later, the previously ordinary cocoon started flashing with 5-colored radiance. What is that? Outside, Peter Parker had not left right away. Instead, he sat nearby chatting quietly with Logan, and the strange phenomenon coming from the cocoon caught his attention almost immediately. Your web can glow too. Logan straightened up, staring in shock. No way. Peter muttered to himself and rose to his feet in disbelief. How many secrets does this kid even have? Logan clicked his tongue inwardly in amazement. Everyone assumed Fenris's ability was simply turning into a powerful giant lizard, but obviously, lizards did not willingly wrap themselves in cocoons. Not simple. Not simple at all. Logan turned it over in his head for a moment, then quickly lost interest in digging deeper. Who didn't have a few secrets of their own? Knock knock. Time ticked by second after second. Just as Logan was starting to doze off, a sudden burst of urgent knocking came from outside. Who is it? Logan frowned. Neither he nor Fenris knew anyone in New York. The knocking paused for a moment, then resumed soon after. Are they friends of yours? Peter, standing nearby, also sensed that something was wrong. He instinctively swung his backpack behind him, then pulled a red mask from his pocket. No idea. Logan glanced toward Fenris. He did not know exactly what state Fenris was in right now, but clearly it was not something that should be disturbed lightly. Did anyone notice you when you came here? No. I came over quietly, Peter said with certainty. Then you should leave first. As he spoke, Logan shut the door to Fenris's bedroom. Once he saw Peter disappear, he strode toward the front door. Who is it? Talk. Logan barked out the question, his right fist already clenched tight. Ahem. A male voice finally came from outside. It sounded like the speaker had to brace himself before saying, "We're from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. We have business with Wolverine and the lizard monster." What division? Logan paused, wondering if he had heard that right. Still, since the other side did not seem openly hostile, he cracked the door slightly, though his body remained firmly planted in the doorway. Standing there was a middle-aged man who looked under 40, dressed in a neat suit, and wearing a warm smile. Further back, in the shadows behind him, stood a man who was practically hidden from sight. Strategic Homeland. Having finally gotten the door open, the man seemed to relax and prepared to repeat himself. A bald freak, you don't need to talk yet. Logan was very unhappy with the lizard monster label from earlier, so his opening shot landed like a punch. Coulson's smile nearly slipped. You're the one in charge, right? Logan's gaze locked precisely onto the bald man with the eye patch standing in the shadows. There's no Wolverine here, and no lizard monster either. You've got the wrong place, so get lost. Fenris's condition was still unclear, and Logan had no patience for uninvited guests. After saying that with open irritation, he reached to shut the door. Wolverine Logan. Birth name James. Subjected to Stryker's body modification experiments and turned into a man of steel and bone. Nick Fury did not get angry. He simply continued listing Logan's information. When he saw hesitation flicker across Logan's face, Fury abruptly changed tack. Did I get the wrong man, Wolverine? What do you want? Logan still stared fixedly at the two of them. Aren't you going to let us in first? Nick Fury stepped out of the shadows and walked up to Logan, lifting a foot to continue forward into the room. It was a small trick. In negotiations, entering the other side's room often made them feel instinctively uneasy. Once their sense of security was weakened, Nick Fury could take the psychological upper hand without saying a word, gaining the advantage in the conversation. It was a move that had worked for him countless times. But obviously, Nick Fury had underestimated the 100-year-old man standing before him. More importantly, Logan was a beast. In many situations, he preferred talking with his claws rather than his mouth. Back off. Seeing that Nick Fury completely ignored his warning, and was actually trying to shove past him into the room, a cold glint flashed through Logan's eyes. His steel claws shot out, stopping less than an inch from Fury's eye. I don't have the patience to play these little games with you. Unless you want to start wearing an eye patch over the other eye too, you'd better learn how to understand plain English. Logan seized Fury by the collar and casually hurled him backward. Stop! Coulson cried out and rushed forward, quickly steadying Fury before he could fall. Are you all right? How can you just attack someone like that? That's a question you should ask him. Logan stood fast in the doorway without giving an inch. His claws gleamed with a chilling light. Just as the standoff was hardening into a deadlock, a young voice suddenly came from inside the room. Logan, what happened? Aren't you? Logan turned his head instinctively. He had not expected Fenris to come out so soon. It wasn't urgent anyway. Going back to the school would have worked just as well. Fenris sounded a little resigned. Being inside the cocoon had felt far more comfortable than madly absorbing radiation in the reaction chamber back then. If this egg-headed bastard had not personally shown up at his door, he truly would not have wanted to come out this early. You two show up without warning and immediately try to force your way into someone's room. That's a little rude, don't you think? Fenris seized the initiative the instant he opened his mouth, slapping the label on them first. After opening the door fully, he finally got his first proper look at Nick Fury, the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D. A bald head so dark it practically shone, a signature eye patch, and a face that was objectively ordinary, yet somehow still gave off an unmistakably scheming, slippery vibe. So looks really do reflect character. Fenris sighed inwardly. Are we really going to stand here and talk in the doorway? Nick Fury still wanted to get inside, pressing the issue stubbornly. What I'm about to say is top secret. If people can still overhear us while you're standing here, then I don't think there's much point in us continuing this conversation at all. Fenris smiled faintly and tossed the point right back at him. Nick Fury's expression stiffened. If you don't have anything worth saying, then goodbye. Fenris did not want to waste even one more sentence on this man, and moved to close the door without hesitation. The disturbance you caused on Liberty Island a few days ago was too big. A lot of people have already taken notice. In front of the men standing before him, Nick Fury kept having the strange feeling that all his usual methods were useless. He had been half a step behind in momentum from the start, and now he could only give in and speak plainly. Fenris's expression did not change as he asked, so? That was the sort of problem Fury should be taking up with Professor X, not him. This world is very big. Beyond mutant conflicts, there are even more threats from other places, even from the universe itself. It's not just Magneto. Countless ambitious people are stirring at every moment, looking to shake the current order of the Earth. At a time like this, a new force is needed to keep them in check. Fenris did not interrupt. He simply listened in silence. After circling around with a whole lot of irrelevant build-up, Nick Fury finally arrived at the point. And the X-Men are not the only superpowered team. I've learned that you and Wolverine only joined the X-Men recently. So now, I want to invite you to join a new group, one directly supported by the government and far more comprehensive in its function. The Avengers. Chapter 26, 1228 words. Avengers? Even though he had already suspected as much, when the name actually came out of Nick Fury's mouth, Fenris's expression still turned a little strange. A government-backed superhero team. That's right. Seeing an opening, Nick Fury nodded without hesitation. Fenris chose his words carefully. I want to know something. If we become these so-called Avengers who protect the Earth, then whose orders do we follow, and whose problems are we actually solving? Fenris. Seeing that Fenris was actually engaging with the conversation, Logan immediately reached out from behind and tugged at him. The Avengers are an independent organization. You don't take orders from anyone, Nick Fury said without changing expression. All you have to do is contribute your strength alongside the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division when a threat appears. That's all. Understanding dawned on Fenris. So you're the director of this division, which means we answer to you. That's not exactly. Nick Fury choked for a second, his mind spinning at high speed. It's more like fighting together. At this point, even Logan could see through it. So that's why you're being so nice. You want us to be your hired muscle. If you don't want to find a hard-boiled egg sitting in your office one day, then I suggest you give up on that idea. Even when Magneto wanted to recruit Fenris, the usually refined professor had nearly cursed him out on the spot. And Nick Fury was just some unfamiliar black-hearted egghead. PFF. Fenris almost failed to hold back his laughter. Seeing Nick Fury's face darken a shade further, Fenris straightened his own expression. Compared to being an Avenger, I think I'd rather be a preventionist. I'm not interested in revenge, and I don't like moving only after the enemy does. Most of the time, I prefer eliminating the people who set their sights on me before they ever get the chance to act. Fenris's meaningful gaze lingered on Nick Fury for a brief moment. The completely undisguised killing intent in it made even the so-called king of spies shiver. Need me to show you out? Fenris asked, smoothly shifting expressions as a smile returned to his face. No. Nick Fury answered on instinct. The moment the word left his mouth, he regretted it a little. But seeing Fenris already standing there with all the polite posture of someone saying this conversation was over, he could only bid them goodbye and leave. Once the two men were gone and the door was shut, Fenris returned to his room. The cocoon that had been shining with flowing colors just moments ago had already gone dim again. It had collapsed into a scattered mess of webbing, with no trace left of its former brilliance. One of these days I'm tearing apart your helicarrier and selling it for cash. Fenris muttered bitterly as he cleaned up the mess on the floor. Fortunately, he still had Peter Parker's stockpile on hand. Once he got back to the school, he could lie in a pile of radiation to strengthen himself while using the cocoon to light up Mothra at the same time. Two things at once, with neither slowing the other down. Thinking back to that unbelievably comfortable sensation from just now, Fenris could not help smacking his lips. Hey, man, who were those two just now? Right as Fenris was thinking, a bright voice suddenly came from outside the window. The next moment, Peter Parker vaulted back into the room. I thought you were planning to hide outside forever. Fenris glanced at him and gave a simple explanation. That was the head of a special department. Black-hearted, shameless, and ruthless enough. If you don't want trouble, then if he ever comes looking for you, stay as far away from him as possible. That's scary. Peter Parker jumped a little. I keep my movements super hidden every day. How could he ever find me? There are plenty of ways to find you in this world. The only difference is whether people actually want to bother looking. Fenris shrugged. Didn't we find you? Peter Parker paused, then nodded in a dazed sort of understanding. All right, you should go. We'll keep in touch. Fenris waved him off. Oh crap, I'm supposed to visit Gwen's house later. See you, Fenris. Watching Peter spring out the window with nimble ease, Fenris took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. A faint glow began to spread from his body, and once again the room turned breathtakingly beautiful. Unlike Godzilla, Mothra had to pass through the cocoon and larval stages before finally breaking free and becoming the powerful queen of the monsters. A low, forceful heartbeat began to echo faintly through the room. As time passed, the sound grew louder and louder, as though some terrifying beast were gestating within. As Fenris continuously adapted to this newborn power, something about his aura gradually became even more distinctive. This is seriously weird. He's not gonna turn into some giant lizard with wings one day, is he? The dangerous aura constantly leaking from the room left the highly sensitive Logan uneasy and restless, fidgeting with the TV remote in his hand. Worried that someone else might come and disturb Fenris again, Logan could only grit his teeth, and endure the discomfort while keeping watch outside the room. Day and night traded places, and the dark hours passed. After an entire night, when dawn lit the horizon once more the next morning, the crushing pressure that had hung over Logan finally began to draw back. Finally, Logan let out a long sigh of relief, only to see Fenris push open the bedroom door and stride out in high spirits. That felt amazing. He stretched hard, looking completely refreshed. It's not even dark yet. Seeing Logan sitting there watching TV with a blank face, and noticing the bright daylight outside the window, Fenris gave a surprised little laugh. "Logan, do you still have anything to deal with in New York? If not, let's head back now while we can." A low grunt came from Logan's nose. He wanted to complain properly, but there was no way he was going to admit he had been so rattled that he had spent the whole night unable to sleep, so all he could do was answer sullenly. "Logan, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing." "Oh. Then let's go." Fenris, eager to start the return trip, did not notice anything off about Logan at all. After a quick bit of packing, he got ready to leave. At around 9 o'clock last night, an extremely serious violent incident occurred on the Williamsburg Bridge, leaving several people injured. According to eyewitness testimony in this morning's news, a giant humanoid lizard was reportedly seen on the bridge. According to our preliminary investigation, the so-called lizardman is pure fabrication. Nothing more than mass imagination. At the same time, our masked vigilante Spider-Man was photographed at the scene. Without question, he is the real culprit, and so I have filed for a warrant for his arrest to pursue this so-called righteous defender of justice. A short news report on the television suddenly caught both of their attention. "Oh boy, Peter Parker's about to have more trouble." Looking at the huge wanted notice on the screen, Fenris could not help grinning. Chapter 27, 1,414 words. Midtown School of Science and Technology. Down in the unseen sewer tunnels beneath it, a towering monster was crawling forward with difficulty. Survival of the fittest. Ugh. Humans were meant to evolve into something better, bigger, stronger, just like me. I'm saving them. No one can stop me, erg. Not even you, Peter Parker. No one knew how long the creature had been crawling through the stench, but when the locator it had planted in advance let out a pleasant beep, the monster realized it had reached its destination. With a furious roar, it slammed a fist straight up at the ceiling above. The solid floor shattered on impact. A huge hole opened up, and a heavy toilet dropped straight down into the darkness below. Inside the crowded school building, a huge, unidentifiable roar suddenly burst out from the bathroom. Its piercing force instantly cut through the noise of conversation around it. What was that? What's happening? As the students looked at one another in confusion, a series of thunderous crashes followed one after another, and the ground began to shake violently. The sounds were getting closer and closer. In the hallway, a thick wall was suddenly blasted apart, and dense smoke and dust billowed outward at once. A massive figure over 2 meters tall loomed in the haze. In the distance, Peter, who had been quietly joking around with Gwen, suddenly jolted and instinctively looked over. As the dust cleared, Dr. Connors in his giant lizard form came clearly into view. The enormous school building descended into chaos the instant Connors appeared. Students flooded toward the exits like mad, and screams rang out without end. In the middle of the confusion, Connors's eyes scanned back and forth. The moment he saw Peter, his pupils shrank, and his huge body charged over without hesitation. "Get out of here." Peter had fought the lizard down in the sewers once before, but the danger he felt then was nowhere near as intense as it was now. The moment he realized Connors was coming for him, Peter shoved his bag into Gwen's hands without hesitation. "Gwen, there's a phone in the side pocket of the bag. Call him." Even though he had never actually seen Fenris fight, the sense of danger Fenris gave off far exceeded the raging lizard in front of him. Peter knew that on his own, there was no way he could stop the lizard. But if Fenris was willing to come, then there was a real chance they could capture Connors alive and get him to Oscorp for the antidote. I can hold this monster off for a while. Tell him to hurry and help me. Watching Gwen hesitate as she backed away, Peter Parker grabbed the backpack holding his suit and charged straight toward Connors against the fleeing crowd. Peter, humanity as it is now is incomplete. Why are you so determined to stop me? Seeing Peter suit up and rush him, Connors roared, his huge claw slashing viciously toward him. So you actually think you're some kind of perfect life form? Peter moved with incredible agility, and Connors' heavy, overpowering attacks could not touch him at all. The broad hallway was actually too narrow for Connors in his current state, greatly limiting what he could do. Look at yourself. Being bald would be one thing, but now you've got no clothes either. And unless I'm mistaken, you're never finding a female lizard at this rate. Peter Parker did everything he could to stall for time. Seriously, I can't believe you've got that much nerve. If you mean that hairless tail hanging off your butt. As he spoke, Peter kept weaving around the lizard in constant motion. Soon, Connors was wrapped up tight in layers and layers of webbing. Peter moved over him like a human spider, scrambling up and down his body while several thick strands of web pinned him firmly to the ceiling. Peter, I used to admire you. But now all I can say is that you're far too ignorant and selfish. Those layers of web could not restrain the powerful lizard for long. Before long, the bindings were torn apart. You possess extraordinary power too, and yet you're afraid. You're terrified. You want to hoard that power for yourself instead of sharing it with the world. Is that really the kind of outcome your father wanted to see? Roar. After tearing free from the annoying webs once again, Connors suddenly exploded forward at just the right moment and slammed Peter to the ground before he could dodge away. The two of them crashed violently through the doors of the library. Between rows of bookshelves, the lizard raised one huge claw high, gathered all his strength, and smashed it viciously down at Peter. You smell bad enough already. Did your mouth have to smell that bad too? You seriously crawl up out of the sewer or something? Pinned down and unable to escape, Peter lay sprawled on the ground, drained after taking several crushing blows in a row. Peter, shut up. By now Connors had nearly lost all reason. Both claws spread wide, then slashed mercilessly down toward the irritating little spider beneath him. Let Peter go. At that moment, a sharp female voice suddenly rang out behind them. Why are you here? Recognizing Gwen's voice, Peter instinctively twisted his head to look. He saw Gwen holding two large glass containers, each filled with some kind of liquid. Seeing Peter clearly losing ground, she immediately shouted to draw the lizard's attention. The moment Connors turned toward her, she hurled both glass containers. Peter, move. Taking advantage of the lizard's distraction, Peter Parker fired out a strand of web and escaped, while the two glass bottles smashed into the floor not far from the lizard. A violent reaction was triggered and thick white smoke poured out at once, instantly obscuring the lizard's vision. The power of knowledge. Gwen declared, full of pride. It's dangerous here. Why did you come back? Peter Parker rushed over to Gwen, pulled off his mask, and started gasping for breath. What about the phone? Did you call? If I hadn't come, you would have gotten hurt again, just like last time. The call went through but nobody said anything on the other end. Gwen's eyes were full of worry as she looked at how battered Peter looked now. The sight of him showing up on her bedroom balcony last time, covered in blood, was still vivid in her memory even now. Peter Parker, however, had no time to say much more to her. There's no time now. You need to go. I can handle him. You. Seeing that Gwen still wanted to stay, Peter grit his teeth, scooped her up, and threw her out from the upper floor. The next instant, strong webbing shot out and formed into a pair of powerful hands in midair, catching Gwen securely and lowering her safely to the ground. Peter Parker, you stay right there. The smoke had finally begun to clear. Seeing this, Dr. Connors thought Peter was trying to escape and immediately charged over in huge strides. Gwen, don't come back. Peter's attention was still completely fixed on Gwen. Before he had even finished speaking, the lizard was already upon him from the side. There was no time to dodge. Peter took the kick head-on, and was sent flying hard across the room. Peter, if you hadn't given me that decay rate algorithm, I wouldn't be what I am today. But you really should not have tried to stop me. Goodbye, Peter. Looking at Peter lying on the floor, baring his teeth in pain, Connors let out a sigh and raised his claw once more. Peter clenched his teeth and curled up, preparing to endure the blow. You really talk too much. Just as the lizard's giant claw was about to come down, a tremendous force suddenly exploded into his lower back without warning. The several-ton lizard body was struck so hard that it bent into the shape of a reverse bow. The overwhelming force hurled him through several thick walls in succession before he finally came to a stop. Looking like that is a public menace. Fenris had appeared before Peter Parker without him even noticing. Looking at the stunned young man, Fenris bared his teeth in a slight grin. I'm glad you didn't throw away my card. Chapter 28, 1,323 words. TL, what monster you wanna see next? I'm between Mothra and Kong. Thanks. I'm glad to see you too. Holding his side, Peter got back to his feet with a pained grin. He had taken several solid hits from the lizard, but thanks to his ridiculous physical toughness, even though he was hissing from the pain, he could still force out a smile. Connors, on the other hand, was having a much harder time smiling. Caught completely off guard by Fenris's punch, he now felt like his spine was about to snap in half. Pinned beneath a heap of broken brick and collapsed wall, his whole body twisted in agony. My God! With nearly half a floor's worth of wall blown open, Peter swallowed hard as he looked at the still smiling Fenris beside him. His spider sense had not lied to him at all. Connors to turn himself into something this ugly and disgusting was seriously pointless. Fenris, you're the real perfect organism. Peter staggered toward the lizard, muttering under his breath, although I think this building might count as structurally unsafe now. Hey, Peter. After Peter moved aside the broken sections of wall pinning Connors down one by one, he found himself face to face with Connors's pained expression. His spine was now bent into an extremely unnatural curve, and the savagery in his eyes was completely gone, replaced only by startling clarity. Doctor. Peter Parker carefully leaned closer. You're back to normal now. Back to normal. Connors looked down at his lower body and gave a bitter smile. My arm may have come back, but I think I've got a much bigger problem now. Peter, what are you planning to do with him? Fenris walked over at just the right moment. You. The instant Connors saw Fenris, he reacted as though he had seen a ghost. His huge body instinctively shrank backward a little. Don't be scared, Doctor. Fenris is a good guy. Peter hurried to reassure him. He didn't look like a good guy just now. Connors drew his neck in. The faint aura around Fenris made him recoil on instinct. Doctor, can you still turn back? Peter asked. Although Dr. Connors had caused enormous damage just now, he had not hurt any innocent people aside from Peter. Before I came here, I injected myself with an extreme overdose of the serum. Unless I'm hit with a very powerful stimulus. Connors struggled to shift into a different position, then said helplessly, without the antidote, it'll be difficult. This. Peter immediately fell silent. Even though Dr. Connors had just tried to kill him, kind-hearted Peter knew that was not really the doctor's true intent. If the doctor could only remain like this, lying helpless on the ground, then arrest, imprisonment, or even being dissected for study were outcomes Peter could easily foresee. That was not the end Peter wanted for Doctor, since you've already lost everything anyway, why not come with me? Fenris suddenly spoke up from the side. I can find you a place where you can continue your research. My condition is simple, I get the results of that research. If Oscorp had not pushed Connors into a reckless human trial, he never would have ended up like this. And the results of his work carried enormous significance, both medically and biologically. Given enough time, the value his research could create would be unimaginable. Really? Fenris's words made Connors's eyes light up. But in my current state. You said you need a strong stimulus. I'll help with that. Fenris rolled up his sleeve and stepped forward. His right arm began swelling visibly at a speed the eye could track. An arm even thicker and more powerful than the lizard's appeared, tipped with long, sharp claws. On top of that, Fenris's skin looked rougher and heavier, giving off an even greater sense of raw strength. What the hell? The moment Peter saw it, he practically jumped, covering his mouth as he yelped in shock. Fenris, why you're a lizard person too. Don't compare me to such a lowly species. Fenris's eyes had changed now. His cold gaze swept lightly across Dr. Connors, and that alone was enough to make the doctor tremble uncontrollably. Connors stared fixedly at Fenris. Fenris was not larger than him, but in Connors's eyes, his body seemed to be rising endlessly higher. And Connors himself felt as though he had shrunk into a tiny insect at Fenris's feet. No matter how desperately he strained to look up, all he could see was a vast, towering beast that seemed to hold up the sky itself. The instant their eyes met, Connors's pupils contracted. It felt as though every drop of blood in his body had frozen solid. A faint, indistinct roar echoed by his ear, and in the next second, his body began shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very soon, a frail man with a bent spine and an empty right sleeve appeared amid the wreckage. Did it? Peter's eyes widened to their limit. Connors had said he needed a powerful stimulus, so how had a single look knocked him out cold? I was getting ready to choke him unconscious. Fenris awkwardly pulled back his hand. He had not expected Connors to be that easy to scare. A top-tier scientist for free. Definitely not a loss. Whatever the case, now that his goal had been achieved, Fenris simply slung Connors over his shoulder. Fenris, you can't take him. Just as Fenris was about to leave, a sharp, orderly wave of footsteps rang out, and a group of heavily armed soldiers suddenly poured into the school building from every direction. Only moments before, after the students at Midtown School of Science and Technology had called the police, the NYPD had taken control of the scene. But because the case involved the supernatural, in less than 10 minutes, an entirely new department had replaced them. The familiar mild voice reached Fenris's ears, and he recognized the speaker immediately. Connors is extremely dangerous and poses a serious threat to public safety. He must be placed under strict supervision by us. Coulson forced a smile and extended his hand firmly toward Fenris. He's of no use to your mutant group. Hand him over to me. So Fenris is a mutant. The moment Coulson appeared, Peter Parker, who had already pulled his mask back on, caught that detail and finally understood why Fenris possessed such terrifying strength. The existence of mutants was no secret, and Magneto's name carried thunderous weight even among ordinary people. With a mess this big, Fury still didn't come personally. Fenris casually swept a glance over the several dozen soldiers surrounding them. Perhaps because of Coulson's special instructions, every weapon's safety was still on. The director has other matters to deal with. Fenris's off-topic response made Coulson's expression stiffen. Fenris, this is my assignment. Then call Fury right now and tell him your assignment has failed. Fenris's expression turned cold. If Fury insists on taking this man, then let him come stand in front of me and negotiate for him himself. When Connors was tearing through the school, no one showed up. And now they had come to clean up afterward. Where the hell had they been earlier? So Fenris, you're determined to stop me. Coulson's expression changed. The warm smile on his face slowly vanished, and his right hand rose high into the air. All around them, the soldiers lifted their gun barrels in unison, and the atmosphere instantly turned murderous. Coulson, there is absolutely no way Connors is being handed over to you. Fenris frowned. Excellent. Fall back. The instant Fenris said that, the seriousness on Coulson's face melted away like snow under sunlight. His raised hand dropped without the slightest hesitation. Fall back. Fenris froze, just in time to see Coulson smile and nod at him. Chapter 29, 1403 words. TL, romance-wise I don't know what is coming. I mean I don't really care if it is harem or not, but at least I want one waifu. I'm between Emma and Rogue, hopefully both hahaha, insert Emma and Rogue images, also comment which waifu you want. I've seen the footage of you. Before Fenris could speak first, Coulson stepped forward, shook his hand, then nodded toward the little spider off in the distance. The combat power you showed on Liberty Island was impressive. The moment I realized you were here, I knew there was no way I'd be taking Connors with me. These soldiers are mostly for appearances anyway. Against you, they wouldn't be much sturdier than paper. So as long as I can give some kind of explanation, that's enough. There's no need to throw their lives away. Coulson waved the soldiers back and gave a simple explanation. Coulson, I'm starting to find you a lot more agreeable than Fury. Fenris patted Coulson on the shoulder, realizing for the first time, just how valuable Marvel's #1 nice guy really was. Whether he was putting on an act or not, the fact that he could act this way at all already made him far better than a certain egg-headed bastard. It's all just work. Coulson smiled, then glanced at Connors slung over Fenris's shoulder. I don't know what you want him for. Dissection and research. You think everyone's like your side? Fenris looked at him with open disdain. Fair enough. Coulson chuckled, unbothered. Need a ride? No. Fenris waved him off, then turned and waved goodbye to Peter. If you ever run into someone who can shoot electricity, remember to call me. Someone who can shoot electricity. Peter froze, not understanding what Fenris meant. When that happens, I'll give you a gift. Fenris smiled mysteriously, pushed off with his foot, and vanished right in front of Peter's eyes. Meanwhile, outside Midtown School of Science and Technology, Logan leaned against the steering wheel, bored out of his mind as he clipped the end off a cigar and lit it. Does it really take this long to clean up one lizardman? After stretching lazily, Logan was just about to get out of the car and move around a bit when Fenris appeared out of nowhere and casually tossed a thin, frail man into the back seat. So this is the lizard from the news. Logan leaned closer with interest. Looking at Connors's miserable condition, he could not help letting out one impressed remark after another. You really beat the hell out of him. What, because he can turn into a giant lizard too, just like you? Logan raised a brow and teased. As expected, Fenris's face darkened. Drive. The school was not far from New York, and before long the two of them saw the gates again. Professor. When Fenris found the professor while still carrying the unconscious Connors, he discovered that the school seemed especially lively today. Under Aurora's organization, students big and small were all chattering excitedly about something. Fenris is back. The moment he saw him, the professor revealed a gentle smile. What's going on here? Fenris looked around in surprise. The school was rarely this lively. We're thinking of taking the children to the Metropolitan Museum of Art before too long. It isn't good for them to stay shut up in the school all the time. The professor smiled, then shifted his gaze to Connors on Fenris's shoulder. So it looks like you found that child. Yes, Professor. Led by Professor X, the two of them soon arrived at the treatment room the X-Men often used. Jean Grey was inside reading seriously. Not far away, a blue-skinned man covered in blue fur had his back to the door, bent over a table as he worked on something. Hank, that child is back. Professor X called out to the figure at the table while signaling for Fenris to place Connors on the bed. Oh? The blue figure turned around, and his eyes locked directly onto Fenris. So you're the kid who can turn into a giant lizard. My name's Hank. Everyone calls me Beast. Hello. I'm Fenris. Getting called a lizardman yet again made the corner of Fenris's mouth twitch on instinct, but he still smiled and shook Hank's hand. A moment later, noticing the increasing force coming from Hank's grip, Fenris kept his expression unchanged and quietly added a burst of strength of his own. Whoa! Pain shot through Beast's hand. He immediately pulled it back, then looked at Fenris with admiration and patted him on the shoulder. What an absurdly gifted kid. Hank is the scientist of our X-Men, Professor X explained from the side. A great many things in the school were built through his hands. Fenris, your reaction chamber will be entirely handled by him as well. Really? Fenris's eyes lit up instantly. Beast's strength spoke for itself, and even the blackbird had come from his hands. By the way, Fenris, Jean spoke up from the side, interrupting the conversation. What's the situation with the men you brought back? His name is Kurt Connors. He's from Oscorp. To heal his missing arm, he spliced his genes with a lizard's and turned himself into a lizardman. Fenris gave a simple explanation. I broke his spine, but I think his research is extremely valuable, so I brought him back. Hearing that, Professor X let his gaze rest on Connors's face for a moment, then nodded in understanding. You did the right thing, Fenris. If he succeeds, the benefits he could bring to the school would be difficult to measure. Cross-species gene technology. Beast stared at Connors in amazement. Who would have thought Fenris would go out for a trip and come back having picked up a talent like this? As it happens, when I was younger, I developed a serum that can treat spinal injuries. It should fit his condition perfectly. What kind of medicine could possibly be that miraculous? Jean asked curiously. When the professor was young, he suffered terribly because of his abilities, so I invented that serum. Beast shot Professor X a meaningful look. He had not exactly been as calm and composed back then as he was now. The downside is that it suppresses the expression of the X gene. But Connors is an ordinary human, so for him, the side effects are practically non-existent. As long as he gets his injections on time, there won't be a problem. But if he wants to be fully cured, that'll still depend on his own research. I see. Oh, right. Fenris suddenly pulled out a chocolate box and handed it to Beast. This is the webbing I got on this trip. Can you make a device that can spin a cocoon? A cocoon? Beast took the box, opened it, and glanced inside. After a brief pause, he answered with certainty. No problem. Come find me in 2 days, and I'll have it ready. Good. Fenris nodded excitedly. After leaving the treatment room, just as he was about to head back to his cabin, the professor suddenly stopped him and handed him a card. What's this? Fenris blinked. Was the professor worried he might run off and planning to buy him off with money? I think very highly of Connors's research. The profits it may generate in the future could be enormous, and I believe you deserve a share of that. Professor X smiled faintly. I know you're not short on money, but one thing is one thing. Then hang on to it for now. We can talk once there are actual profits. Fenris waved it off. None of that meant much to him. And with that, before the professor could react, Fenris had already disappeared from the school grounds. Once inside the barren mountain, the thick radiation all around him made his whole body relax. Letting out a long breath, he stretched lazily and pushed open the door to his cabin. Long time no see, Fenris. A warm, gentle voice suddenly came from inside the dark room. Who's there? Fenris had never expected anyone to appear here. He immediately dropped into a defensive stance. After a crisp snap of fingers, a small yellow glow lit up inside the room. Oh, right. You probably haven't met me yet. Care to talk? Chapter 30, 1298 words. Support the fanfic with some reviews, please. You are. The warm yellow light quickly filled the little cabin, and as Fenris stared in surprise, a figure in a yellow robe came into view. Your eyes tell me that you know who I am, but at this moment, you do not truly know me. The visitor slowly turned around, revealing a gentle face. Fenris, you may call me the Ancient One. Seeing you like this now truly makes me happy. The Ancient One looked at Fenris in silence, as though she were greeting an old friend after a long separation. Yet hidden in the depths of her gaze was a faint trace of sorrow. Do we know each other? Of course Fenris knew who the Ancient One was. She was the Sorcerer Supreme, the guardian who had protected Earth from incursions by the Dark Dimension for untold years. Her power was unfathomable. With the Time Stone, it was only natural that she would know about him. But why was she acting as though the two of them had known each other for years? Have we met before? Countless thoughts flooded Fenris's mind, one possibility after another rising up. You are thinking correctly. We did indeed meet in the past. You do not know me now, but you will. The Ancient One gracefully extended a hand in invitation and said softly, "Sit." Her visit was wholly unexpected, and yet somehow it also felt inevitable. In any case, it was abrupt. Knowing she meant no harm, Fenris let down his guard and sat. He was not foolish enough to ask why she was unafraid of radiation. Instead, he went straight to the point. How exactly did we meet in the past? Was the one you met back then the future version of me? How did future me return to the past? And why have you come to see me now? Listening as question after question burst out of Fenris like rapid fire, the Ancient One curved her lips and actually laughed. What are you laughing at? Fenris blinked. Was any of this really that funny? I cannot say. I do not know. You will understand soon enough. Without the slightest impatience, the Ancient One smiled and answered his 4 questions one by one. So I really did go back to the past. Once he got a definite answer, Fenris's first thought was time travel through the quantum realm. But seeing that the Ancient One had no intention of explaining further, he could only drop the matter. I came to see you now mainly because of a promise. The Ancient One rose slowly to her feet, somehow producing a folding fan from nowhere, and idly waving it in her hand. A promise. Fenris frowned. Talking to her felt like being wrapped in fog. She was speaking, yet somehow saying almost nothing at all. You rely on absorbing this kind of energy to keep growing stronger, correct? The Ancient One deliberately sidestepped the earlier topic, then pushed open the cabin door, and looked out toward the hollow interior of the mountain. Yes. Fenris nodded and admitted it frankly. If she had known him before, then there was no point hiding certain things. Besides, this was not exactly a secret. Whether it is Godzilla or Mothra, their normal size is well over 100 meters, and their weight reaches tens of thousands of tons. Fenris, do you really think that with these low-grade nuclear wastes, or a little reaction chamber, you can rise to that level? While Fenris was still trying to figure out why the Ancient One had come, she suddenly said something astonishing. The instant the names of those 2 titans left her mouth with perfect accuracy, Fenris shot to his feet, his eyes wide. There is no need to be alarmed. The Ancient One lightly rested the folding fan on Fenris's shoulder. Though the gesture seemed feather-light, it carried the weight of mountains, effortlessly pressing him back down. The potential of Titan beasts is endless. 100 meters is not their limit. Compared to humanity, they are the true favored children of the cosmos. Fenris, if you continue down the path you are thinking of now, you will indeed grow very strong. Very, very strong. The Ancient One suddenly tilted her head slightly upward and closed her eyes, as though recalling something far away. Then, in the next instant. But even so, it still will not be enough. What do you mean? Fenris did not understand. The Ancient One's eyes flew open. She raised her right hand and gently tapped Fenris on the head with the folding fan. Sounds like crystal shattering echoed through his ears. Without warning, his vision blurred. When he came back to himself, the familiar surroundings had vanished. In their place was a brilliant sea of stars. Fenris stood upon empty space, suspended in the vast universe, as insignificant as a grain of sand. Where is this? Do not ask. Look there. The Ancient One's gentle voice sounded beside him, guiding his gaze. It was as though some colossal cry rang out from the depths of the starry void, only to be extinguished in the very next instant, swallowed by eternal silence. Following the direction of his gaze, Fenris saw a gigantic shadow appear before him, so immense it occupied nearly half the starry sky. Countless planets revolved around it, the stars burning bright, yet still they failed to reveal the shadow's true form. Fenris strained to look harder, afraid of missing even the smallest detail. The shadow held its head high. Blue light, golden light, prismatic light, dazzling brilliance poured from its mouth, blasting toward the depths of the darkness with overwhelming force. Suddenly, Fenris shuddered violently. It felt as though several unseen, unheard, unknowable wills had descended upon this place. The magnificent stream of light then fell silent without a sound. Come back. A soft summons reached his ear. In the final instant before his awareness returned, Fenris saw that the shadow had already quietly dispersed. Behind it, a colossal tree, gray, withered, and faintly glowing with a dim green light, flickered in and out of sight. Then everything he had just seen shattered like an illusion, and the familiar cabin reappeared before him. That shadow was me. Who was I fighting? And who destroyed me? A sudden, inexplicable ache surged through Fenris's chest, and his nose inexplicably stung. The warm yellow glow of magic filled the cabin, making it feel especially gentle, the complete opposite of the cold and silent vision from before. What was that place just now? After taking a deep breath, Fenris finally asked, was that some region of space in the universe? No. The Ancient One looked at Fenris deeply. Every star you saw was a separate universe. There was no time there and no space. Even I could only bring you to witness a fragment of a fragment that I once glimpsed. Fenris said nothing. As time passed, the scene he had just witnessed was already beginning to fade from his mind. Only by closing his eyes and forcing himself to remember could he occasionally catch flashes of that radiant, flowing brilliance. That was your future. The Ancient One spoke plainly. What you saw was a fragment, and not a beautiful one, from beyond the infinite multiverse. I should not have been able to gaze so easily into such a domain. Even with the eye of Agamotto, I could only barely glimpse a corner of it. But you can. The future ought to contain endless possibilities. But that future was too terrible. Under that catastrophe, no one could escape. I came because of a promise, to guide you onto an entirely new path. Chapter 31, 31. 1331 words. TL, Godzilla plus magic. Isn't that too OP? Ancient One's words left Fenris silent for a long while. When he finally looked up again, all he could see was the strange, unreadable look in her eyes as she gazed back at him. So what am I supposed to do? After a brief hesitation, he asked the question anyway. He believed someone like the Ancient One would never waste time spinning an elaborate lie just to deceive him. Come with me. The Ancient One smiled faintly, as though she had known all along that Fenris would make this choice. With a wave of her hand, sparks burst out of empty space. A spinning portal quickly took shape. Beyond it, an ancient-looking courtyard appeared before Fenris's eyes. Do you want to learn? The Ancient One's voice was full of quiet temptation. Fenris nodded without the slightest hesitation. He had never been particularly interested in learning magic, and he still had his doubts about how destructive close-range spells really were. Even so, he had to admit that abilities like portals and the mirror dimension were absurdly practical. Follow me. The portal expanded at once. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were standing inside a spacious reception hall. You're back, Master. As Fenris was looking around, a broad-shouldered black man stepped in through a side door and politely greeted the Ancient One. Mordo. The Ancient One returned the greeting, then introduced Fenris to him. This is Fenris. Hello, Fenris. Hello, Mordo. Fenris copied his gesture and returned the greeting. Fenris, come. Sit. Once everyone else had left, the Ancient One waved a hand. The surrounding space suddenly rippled with colorful reflections, like light flashing across shattered glass. This is the mirror dimension. Here we can study, fight, and even observe others without them ever noticing. It's an extremely useful spell. It was also one of your favorites. The Ancient One led Fenris to a seat at the table. When he focused his eyes, he saw 3 exquisitely crafted wooden boxes resting there, each clearly worn by age. These are 3 little gifts. Open them. The Ancient One smiled, and for once, there was a trace of anticipation on her face. Fenris opened the 3 boxes one by one. Inside them were a yellowed old book, a sling ring, and a pitch-black mechanical device he couldn't immediately identify. This is the notebook you left behind, the sling ring you used, and a machine that shoots webbing. The Ancient One introduced them one by one. There's no need to explain the notebook and the sling ring. You can take them with you when you leave. If there's ever anything you don't understand, you can return to Camartage and find me at any time. I don't need to stay here to train. Fenris froze for a second. He had assumed he would need to remain at Camartage for a while, like Dr. Strange had. Of course not. The Ancient One took a delicate sip of tea. Magic is not your foundation. For you, it is only an embellishment. Your notebook records the spells you used most often and understood most deeply. Those are already enough for you. As for offensive magic, it has limited practical value in your hands. A basic understanding will do. Fenris nodded and silently gave himself a little mental pat on the back. As for the 3rd item, a glint of amusement passed through the Ancient One's eyes. You once said Hank's first-generation model was not only difficult to use, but unbearably noisy. It tormented you for quite some time. This is the best version after many rounds of refinement. It also has a built-in guard mode. It's very powerful, and its special casing makes it resistant to radiation. It was extremely difficult to preserve, but back then, you insisted on leaving it behind no matter what. As she explained, her eyes were unexpectedly full of nostalgia. Just how much did I hate Hank's first-gen model? Fenris clicked his tongue, and took the device from her. Its surface was covered in tiny signs of use, yet it still looked almost brand new overall. It was obvious that it had been carefully protected and preserved. Compared to the precious notebook and sling ring, this little gadget was actually what he needed most right now. Sure enough, nobody understood him better than himself. Is there anything else? Fenris looked up at her with open expectation. Fenris, a path has to be walked by your own feet. My responsibility is only to point you in a direction, not to hold your hand and drag you forward. That was your own decision as well. The Ancient One shook her head slightly and rose to her feet. We still have one more stop to make. One more stop. If a catastrophe like this could be solved by learning a few insignificant spells, I would never have appeared before you in the first place. Before Fenris could react, the Ancient One took his hand. In the next instant, the mirror dimension began to change. With a crisp sound like glass shattering, Fenris's perspective rose sharply upward. Everything on the ground rapidly shrank in his vision. Continents. As light flowed around them, the surrounding space began to fold in on itself. Countless worlds, some similar and some utterly different, unfolded one after another before Fenris's eyes. These are the worlds beyond our own. The Ancient One's voice drifted through his ears like a whisper. Some of them are beautiful, full of life. Others are unspeakably evil, filled with slaughter and savagery. A flood of voices poured into his ears all at once. Joyful laughter mingled with furious howls of agony. The images flickered. At last, Fenris found himself standing in a universe steeped in decay and darkness. In that vast expanse, planets resembled rotting giant cells, linked together by writhing tubes of many colors, all of it reeking of corruption and painted in grotesque hues too foul to look at directly. The immense cosmos was packed with these bizarre celestial bodies. Far off at the very edge of vision, an enormous being like a human face floated there in still silence. This place. Fenris froze. The sight of it sent a chill crawling down his spine, and filled him with instinctive revulsion. The dark dimension. The Ancient One nodded, confirming his suspicion. That thing is Dormammu. Dormammu? Fenris jolted, horror written across his face as he turned to look at the calm, composed Ancient One. During the brief moment they spoke, Dormammu in the distance seemed to have sensed their presence. His eyes slowly opened, and his gaze fell upon them. In the next instant, a strange beam of light shot toward them from across the immeasurable distance with terrifying precision. Do not be afraid. The Ancient One gently pressed a hand to Fenris's shoulder. His vision blurred, and in the next moment, he was back in the same reception hall as before. On the table, tea fragrance drifted softly through the air, as though everything that had just happened had been nothing more than an illusion. Ancient One. Dormammu's furious roar still echoed in his ears, making it painfully clear to Fenris that it had been no illusion at all. I told you before, what Charles can offer you may allow you to keep growing stronger, but it is still not enough. It cannot give you the true power needed to reverse the future. But the place we just visited contains power without end, and every bit of it can be used by you. A vivid crimson mark appeared at the center of the Ancient One's brow. Fenris heard her say, word by word. Infinite dimensions mean infinite potential. The dark dimension will only be your starting point. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 32, 1283 words. Absorbing the power of the dark dimension. Fenris was startled. Doesn't the dark dimension's power corrupt the mind and make people completely lose themselves? It won't. The Ancient One shook her head. That is true for others, but for you, those effects are meaningless. But Fenris's brows drew together slightly. Even now, his heart was still full of questions. In the scene he had just witnessed, that Shadow had been defeated while facing one or several unknown but immensely powerful beings, and in the end, it had scattered into nothingness. But was that defeat his predetermined future, or the future that his future self had seen? If his future self truly possessed the power to travel through time, then why not come in person? Why go through all the trouble of having the Ancient One seek him out instead? Most importantly, if those enemies really were that powerful, already standing above all worlds, then his future self must have mastered power capable of rivaling them. If that were the case, what difference did it make whether he came into contact with this kind of power sooner or later? To beings at that level, did time still have any meaning at all? Countless questions echoed through his mind. Fenris's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. At a time when he was still weak, being abruptly exposed to such a vast world, with unknown enemies and an uncertain future, brought him nothing but confusion, and a trace of fear so faint that even he himself had not fully noticed it. Of course it has meaning. Time never loses its meaning. The difference is only whether that meaning is great or small. After patiently listening to all of Fenris's doubts, the Ancient One smiled faintly. The difference between early and late, for you at that time, is the difference between completeness and incompleteness. A tiny deviation can lead to an enormous error. There are many things that cannot be spoken aloud. You may not understand now, but time will give you the answer. The Ancient One lightly waved her folding fan, and quietly watched him. I understand. Fenris let out a long breath. This information pressed down on his heart like a mountain, making it impossible for him to sort through his thoughts all at once. You still have a very long road ahead of you. The Ancient One waved her hand, and a portal opened beside Fenris. On the other side was his little wooden cabin. Can you tell me how the you from the past came to know the me from the future? Fenris still refused to give up and asked again. I'm sorry, Fenris. I cannot easily. Meeting Fenris's gaze, the Ancient One suddenly stopped halfway through her sentence. After a brief silence, she changed her wording. Perhaps because of a secret pact. A pact. Before Fenris could think any further, the portal beside him suddenly shifted and swept him back into the cabin. Through the portal, the Ancient One gave him a long, deep look and warned him, Fenris, the power of the dark dimension is profoundly seductive. It may not cause any negative effects for you, but there will still be times when you need to restrain your pursuit of power. Very often, fast is slow, and slow is fast. Do not lose yourself in the pleasure of drawing in power. You should spend more time feeling the effects and changes that dimensions of different natures bring to your body and to your power. As soon as the words fell, the portal closed. Hey, my notes. The next second, a much smaller portal opened, and the three items were shoved straight into Fenris's arms. The past, the future. He sighed. A future that had already been hard enough to make sense of now seemed even more shrouded in mist, impossible to see clearly. One step at a time. Fenris let out a helpless sigh and opened the thick notebook. Familiar handwriting met his eyes. Every stroke was unmistakably his own. Fenris quickly flipped through the notebook. Just as the Ancient One had said, it contained detailed records of practical magic such as soul spells, the mirror dimension, and dimensional portals. But spells like the Crimson Bands of Sidorak, the images of Icon, and the bolts of Balthak were only briefly mentioned, just enough for Fenris to get a basic understanding and grasp their strengths and weaknesses before moving on. As for knowledge related to drawing power from other dimensions, the notebook went into astonishing detail. This included, but was not limited to, how to steal power without attracting a Dimension Lord's attention, how to hide if discovered, and how to escape. Every method was explained with meticulous care, without the slightest omission. Seeing that, the corner of Fenris's eye twitched. He had assumed that drawing power from the dark dimension would require complicated spells like Caecilius used. He had even prepared himself to take on a certain amount of risk, or, if things went badly, call on the Ancient One for help. He had never expected the actual method to be this plain and unadorned. And judging by the look of it, he was probably a repeat offender. There were hundreds of pages of failure experience alone. He flipped through page after page until the notebook finally reached the last one. It really is an incredibly precious gift. Fenris sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to turn back and begin studying it properly, 3 neatly written words abruptly came into view on the final page. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. Seeing those familiar words again, an indescribable feeling rose within him. Fenris pressed his lips together, his mind going momentarily blank. Those words had somehow reappeared before his eyes after who knew how many years. Fenris gently brushed his fingers over the words. In their bold, unrestrained style, he could almost still feel the confidence and pride of the one who had written them. Ha! Fenris, you bastard! After that strange shout rang out, the hollow mountain fell silent once more. Time slipped away bit by bit within that stillness. Who knew how long had passed when several slightly heavy footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the mountain. Fenris, are you in there? A booming voice called out, and the footsteps drew closer and closer. I already made a round trip to Alkali Lake and back, and this kid's still sleeping in the mountain. Logan instinctively wanted to take a drag from his cigar, then belatedly realized he was wearing a bulky radiation-proof suit. He grumbled unhappily, had to wear this damn thing. I don't even need it. Hey, Logan, this web shooting device is very delicate. It's packed with radiation-resistant components, so be careful with it. Hank's slightly dissatisfied voice rang out. This was his life's work, after all. Humph. Logan snorted in disdain, but the movements of his hands immediately became much gentler. I originally told Fenris I'd have the device ready in 2 days. After making the first-generation model in those 2 days, I kept feeling like it still wasn't perfect, so I just kept refining it while waiting for Fenris to come pick it up. But after all this time, he still never came. Since you happened to be back, I had no choice but to drag you along to check on him. The corners of Hank's mouth lifted slightly. It was obvious that he was extremely pleased with his brand new invention. Fenris, get out here. I brought you something good. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 33, 1,436 words. There was no response inside the empty mountain, so the two men followed the carved-out path deeper in. Before long, a tiny wooden cabin came into Logan's view. The dim light inside pushed back the darkness. Hank carefully set his new invention down on a flat stretch of ground, then turned and took a few steps toward the door, about to push it open. What are you two doing here? A ghostly voice suddenly drifted down from high above inside the mountain. Neither of them had expected someone to be over their heads. Completely unprepared, both men jumped in fright. Fenris. Logan gave a violent start and, burdened by the heavy radiation suit, struggled to tilt his head up. A slightly transparent figure was floating in midair, holding a thick book in its hands. How the hell did you get up there? Logan's eyes instantly went wide. No, wait. Since when could you fly? Can't fly yet, hold on. With a pen clenched between his teeth, Fenris scribbled rapidly into the notebook in his hands. A moment later, he nodded in satisfaction, snapped it shut, and then slowly floated down in front of their disbelieving faces. You. What the hell is this? Hank was even more dumbfounded. This is a new ability I've just learned. What you're seeing right now is my soul form. Fenris drifted lightly through both of them, though the notebook in his hand slipped and dropped to the floor. Still rough around the edges. Sorry about that. He bent down, picked up the notebook and grinned. Soul form? There really are souls in this world. Hank stared blankly, feeling like all the science he had studied for decades had just stopped existing. You're looking right at one, aren't you? Fenris slowly floated back into the cabin and tossed the notebook onto the table. By now, dozens of notebooks had been stacked neatly inside the room. They were all the results of his non-stop studying during this stretch of time. If that's your soul form, then where's your body? Logan followed him in a moment later, reached out, and passed a hand straight through Fenris. Still unwilling to believe it, he waved his hand back and forth a few times before finally giving up. Over there. Fenris pointed to the other side of the room. When the two turned to look, they saw a cocoon over 4 feet tall resting quietly in the area with the densest radiation. Brilliant, multicolored streams of light were drifting off it in thin strands, making it look strangely beautiful. A finely crafted black sphere hovered silently beside the cocoon, faint golden light shining from it and outlining a barely visible energy shield. The scene should have been impossible to miss. It was only because they had been so shocked earlier that they had overlooked it entirely. Give me a second. I'll be right there. Seeing that both of them clearly had a long list of questions, Fenris simply waved a hand. His figure flashed, then vanished straight into the radiant cocoon. Oh, that feels good. The moment the soul spell was released, Fenris felt an indescribable comfort surge out from every cell in his body. After enduring this period of intense exposure, both his physical abilities and the sharpness of his 5 senses had risen by far more than a single level. Most importantly, after suffering through all that, the burning pain in his throat had finally returned to normal. That constant feeling of needing to be careful every time he spoke to someone, afraid he might accidentally blast them with a mouthful of searing heat, was finally gone. With just a brief inward focus, Fenris could sense a burning power rising from deep within his body, traveling up through him, as if it wanted to burst out of his mouth. He knew exactly what it was. But to avoid accidentally destroying this place, he forced that stream of heat back down. Taking a moment to glance at Mothra's progress in the Titan Encyclopedia, he saw that while the speed was a little slow, it was still moving steadily forward. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. A good meal is worth the wait. No problem. Fenris was in no hurry. He suddenly tensed his whole body and burst straight out of the cocoon, his figure moving like a phantom as he appeared soundlessly in front of Logan and Hank. The two men only felt their vision blur before a wide, toothy grin abruptly filled their sight. Fenris, you're faster than before. By now Logan was used to Fenris appearing out of nowhere, so he deadpanned the comment without even changing expression. There's something weird about the way you said that. Fenris gave him a strange look. Can you tell me how you just did that? In what form does a soul body exist? And why, if you clearly don't have a physical body, were you still able to interact with a material object like that book? Hank's face was overflowing with curiosity now. He grabbed Fenris by the shoulders and shook him hard, desperate for an answer. It's magic. I only learned it recently. Magic. So magic really does exist in this world. Hank parted his lips blankly. Can I learn magic? You probably can. Fenris looked Hank over, taking in his current state of being covered head to toe in blue fur, and sounded a little uncertain. But I can't teach you. If you want to learn magic, you'd probably have to put everything down and go somewhere very far away to study. Including your research, and aren't you about to become Secretary of Mutant Affairs? That. Fenris's words immediately made Hank hesitate. Why are you looking at me? Logan snapped when Fenris turned to him, his brows shooting up. What magic? Is it sharper than my claws? That's so you, Logan. Fenris turned his head aside helplessly. Now that we've delivered the thing, we're heading back. Hank sighed. He looked like he had just taken some kind of mental blow, and his whole expression had gone hollow. He pointed to the huge machine by the door, the one standing over 7 feet tall, and suddenly seemed to have lost all enthusiasm. That's what you wanted. It's simple to operate. Just mess around with it sometime and you'll figure it out. I'm leaving too. Logan gave a slight nod. The kids at the school miss you. Come out and see them when you've got time. Don't spend all your time hiding inside that cocoon. Before long, the two of them gradually disappeared from Fenris's sight. Logan's words made him pause for a second. When he came back to himself, he turned to look at the big thing they had just delivered. So this is the first-gen model. Mounted on a massive base was a doorframe-like device over 7 feet tall, and the whole thing looked surprisingly refined. Doesn't seem all that bad. Just as Fenris reached toward the power switch, a sudden sensation flashed through his mind. The reactor chamber at Alkali Base. His brows tightened. After Fenris had left, the military had gone there once, but of course, they found nothing. Because the reactor chamber nearly 160 feet underground had suffered a radiation meltdown, Alkali Base was destined to become a deserted wasteland sooner or later. By now, the place had long since been designated a restricted zone. Thanks to his recent studies, Fenris had learned how to use dimensional portal magic at a basic level, so he would occasionally go there and stay for a while. But now, one of the small warning spells he had left there had been triggered. Who would be going there at a time like this? Fenris slipped on the sling ring, and forced himself to picture the base in his mind. In the next instant, a bright dimensional portal opened before him. The moment he stepped into the reactor chamber, his ear twitched, and he caught two low voices talking outside. This place has been abandoned forever. Why'd the colonel suddenly send us back here with a team? Said we're attacking some mutant school in a few days. That lizard guy who escaped from this base last time is in that school, and the colonel wants his physical data collected so they can come up with a targeted battle plan. Tell everyone to move faster. This place is way too dangerous. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 34, 1,287 words. My God, you have no idea how brutal that lizardman was. I heard he killed everyone in the whole base by himself. And a whole bunch of researchers were tortured so badly they were mutilated beyond recognition. They didn't even still look human. In the end, nobody could tell who was who anymore. The other soldier suddenly shivered. That bad? Why would I lie to you? I saw it with my own eyes. There was so much blood on the ground it was practically covered. The moment those words fell, both men stiffened at the same time. They shut their mouths in unison and lowered their heads to continue recording data. Inside the reactor chamber, Fenris's face turned cold as he listened to their conversation. William Stryker. Because his son Jason had killed his wife when his mutant powers awakened, Stryker hated mutants with a fanatical intensity and saw them as humanity's ultimate enemy. He had the adamantium bonded to Logan's body, creating the Wolverine that existed now. He had also sewn Wade Wilson's mouth shut and turned him into a living weapon with multiple powers. At the same time, he had built several secret mutant research facilities to support his work. The Alkali Lake Research Facility Fenris had been held in before was one of them. The rustling noises outside drifted into his ears. If he had guessed right, there should be another squad up on the surface. They all deserve to die. Fenris growled under his breath and tightened his grip on the sling ring. With a sweep of his right hand, a dimensional portal opened. What was that sound? One of the soldiers outside seemed to catch the faint crackle of sparks behind him. His ear twitched, and he turned his head in confusion. A pair of inhuman eyes abruptly filled his vision, cold light swirling in them. The soldier's pupils dilated violently. Before he could even cry out, a pair of icy claws had already closed around his throat. "The men here to take your life." Two sharp cracks rang out in succession. Fenris casually let go, then picked up the soldier's communicator. Amid the hiss of static, a middle-aged man's voice came through. "What happened? Do you have something to report? Tell Stryker he'd better make sure he stays hidden. Otherwise, he can wash his neck and wait for me. His good days are over." "Who is this? What are you?" Crack. Fenris crushed the little device in his hand with ease, then lifted his cold gaze toward the surface again. At the same time, the Metropolitan Museum of Art. One of the top museums in the world, it sat in the heart of Fifth Avenue in New York. Inside, a group of students stood quietly outside one of the exhibition halls. The youngest were only a few years old, while the oldest were already in their 20s. "Class, look over here." Aurora pointed at a statue of an ancient human and explained, "For a long time, we believed Neanderthals were wiped out in conflict with a more highly evolved branch of humanity, namely Cro-Magnons, but..." "Jean, what's wrong?" Not far away, Scott looked at the distracted Jean Grey with concern written all over his face. "I'm okay." Jean looked dazed. In her eyes, the figures around her began to blur and overlap, while all kinds of thoughts poured into her mind like a tidal wave. Recently, for some reason, she had been having the same dream over and over. Everything in it was a deep, endless red, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could never see it clearly. "I just have a headache." Jean drew in a slow breath and answered in a deliberately light tone. "It feels like something's a little off with my telepathy. I'll just ask the professor about it." "Jean, ever since we came back from Liberty Island, you haven't been the same." Scott rubbed her shoulder, his expression full of worry. "Before you couldn't even lift a table easily. But now, every time you have a nightmare, our whole bedroom shakes." "Sorry, Jean pressed a hand to her forehead in pain. Just as she was about to say more, an immense psychic force suddenly swept across the entire museum, cutting off the conversation between them. "What's going on?" Scott looked around. The bustling museum had gone unnaturally silent. Every tourist nearby seemed frozen in place, completely motionless. "Professor?" Jean immediately looked toward the food court next door. At some point, a figure in a wheelchair had appeared there. "The next time you feel like using your powers on ordinary people, find a way to stop yourself. The professor looked at John with clear displeasure, then at Bobby beside him. Our school is small. We can't help every mutant. You wield powerful abilities, but using them recklessly in public will only make life harder for the weaker mutants out there. I'm sorry, Professor. Bobby immediately admitted his mistake and apologized. I shouldn't have let a small argument turn into. But John clearly wasn't listening. His gaze flickered away. What happened, Professor? Scott walked over with Jean and Aurora. Nothing serious. Just childish temper. They'll understand one day. Professor X smiled faintly. His powers let him see more clearly than anyone how vastly different people's thoughts could be, so he had never expected to change everyone. All right, the kids have had enough fun, and we. Just as Professor X was about to release his power, a sharp notification sound suddenly rang out from Scott. What is it? Fenris is asking where we are right now. He wants me to send him a photo. He says he has something important to tell us. Scott was confused, but he did it anyway. Just as everyone was still wondering what this was about, the sound of firelight bursting open suddenly came from the exact spot where Scott had just taken the picture. Everyone instinctively turned to look. A huge dimensional portal blazing with golden firelight had already opened there. What is that? Is that some kind of magic? Fenris. Those curious looks did not last long. The moment the portal opened, a thick smell of blood hit them in the face, making everyone frown instinctively. Fenris stepped straight from the research base into the museum. His clothes were completely clean. Other than being torn open from the strain, they were not stained with a single drop of blood. If you're about to tell me I'm cruel again, save it. These were Stryker's troops. If I don't kill them now, in 2 days they'll be at the school killing your students. After the portal closed, Fenris spoke first and forced Scott to swallow back the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. Good. Scott immediately changed course. Fenris, what do you mean by that? There was no time to care about when Fenris had learned spatial teleportation. Professor X was completely focused on what Fenris had just said. What do you mean Stryker is planning to attack our school in 2 days? Aurora and Jean both looked over as well. Just now, I killed a squad of Stryker's soldiers. Fenris kept it brief and turned toward the professor. What Stryker wants is the school's cerebro. And he's already built a half-finished one of his own. His real target is you, Professor. He wants to use the cerebro he built to make you kill every mutant in the world. What? The words hit like a thunderclap, instantly putting everyone on edge. End of chapter. Get +30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 35, 1,251 words. What? How is that even possible? No one can force the professor to do something he doesn't want to do. There's no such thing as impossible. Looking at the disbelief on everyone's faces, Fenris explained, Stryker's son, Jason, has powerful mind control abilities. And Jason was once one of the professor's students. Stryker extracted fluid from his son's brain. It can make people submit to his control. Yes, Fenris is right. Professor X gave Fenris a deep look. The things he had just mentioned were not secrets that the soldiers he killed should have known. But since Fenris had chosen not to explain further, he did not ask. But they're not Magneto. They don't have a telepathic shielding helmet, so how are they supposed to capture the professor? With an elite squad. The moment he heard this plot was aimed at the school, and the professor, Scott could no longer sit still. Besides, the professor wouldn't just leave the school so easily. Wouldn't leave the school easily. Fenris shook his head. I wouldn't be so sure. As he spoke, Fenris turned and glanced at the television nearby. A breaking news report was playing. We are receiving live coverage out of Washington. Just moments ago, an extremely serious attack took place inside the president's office at the White House. We do not yet know the full details, but the president was not injured. According to reliable sources, this attack was carried out by a mutant. The sudden report left everyone silent for a moment, and all eyes turned toward the professor. Don't worry. For the school's safety, I'm not going to run off and confront Eric right now. The professor saw the concern on their faces and smiled reassuringly. Professor, do you think Magneto did this too? Scott asked. Probably not, Eric. He wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like this. Professor X shook his head. He knew his old friend too well. A mutant attack on the president would have consequences far too severe, and it did not align with Magneto's mutant-first ideology. Let's go back first. Once we find the mutant who attacked the president, everything will become clear. Let's go. Fenris nodded, and a massive dimensional portal appeared before the group. On the other side was the school's entrance hall. Don't touch the edge of the portal. Seeing how curious everyone looked, Fenris smiled and emphasized the warning. When did you learn a sorcerer's tricks? Professor X remained at the back. After watching the students and teachers step through the portal one after another in fascination, he studied it for a while before suddenly looking up to ask. You know sorcerers exist, Professor? Fenris arched a brow, somewhat surprised. The existence of sorcerers is secretive, but not completely unknown. Seeing that Fenris did not want to say more, Professor X smiled faintly. Do not rely on this kind of power too much. For you, your own strength is still what matters most. I understand. Fenris was a little surprised. The professor had just said almost exactly the same thing as the Ancient One. But Professor, do we need to do something about the surveillance footage here? Someone will go delete it on their own in a little while. TCH. Fenris clicked his tongue and followed the professor out of the museum. No wonder Apocalypse had coveted the professor's power so badly and called it a force only a god should wield. Against most intelligent life forms, that kind of power was a complete dimensional mismatch. The instant the dimensional portal closed, the enormous museum returned to normal. Everything resumed as if nothing had happened, and no one had any idea that a few minutes of their time had just been stolen away. A short while later, inside Charles's office. The moment Professor X returned, he hurried off to the Cerebro chamber to track down the assassin who had attacked the president, leaving the remaining teachers staring awkwardly at one another. After all this time, Fenris has become even more mysterious. Ever since sitting down, Jean Grey's eyes had barely left Fenris. At that moment, Fenris was sitting quietly in the corner, yet faint strands of purple-black light occasionally flickered around him. For some reason, in Jean's eyes, although Fenris was clearly here, he also seemed to exist in some other dimension at the same time. And for no clear reason at all, Jean suddenly realized that Fenris had somehow become appetizing. Jean? Scott's gaze shifted back and forth between the two of them. After a long moment, he saw Jean unconsciously lick her lips, and his face finally darkened as he stepped in to block her line of sight. What is it, Scott? Only then did Jean seem to snap out of it. She blinked, looking blankly at her unhappy boyfriend. You just... What happened? Why did you call us back in such a rush? The office door was suddenly shoved open. Logan's voice came before he did, cutting Scott off mid-sentence. What's that smell? A faint scent of blood abruptly entered his nose, and Logan's eyes instantly locked onto the silent Fenris sitting nearby. You kill people again, kid. At this early stage of learning, sensing other dimensions required intense concentration. If Dormammu noticed him by accident, then even with the three sanctums and the Ancient One protecting Earth, the backlash would still leave Fenris feeling awful for a while. The room was too noisy, so Fenris simply pulled his awareness back and answered, yeah. Stryker's soldiers. Good. Logan bared his teeth in a grin. He thought Fenris might talk like an asshole, but his temperament suited him just fine. I found the assassin. Professor X's voice sounded at just the right moment. He's in a church in Boston. Storm, Jean, I need the two of you to go. Understood, Professor. Jean Grey stood up. Before leaving, she cast one more lingering glance at Fenris, and there seemed to be a trace of regret in her eyes. Scott's face darkened even further at the sight. Why not have Fenris draw one of those circles? Aurora mimed Fenris's hand movement. Wouldn't that let us go straight there? If I haven't seen the place before, I can't portal there. Fenris smiled. He was still nowhere near the level of the Ancient One, who could do that kind of thing effortlessly. All right. Aurora shrugged, clearly disappointed. Watching the two women leave, Professor X turned to the rest of them and instructed, before Stryker and his people attack the school, I will make sure I remain here guarding it. But the rest of you should not let your guard down either. Fenris, I hope you'll help us hold the line. I can. Fenris nodded without changing expression. The ones coming were just a group of heavily armed ordinary people. Now that the professor was not about to hand him and Cyclops over to Stryker in a neat package, it did not matter how many showed up. They would not pose much of a threat. Fenris estimated he probably would not even need to make a move. But after this is over, I need to leave for a while. He made the point clearly. What are you going to do? Logan asked. Fenris pulled out a clear photo of Alkali Lake. I'm going to beat their brains out. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 36, 1,299 words. Professor, have you spoken with Magneto? I just asked him a moment ago. Eric really did not send anyone to assassinate the president. Professor X glanced at the anxious Scott and reassured him, don't worry. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to the school. You can all go get some rest for now. Okay. Since the professor had said so, Fenris left without hesitation. A gust of wind brushed past him, and in the next instant he was already at the highest point of the school, where every movement around the grounds could be seen at a glance. Since he did not know exactly when Stryker would come, Fenris thought it over briefly, then simply slipped the sling ring back onto his hand. Focusing his mind, he pushed his right hand forward slightly. The space in front of him shifted, and began reflecting light like a sheet of glass. This was the mirror dimension, cut off from the real world. The outside world could not perceive its existence at all, but from within it, Fenris could observe reality as he pleased. He casually stepped inside and, with a wave of his hand, opened two-dimensional portals. One connected to his little cabin, and the other to the reactor chamber in the research base. In an instant, the intense radiation poured through the portals and onto Fenris's body, and a warm, comfortable sensation spread through him from head to toe. Now this is the proper road to becoming strong like Godzilla. Fenris simply pulled out a recliner, closed his eyes halfway, and stretched out on it in complete ease. The deeply satisfying feeling made him let out a comfortable sigh. As his magic grew stronger, the number of dimensional portals Fenris could open and maintain, at the same time, would only continue to increase. Naturally, his efficiency in absorbing radiation would rise with it, snowballing higher and higher until it formed a self-reinforcing positive cycle. With nothing better to do, I might as well bother Dormammu a little and borrow something from the dark dimension. With no one to disturb him in the mirror dimension, Fenris maintained the dimensional portals while his consciousness suddenly sank. Wisps of black-violet light began to flow around him once more. As those powers were gradually accepted and absorbed by his body, Godzilla inside the Titan Encyclopedia also began to undergo faint changes so subtle that even Fenris himself did not notice them. Sunrise and sunset passed in turn. Several days slipped by without a sound. Then, a sudden unusual noise came from far outside the school, instantly dragging Fenris's awareness back. They're here. His eyes snapped open, and from within the mirror dimension he looked off into the distance. The forest, calm on the surface, seemed strangely unfamiliar at a glance. A sudden discordance immediately drew Fenris's attention. Stryker's people are here. Fenris stepped out of the mirror dimension and called Professor X. Do you want to tell the kids to hide now? No need to worry. I've already had Logan take the children to the tunnel. Think of it as an emergency drill. Professor X's steady voice came through. Fenris nodded, finally reassured. As time passed, more and more unfamiliar presences grew clear within his senses. His ear twitched, and from very far away he could even hear the thunderous whir of dozens of helicopter rotors. So he really came in force. Fenris raised a brow, inwardly surprised that Stryker had actually managed to persuade the president to mobilize this much force to attack a school. A crisp, alert tone sounded. Fenris paused. Who would be contacting him at a time like this? Fenris, I just got highly classified information. Someone has mobilized dozens of helicopters, armored vehicles, and a large number of heavily armed soldiers to attack Professor X's school. Are you at the school right now? If not, notify Professor X as quickly as possible and tell him to prepare. At the very least, do everything you can to keep the innocent mutant children from getting hurt. A familiar voice came through from the other end, rattling off the whole message in one breath. The speaker even sounded a little short of breath afterward. Coulson, I appreciate the warning. Fenris narrowed his eyes toward the horizon, where several tiny black dots were already beginning to appear. I'd appreciate it more if they hadn't already arrived. Then you all. With the professor here, we're fine. Telepathic shielding helmets were not exactly something you could buy off the shelf. Fenris had no reason to believe every single soldier would be equipped with one. That's good. Coulson seemed to let out a breath of relief, but he also sounded hesitant, as if he wanted to say something more. Nick Fury sent you, didn't he? Fenris said abruptly. Put him on. Fenris did not believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. would dare leak even a shred of intelligence about a military operation this classified without Fury's approval. There was a pause on the other end. After a stretch of silence, Nick Fury's voice finally came through, just as expected. Fenris, I need your help. You're the only one who can help me with this. Sure. No problem. I need you to grant me access to the helicarrier's nuclear reactor. What? The other side froze, apparently not sure he had heard correctly. What helicarrier? If that's your attitude, then there's no point in continuing this conversation. Fenris curled his lip and made a show of preparing to hang up. The president had just been attacked, and the assassin was a superhuman. Once something like that happened, someone always had to take the fall. And it definitely was not going to be the CIA, the Pentagon, or the FBI. That black pot could only land on the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., the agency specifically responsible for extraordinary incidents. And the fact that Fury was suddenly trying this hard to win Fenris over made his intentions perfectly obvious. Wait. Fury went silent for a moment. After a few beats, he finally ground out his terms through clenched teeth. I don't know how you know about that, but the helicarrier is absolutely not something we can open to anyone. If what you need is a nuclear reactor, I can apply for temporary access to other reactors inside the country. I want permanent access. Or at least 10 years. Fine. Fury bit out the answer. How many? How many do you want? All of them. That's impossible. Fenris's lion-sized demand left Fury speechless. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s authority was indeed high, but it did not answer directly to the U.S. government. It was under the World Security Council, and the resources it could move were not nearly that outrageous. At least 5. After that, when I need them, you can open them to me one by one. Taking his current magical ability into account, Fenris finally relented a little. 3. 4. Deal. So what do you need my help with? Fenris grinned. His original expectation had only been access to one reactor. Fury sounded utterly exasperated. Every time he dealt with Fenris, he felt like his blood pressure jumped. My intel suggests the group behind the assassination attempt on the president is most likely a faction within the military. And the people attacking the school tonight are probably the same group. If possible, find out exactly who they are. Better yet, get evidence. Can do. Fenris knew perfectly well who the attackers were, so he agreed immediately without the slightest hesitation. As for evidence, that was just a side task. Pleasure doing business. Nick Fury hung up through gritted teeth. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 37, 1,392 words. Oh, now that's a nice surprise. Fenris put away his phone with a grin. All of a sudden, Nick Fury did not seem nearly as annoying as he had before. No, wait. Why hasn't the professor acted yet? Fenris looked up into the distance. In 5 minutes at most, those soldiers would break through the woods and storm the school. They were already well within Professor X's range. By all logic, they should have been under his control by now. So why were they still advancing steadily? The school alarm had already started blaring. For some reason, a strange feeling suddenly rose in Fenris's chest. I need to check. He frowned instinctively. With one step, his whole body turned into an afterimage and shot into the school. Almost every room was vacant, which meant Logan had already succeeded in moving the students into the tunnel just moments earlier. Fenris moved quickly down the corridor. At the far end, outside Professor X's office, Scott was standing there in silent guard. Fenris. Scott seemed surprised to see him here at a time like this. Weren't you? I wasn't what? Fenris wrinkled his nose and shot back the question. Where's the professor? Stryker's men are about to hit the school. Why hasn't he made a move yet? As he spoke, his ear twitched. Inside the office, everything was silent. Fenris, something's off with you. Why are you so aggressive today? Scott shifted 2 steps sideways and blocked the door. Besides, don't you trust the professor's power? They're still far away. Wouldn't it be better to let them get closer and take them all at once? Fenris's gaze stayed on Scott's face for the briefest instant. Then, in the next moment, he vanished directly from Scott's sight. Scott had no time to react at all. He only felt an overwhelming force explode into his stomach, driving him to his knees. A violent wave of dizziness rushed into his head. An icy hand had already clamped down around his skull. With a sharp crack, the ruby quartz visor on Scott's face was crushed effortlessly. Fenris, what the hell is wrong with you? The sudden attack turned Scott pale. His eyes were squeezed shut, but he still reached frantically around himself, groping for his spare glasses. Drop the act. Scott doesn't smell like you. Boom. Dragging Scott along with him, Fenris kicked out without the slightest hesitation. The heavy solid wood office doors exploded into splinters across the floor. The scene inside the office was instantly laid bare. An old man with white hair stood there calmly, a dark red helmet on his head. Across from him, Professor X was slumped sideways in his wheelchair, unconscious. Against Magneto wearing that helmet, Professor X had almost no way to resist. The real Scott was bound tightly in the corner of the office, and his visor lay quietly on the floor not far away. Help me. Eric. Mystique had already returned to her normal form. In Fenris's grip, she struggled to turn her eyes toward Magneto, and rasped out a plea for help. Child, I have to say, you really are remarkably sharp. And stronger than last time. Azazel, take us out. Magneto glanced at Mystique struggling in Fenris's hand, his face expressionless. There was not the slightest ripple in his reaction to Raven's plea. With one casual lift of his hand, the professor, and his wheelchair rose into the air. The moment Magneto finished speaking, red smoke enveloped both him and Professor X. No. Fenris instinctively pushed off the floor, trying to do what he had done before, crash into the red smoke and follow Azazel through the teleport. But for some reason, his movement hesitated for a fraction of a second. In that instant, Magneto and Professor X dissolved into smoke and vanished from the office. Why didn't you follow? Fenris loosened his grip, and Mystique slipped free at once. She stared at him in confusion. She knew he was capable of doing that. And leave you to deal with the soldiers outside. Fenris gave Mystique a sidelong glance. This woman had already gone down at his hands once. And still she had not learned. I'm not interested in killing you. As he spoke, Fenris casually bent down, picked up Scott's visor from the floor, and walked over to the corner to put it back on him. Hey, Scott. Wake up. The sounds outside the school were getting closer and closer. Fenris sighed and finally just slapped him across the face. Wake up. Huh? Scott jolted upright. The moment he realized Fenris was the one who had woken him, he hurriedly said, Fenris, Magneto came, and knocked both me and the professor out. I know. Seeing Scott was finally alert again, Fenris pulled him to his feet. I saw Magneto take the professor away with my own eyes. Then what do we do now? At the thought of the heavily armed troops outside, Scott's face went white. They had believed the professor's presence made the school untouchable. None of them had expected Magneto to cut in halfway through. Now Storm, the only one with true large-scale combat power, was gone. The only fighters left were Scott and Fenris. And Logan was down in the tunnel with all the students. If they were found, then the consequences. Don't panic. The two of us are enough. Fenris patted Scott on the shoulder. Just make sure you keep yourself alive. Once this starts, I'm not going to have time to watch over you. Fenris, by yourself. Scott still hesitated, but when he saw the certainty in Fenris's eyes, he gritted his teeth, turned, and went to take up an ideal firing position. Come on. As the deliberately concealed footsteps of the soldiers grew clearer and clearer in his ears, Fenris drew in a deep breath and slowly walked to the front gate of the school. He did not care what Magneto was off doing. But there was a reactor chamber inside this school that belonged to him. The roar of helicopter rotors grew louder and louder. Soon they were directly above the school. A brilliant searchlight snapped on and pinned Fenris's position with perfect precision. Scott, take the helicopter down first. Rower. A colossal bellow exploded like thunder, terrifying pressure sweeping outward as a wave of sound that shook the entire open wilderness beyond the school. Its echoes hammered through the forest again and again, lingering without end. As soldiers poured out of the woods in dense waves like a flood, Fenris's body suddenly began to change beneath the blazing light. His originally tall frame swelled violently. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a hulking giant nearly 13 feet tall, his body almost twice its former size. Layer upon layer of sharp dorsal spikes grew from his thick tail, flickering with a dim, eerie blue glow. What the hell is that? Some kind of dinosaur man? The horrifying sight caused the soldiers' advance to slow at once. BZZZT. A thick red beam suddenly shot out from inside the school, and struck the helicopter hanging above Fenris with perfect accuracy. Under the devastating force of the optic blast, the helicopter was pierced clean through. A massive explosion followed. The searchlight died instantly, and the area was plunged into darkness. Don't stop. Reinforcements are right behind us. Advance in formation. If you see a mutant, do not hesitate, fire immediately. The command was relayed cleanly to every soldier. Without hesitation, they stepped forward and continued their organized advance through the darkness. Then, abruptly, in that dead silence, where even the air itself seemed frozen solid, a series of low thrumming vibrations suddenly rose from all directions. From the depths of the darkness came a low metallic shudder, like the sound of an ancient beast gathering a sigh of destruction deep in its throat. Then a brilliant blue light flashed to life in the dark. It began at the very tip of Fenris's tail, then raced along his dorsal spikes and up across his spine, until at last it outlined the savage silhouette of a monstrous giant. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 38, 1,283 words. Like muffled thunder rolling deep beneath the earth, the low rumble grew sharper and sharper as the blue light intensified. The instant the blue glow reached its peak, the buzzing roar surged upward and exploded into a deafening howl that shook the heavens. Roar. The massive wave of sound carried overwhelming pressure with it, sending ripples through the air itself. A suffocating force came crashing down together with the terrifying sound pressure. In the very next instant, before anyone could react, a dark blue beam wrapped in pure destruction erupted outward. The night was torn apart by blue light. Scorching heat spread in all directions, and the searing temperature twisted the air into boiling waves. Everything in the beam's path was ignited, unleashing a devastating shockwave. The dozens of armored vehicles Stryker had sent slammed head-on into that raging atomic torrent. The moment the thick armor was touched by the blue light, it warped violently. The metal surface flash vaporized under the heat, and amid rising silver-white steam, the vehicles visibly caved in and melted away. The ordinary soldiers stood even less chance. In almost an instant, they were reduced to ash by the extreme heat. No one knew how long the frenzied breath attack lasted. When the roaring tide of energy finally died away, the horrifying blue light slowly faded, revealing a vast blackened trench ripped across what had once been level ground. In only a few brief moments, more than half the enemies standing before Fenris had been annihilated. The armor and heavy weapons they had relied upon had long since been reduced to nothing, as flimsy as paper before that crushing wave of destruction. What kind of monster is that? Is that the lizard man? Stryker said he was just. The surviving soldiers all stopped in place, staring at one another. Their hands clenched stiffly around their rifles as they looked at the terrifying figure glowing faintly blue in the darkness. An indescribable silence began to spread through their ranks. Fenris, you. Scott had not taken the blast head-on, but from his high position in the rear, his superior eyesight had allowed him to see nearly every detail of the atomic breath. One attack had all but split the dense forest in two. The unbearable heat had set everything around it ablaze. In the brilliant firelight reaching into the sky, Fenris looked like an unscalable mountain. He was just standing there, yet the remaining soldiers feared him like a tiger, and dared not make a single rash move. Don't just stand there, Scott. Fenris smacked his lips. The aftertaste of the breath attack was still a little weird. But the power was immense, and he was very satisfied with it. There are still helicopters. Don't let them get away. Right. Scott glanced at Fenris. By now, the soldiers who had already been scared out of their minds seemed to have received the order to retreat. They turned and fled desperately, as if some ancient nightmare were chasing them from the darkness ahead. Fenris had no intention of sparing a routed enemy. His huge body charged into the forest with startling agility. His claws had become nothing less than scythes of death. As his form flickered through the trees, soldiers fell one by one without a sound. Desperate terror spread through them. They wanted nothing more than to throw away every ounce of gear weighing them down, but the very equipment meant for killing had now become the burden that kept them from escaping. Die. Fenris struck again and again, his eyes cold and utterly without emotion. Inside the school, Scott precisely fired at each helicopter racing away in the distance. Soon, several explosions rang out. Under the force of his optic blasts, not a single one of those war machines escaped. Every last one crashed. A heavy smell of blood began to spread through the woods. As the fires grew larger and larger, Scott let out a breath of relief, grateful that the school had survived. At the same time, his curiosity about Fenris's strength only deepened. Fenris had practically carved through an elite force by himself, and that devastating breath attack was something he had never shown before. In only a few short months, his strength had increased almost exponentially. He used to be barely over 7 feet tall, and now he's pushing 13. Fenris isn't going to grow to dozens of meters tall someday, is he? The absurd thought flashed through Scott's mind, but in the next moment he mocked himself and dismissed it. How could that happen? No mutant can do that. Impossible. After thinking for a moment, Scott took out his communicator. Logan, the enemy's been defeated, no, wiped out. You can all come out now. And bring Bobby and the others too. We need people to put out fires and clean up the battlefield, now. At the same time, Alkali Lake Dam Base. Watching the soldiers on the screen run for their lives only to be harvested one after another without mercy, Stryker slammed his palm down on the desk. His face was dark as frost. Wasn't I told that without Professor X in the school, this place had no real combat strength? Seeing Stryker's rage, the subordinates around him all shrank back and lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. 2 days earlier, Professor X had deliberately created the illusion that he had left the school, then quietly returned through Fenris's portal. That move had successfully fooled Stryker, prompting him to send people after Professor X without hesitation while also preparing to use the opportunity to attack Xavier's school and obtain all the detailed data on Cerebro. But now, not only had Professor X seemingly vanished from the face of the earth, even the elite unit Stryker had confidently gone to the president to request had been wiped out by what had once been nothing more than a lab rat from his facility. Find everything. As time passed, every last soldier was exterminated, and Stryker completely lost all battlefield surveillance. In the final image transmitted back, there had only been one thing visible. A pair of ice-cold eyes. I want every scrap of information on this lizardman dug up. He was just a joke of a level 2 mutant before. How did he suddenly become this strong? Pull all his research records. Read every single word of them carefully. Stryker flew into a rage. One failure after another had turned all the boasts he had made in front of the president into a complete joke. This defeat not only meant his plan to use Professor X to exterminate all mutants had failed, it could also affect his future mutant research projects, and even his status and influence within the military. Fenris. Even from thousands of miles away, Stryker could still clearly feel the suffocating pressure and overwhelming intimidation carried in that destructive breath attack from the footage sent back from the front lines. One move. Just one move was enough to wipe out a modern elite force. I'll dissect you completely. I'll understand every last inch of you. And one day, I'll make you pay for this. Stryker's gaze locked onto Fenris's massive body on the screen, his eyes filled with icy malice. You want to kill that child? A man's voice suddenly sounded from behind Stryker. The tone was full of amused contempt, as if he had just heard a joke too stupid to laugh at. I'm afraid you don't have what it takes. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 39, 39. 1,279 words. Who's there? A faint gust of wind suddenly stirred inside the silent dam base. The unexpected voice made every hair on Stryker's body stand on end. He did not hesitate for even a second. He threw himself into a roll and away from where he had been standing. In the next instant, a pistol was already in his hand, aimed straight at the source of the voice. Stryker, there's really no need to embarrass yourself by pulling out something like that. Stryker felt a powerful force seize the gun in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it had completely slipped from his control and flown straight into the newcomer's hand. A finely made little toy. Magneto waved a hand, and a steel bar slowly floated out from the side and bound Stryker in place. Magneto. Held fast, Stryker stared at the man in front of him in utter shock. In that brief span of time, everyone in the enormous command room had already been effortlessly dealt with by Magneto alone. Stryker himself had been the last one. A man in a suit, his skin entirely blood red, stood quietly behind Magneto. At the same time, Professor X and his wheelchair were gently set down nearby by Magneto as well. That child's power has truly exceeded my imagination. Magneto watched the footage of Fenris mowing through the army on repeat, his face full of amazement. I had originally planned to have Riptide step in and give him a hand. I never expected him to actually hold Charles's school on his own. Even Azazel, that old hand who had fought Fenris before, could not help nodding in open approval at the invincible display shown in the recording. You brought Professor X here too. On the other side, seeing the arrangement Magneto had made and thinking of the half-finished Cerebro he had built, Stryker's pupils contracted. A powerful sense of dread suddenly surged through him. Just as you suspect, Colonel Stryker. Magneto smiled warmly at him. Thank you for the marvelous inspiration you provided. With a few minor revisions from me, your plan has now become a great undertaking that can benefit mutant kind. Are you insane? Stryker's face turned deathly pale. How many mutants are there compared to the whole human race? How can you even think of wiping out all humanity? And what would be wrong with that? Don't forget, in the end, we are all the same kind of people. Magneto gave a cold snort, then tilted his head without changing expression. Azazel's figure vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, a woman with fair skin and striking beauty was suddenly standing inside the command room. Emma, I need you to go into this bastard's mind and take a look. Our plan is still missing one key step. Eric, compared to the Black King back then, your madness surpasses his. The White Queen, Emma, looked at the calm-faced Magneto with a complicated expression. She had never expected Eric to truly go through with such a terrifying plan. As long as Charles's brain can bear it, what would I have to fear? Do it. But don't kill him. There's a child who's very eager to see him. Hearing Eric say that, Emma let out a sigh. She gave Stryker a pitying look, then gently laid her hand on him. Take a deep breath. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Outside the sprawling castle-like school, had once been a forest carefully maintained by Professor X. But after a night of brutal fighting, it had already been reduced to utter devastation. A massive fissure had nearly split the entire forest in two, while blackened burn scars covered the surrounding ground. The heavy stench of blood and diesel hung in the woods. Combined with the severed limbs and scattered metal wreckage everywhere, the place looked, at first glance, like a vision of hell on earth. Ugh! Bobby had several thick layers of masks over his face, but the moment he stumbled out of the woods, his complexion deathly green, he bent over and started vomiting uncontrollably. John was not doing much better. The two of them had been forced to use their powers at full strength to put out the forest fire, which had already drained them badly. On top of that, every step they took had to be careful, because they never knew what they might accidentally step on. By now, the psychological defenses of both young men were nearly at the breaking point. This is really hard on the kids. Seeing the students in the distance looking so miserable, Scott could not help feeling bad for them. Even he felt a subtle discomfort looking at what Fenris had done. How much worse would it be for these kids? The world isn't as nice everywhere as it is inside the school. I think Fenris making them clean up the woods is completely fine. Logan exhaled a long stream of smoke and glanced sidelong at the expressionless Fenris. That sunny, handsome young man looked like one thing on the surface, but when he actually made a move, he was the complete opposite. One man wiping out an entire army. Logan clenched his fist, extending and retracting his claws over and over. The pain of flesh tearing open again and again made him fully realize that Fenris was no longer the same Fenris he had first met, the one who could barely handle Canada's rough weather and roads. Because now, he had learned how to draw circles. Aurora and Jean just brought back the mutant who attacked the president. This is a good chance to have Jean find out where the professor was taken. Fenris slipped on the sling ring and waved his hand. A dimensional portal leading straight to the office opened at once. So that's what it's like after learning magic. Must be nice. Logan casually flicked away the cigar in his hand. Clearly unable to stand how smooth Fenris looked right now, he muttered sourly under his breath. Fenris glanced back over his shoulder and rolled his eyes in disdain. What is magic? Is it sharper than my claws? A tiny twitch ran through the corner of Logan's eye. Inside the office. Aside from Jean Grey and Aurora, the first thing Fenris noticed was a newcomer with blue skin, pointed ears, and a long pointed tail. Intricate patterns covered his entire body, but his expression was timid, almost shy. When he saw Fenris and the other two stepping in through the dimensional portal, he instinctively put on a nervous, ingratiating smile. My name is Kurt Wagner. My ability is teleportation. You can call me Nightcrawler. Nice to meet you. Fenris gave him a friendly smile, then turned to Jean Grey. Kurt was the mutant who attacked the president. But he isn't bad by nature. At the time, he was being controlled by Jason, Stryker's son, the master of illusions. Jean briefly explained what she had learned. Just as Fenris said, all of this was part of Stryker's scheme. Everything he's done has been for the sake of killing all mutants. So as long as the professor doesn't get taken, then we're fine, right? What exactly are we worried about? Aurora suddenly let out a breath of relief. Besides, the school is still perfectly protected under the professor's watch. The words had barely left her mouth when she looked around the room, suddenly froze, and blurted out in surprise. Where's the professor? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 40, 1159 words. At a time like this, the professor isn't here. The professor. Scott hesitated and parted his lips. Before Stryker's army arrived, Magneto ambushed him and took him away. And the army wasn't driven back by the professor either. Fenris almost stopped them by himself. Fenris. Seeing the astonished looks from Jean and Aurora, Fenris shrugged. Don't look at me. This isn't the time for your curiosity. Fenris is right. What matters most right now is why Magneto chose this moment to make his move. Jean Grey shot to her feet. He can't be planning to kill the professor, can he? Absolutely impossible. Magneto might hurt anyone else, but he would never hurt the professor. Scott rejected the idea outright. What if Magneto wants the professor to use Stryker's Cerebro? Stryker's was only a half-finished model. It couldn't possibly work. Otherwise, why would he have gone through all that trouble to attack the school? Jean shook her head. She had always been the one responsible for Cerebro. No one understood its complexity better than she did. Anyone who did not fully understand it could never have built one from scratch. No. Just as everyone was looking at each other, Beast burst in through the door. The first-generation Cerebro was built with Magneto's help. He absolutely has the ability to repair Stryker's half-finished version. What? The sudden revelation left everyone in the room stunned. So Magneto really plans to make the professor wipe out those innocent ordinary people. He really is a complete madman. Jean, can you find the professor's current location? In the rising panic, Aurora looked at Jean anxiously. Everyone had seen how quickly Jean's power had been growing lately. Using the professor's Cerebro should not have been a problem for her. I think so. Jean clenched her teeth. For some reason, that crimson dream surfaced before her eyes once more. She could feel a powerful force inside her stirring restlessly. And as time passed, that force was becoming harder and harder to control, as if it might erupt again at any moment. But with the professor's situation unknown, Jean had no time to stop and think about it carefully. Then let's go to the Cerebro chamber now. No one noticed that anything was wrong with Jean. They all rushed toward the door. None of them knew when Magneto intended to act, so all they could do was try to move as fast as possible. Fenris, where are you going by yourself? At the back of the group, Logan turned and happened to catch sight of Fenris silently turning away and heading out of the school. Logan, there's something I need to deal with personally. If any of you run into danger later, call me anytime. I'll be there immediately. Fenris did not look back. He only waved a hand casually, then disappeared from Logan's sight at an easy stroll. Magneto's plan was full of holes to begin with. As long as even one link in the chain went wrong, it could never succeed. The X-Men themselves were more than strong enough to handle this crisis. And even if something unexpected really happened, Fenris had dimensional portals. He could reach the battlefield and support them at the first possible moment. Most importantly, before any of that, there was still one bastard he had not personally dealt with. Stryker. Rounding the corner, Fenris opened a dimensional portal. When he appeared again, he was already standing by the lake beside the Alkali Dam base. He stood there quietly, looking at the calm dam before him. He wondered whether this dam would survive this time. With a wave of his hand, the space in front of him gradually began to shimmer with tiny prismatic lights. A moment later, at the entrance to the dam base, inside the massive flood tunnel, Fenris kept surveying the surroundings through the mirror dimension. Stryker had disguised this place extremely well. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than an ordinary dam. But behind the thick dam walls, there was a whole hidden world inside. From outside, getting into the base would have taken some effort. But inside the mirror dimension, he had many more options. Fenris lifted a hand lightly. The structures around him immediately began folding and rotating, as though the whole world were turning upside down. The sight was dizzying. Before long, a passage leading straight to the core of the base appeared before him. When I get stronger later, I'm just going to bulldoze my way through. I'm terrible at arithmetic and geometry. Using this spell actually takes some brainpower. Rubbing his brow lightly, Fenris moved forward through the newly opened route. As he went, the soldiers who had originally been guarding both sides of the corridor had all already been disarmed. Steel bars bound their bodies, leaving them sprawled on the ground without moving. Nearly all the armed forces inside the base had already been neutralized. Magneto, you'd better not kill Stryker before I get to him. Fenris unconsciously quickened his pace. At the same time, inside the control room, Emma gently withdrew her hand from Stryker's head, then familiarly found a hidden compartment in the wall nearby, and took out a small, exquisitely made helmet. A neural inhibitor. It can suppress Charles's abilities and trap him completely inside the illusion created by the Master of Illusions. Emma handed the helmet to Magneto. What a fascinating invention. Magneto examined it for a moment. Are you confident you can control the Master of Illusions? MHM. Emma neither confirmed nor denied it directly. Even the Master of Illusions had trouble suppressing Charles once he was wearing the neural inhibitor, and she was a telepath powerful enough to contend with Charles himself. I'll be relying on you again, Emma. And Stryker, thank you for your generosity. Magneto turned, placed the neural inhibitor on Charles's head, smiled at Stryker, and then took the lead in walking deeper into the base. The half-finished Cerebro was there. Magneto, you're going to regret this. Watching Magneto's figure recede farther and farther, Stryker struggled wildly and shouted at the top of his lungs. That's billions of people. You're completely insane. You'll regret it. You'll regret it. Whether he regrets it or not, I don't know. But I do know you're about to start repenting. Just as Stryker was collapsing helplessly onto the floor, the crisp sound of shattering glass suddenly rang out behind him without warning. In the next instant, a pair of icy hands had already climbed onto Stryker's thick neck. You are. Stryker turned his head with difficulty, and found himself staring straight into a pair of cold eyes he had only just seen on a screen. You. Me. Fenris bared his teeth in a grin. I'm here to settle accounts with you. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 41, 1,399 words. Fenris reached out and gave a light tug. The steel rebar pinning Stryker in place peeled apart as easily as noodles in his hands. You. Stryker opened his mouth, but no words came out. He knew better than anyone how much strength it took to do something like that so casually. The moment he realized those same hands were now clamped around his throat, cold sweat began pouring down his body uncontrollably, and his legs started trembling on their own. Just as Fenris was about to give Stryker's command room a thorough search, Magneto, who had already walked out, suddenly came back at some point without anyone noticing. His voice drifted in from the doorway. "Child, are you here to stop us?" Magneto watched Fenris in silence. He knew Fenris's power all too well. Even for him, dealing with Fenris would be no easy task. Worse, there was a real chance that a fight would completely destroy the Cerebro machine. That was the last thing he wanted. Clang, clang. Under Magneto's control, the metal around them slowly began to rise into the air, their sharpened tips pointing straight at Fenris. "Move aside, Magneto. All I want right now is Stryker. I do not have time to play games with you." Fenris paid no attention at all to Magneto's show of force. That kind of thing might scare ordinary people, but using it against him was not nearly enough. "You are not here to stop Magneto." Emma Frost, the White Queen, who was standing behind him, suddenly stepped forward. She glanced at Fenris with open curiosity. "Aren't you one of the X-Men? Don't you think Eric's plan is a little too insane?" "Emma, what are you doing?" Magneto frowned at once and pulled her back. "The plan is about to succeed. Do you want everything we have done to go to waste?" "I was only making conversation." Emma gave an indifferent smile, turned, and stepped back without saying another word. Watching the exchange, Fenris shifted his gaze between Magneto and the White Queen, then suddenly understood. "Magneto, so your people are not exactly united after all." "That is none of your concern." Seeing there was not going to be a fight after all, Magneto let out a cold snort and turned to leave. "No timing, no position, no support, and you still think you can pull this off?" "Ha!" Fenris curled his lip in disdain. After casually tossing Stryker to the floor, he started rummaging through the command room. He had not forgotten his deal with Nick Fury. Proof that Stryker had orchestrated the mutant-controlled assassination attempt on the president was worth several reactors. All of Stryker's files are in the safe over there. The password is 8 zeros. Emma did not leave immediately with Magneto. Instead, she watched Fenris's movements thoughtfully for a moment before suddenly speaking up. Fenris froze, then turned back in surprise, just in time to see Emma smiling at him. "Thanks. You're welcome. You are not really going to help Magneto, are you?" Fenris suddenly asked. "I just do not want to be an executioner." With that, Emma spun away in one smooth, graceful turn and left without looking back. With the White Queen's tip, Fenris easily got the files he wanted. He casually opened a dimensional portal and tossed them back to the school, then turned his attention once more to Stryker, who was crawling away and trying to sneak off. "You still think you can run?" Fenris's face turned cold. His body blurred, and in an instant he appeared behind Stryker, driving a vicious kick into the back of his head. Even holding back, the force still smashed Stryker's head into the ground with a loud crack. The sudden blow dropped him flat. Sparks burst across his vision, and he lay there for a long time, unable to get back up. "You." Fenris ethereal. I never thought that after escaping the base for just a few days, you would already have this kind of power." It took Stryker a long while to recover enough to push himself upright. He turned around, staring at Fenris in terror while gasping for breath. One correction. I did not escape. I killed my way out. Fenris stepped forward, grabbed Stryker by the throat, and lifted him effortlessly into the air. You know me because I got out of one of your bases. But I know you because every single day and night I spent inside that place, I heard your name from the mouths of those animals. Today I am going to make you feel what I once. As he spoke, another dimensional portal opened, this one leading back to the research base. Just as Fenris was about to step through it, a faint slicing sound suddenly reached his ears. His steps stopped. Acting on instinct, he drew back, and a woman in a black leather suit with long silver claws extending from all 10 fingers flashed past where he had been standing. Yuriko. The instant he saw her, Stryker's pupils contracted sharply. A blazing hope flared in his eyes, like a drowning man suddenly grabbing onto his only lifeline. He began struggling wildly in Fenris's grip, screaming hoarsely, "Quick! Save me! Get me away from him! Now! Why did Magneto leave you behind?" Fenris frowned. This Yuriko, Lady Deathstrike, had the same healing factor as Logan. Her entire body had also been infused with adamantium, and she had 10 extendable claws. She was not overwhelmingly strong, but she was incredibly troublesome. Killing her would not be easy. Kill. As Lady Deathstrike lunged at him again, Fenris twisted aside and snapped out a roundhouse kick without the slightest hesitation. Fenris was far faster than she was. His overwhelming strength erupted instantly and smashed her straight into the wall. Go play in space for a while. Fenris had no interest in getting tangled up with a woman whose whole body was coated in adamantium. With a wave of his hand, he opened a dimensional portal leading into outer space. He glanced down at the shivering Stryker, who was still clinging to Lady Deathstrike as his savior. The next second, Fenris vanished like a phantom. Lady Deathstrike did not even have time to blink before a fierce gust struck her. Her whole body flew like a kite with its string cut, and she was kicked straight through the portal. The dimensional portal remained open for only a few seconds, but the enormous command room was already reduced to chaos under the crushing air pressure. Stryker, an ordinary man, could barely breathe under the terrifying pressure. It was a long while before he finally started gasping desperately for air. That was a space portal. You actually exiled your eco into space. By the time Stryker finally processed what had happened, all he could do was stare blankly at the now empty command room. In just a few seconds, the Lady Deathstrike he had pinned all his hopes on had become a brand new adamantium meteor drifting through space. Do not bother looking. You are not getting a death that quick. Fenris gave a cold snort, stepped forward, and dragged Stryker into the place he knew best, that mutant research base. Stryker, right here, in this very base you built, I endured the cruelest punishments in the world. Freezing experiments. Dehydration experiments. Poison gas experiments. Fenris dragged Stryker up through the main building, and into a laboratory that was still mostly intact. In those days, I learned a lot from Sarah. I learned where to cut if you want to cause the most pain. I learned what the true limit of an ordinary human really is. Stryker's lips were shaking violently from terror. All he could manage were broken, choked whimpers. His eyes were full of pleading and fear, but Fenris showed no reaction at all. He casually threw him onto an operating table and strapped him down. You spent your whole life studying mutants, putting countless mutants on this table. But for you, this should be the first time you have ever lain on it yourself. Stryker, I wonder, did you ever imagine that one day, you would end up here too? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 42, 1,250 words. No. No. With his back pressed tightly against the cold metal table, Stryker's pupils contracted violently, his atoms apple-bobbing with difficulty. Fenris, no, you wouldn't dare. You're not like us. You won't sink to my level. If you kill me like this, then how are you any different from the people who tortured you? Stryker forced out a smile, but his voice had already begun to tremble uncontrollably. Please, please. Don't let hatred destroy you. Beg me. Fenris moved through the lab with practiced ease, pulling out a full set of tools and instruments. Looking down at Stryker's fear-twisted face, he lightly ran a finger along the edge of a scalpel. Maybe I should get you a mirror, so you can take a good look at how ugly you are right now. Fenris suddenly grabbed Stryker by the hair and forced him to meet his eyes. A strange curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. Only now you know fear. Too late. That icy voice sent Stryker plunging into despair. His gaze swept over the familiar restraints and the surgical blades gleaming under the cold light. Then he saw Fenris pick up a crystal blue vial from the side, and the veins in his neck instantly bulged as his legs began kicking wildly on instinct. The pain sensitivity enhancer. No. No, no. You can't do this, I'm Dash. Fenris locked Stryker's limbs into a specialized restraint frame, and drove the thick needle down without hesitation. It only amplifies pain tenfold. I am not even going to let you pass out. What are you so afraid of? Fenris, listen to me, Dash. The drug entered his body. As Stryker felt every sensation in his body becoming sharper and sharper, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his shaking voice almost broke into sobs. I know where all the mutant experimentation bases are. Don't you want to save your people? Let me go and I'll tell you everything. And all my research over the years on mutants. I can give it all to you. It can all be yours. Cold sweat drenched his entire body. In that moment, fear finally shattered the last of Stryker's mental defenses. No one understood better than he did just how terrifying that drug was. To remain conscious while enduring pain magnified 10 times over, even a shallow scrape would be enough to utterly break a weak-willed person. And Fenris clearly had no intention of stopping at a scrape. I have money too. Whatever you want, I have it. Just let me go. Fenris watched Stryker's performance expressionlessly, completely unmoved. He took out several hundred ultra-thin electrode needles and steadily inserted them along Stryker's spine and nerves. This is only the beginning, Stryker. Fenris gently activated the current. Aya. It felt as if thousands of red-hot steel needles were piercing through him again and again. Empowered by the drug, the agony came crashing over Stryker like tidal waves and completely swallowed him whole. His spine arched taut in an instant. His body writhed violently beneath the restraints, and blue-purple veins bulged across his neck. No one knew how much time passed before Stryker's screaming finally began to die down in the lab, washed white beneath the glaring lights. By then, a sheen of sweat had coated the freezing metal table. Stryker stared upward with empty, unfocused eyes, as if all strength had been drained from him. Fenris, you really are ruthless. Sweat had completely soaked through his hair, trickling down his twisted face in a steady stream. You think this counts as revenge? You'll never escape the fact that you were once just an experiment. Stryker's weak, breathless voice drifted into his ears, and a mocking smile tugged at Fenris's lips. What I used to be does not matter. What matters is that now, you are the experiment. And what just happened was only your first round today. Fenris reached out and helped Stryker sit up slightly. Under the drug's effect, his entire body was still twitching faintly with aftershocks of pain. Stryker, open your eyes. Take a good look at your own body. Do you know something? Your life force may be far stronger than you ever imagined. Here, this is the first cut. Do not worry. I learned my technique from people like you. If nothing goes wrong, you should be able to survive at least 3,000 cuts. No rush. We can take this slowly. Stryker could only watch as the surgical blade passed over his body. Every rise and fall of Fenris's hand landed with perfect precision on the places where the nerves were densest. The agony came in endless waves, crashing over him one after another. Stryker opened his mouth wide, but no sound came out. Pain magnified tenfold, layered over a death by 1,000 cuts, was more than enough to shatter anyone's mind. Stryker slammed his head desperately against the operating table, trying to ease the pain even a little, but the torment seemed to come from somewhere deep within his soul. There was no escaping it. It only grew worse. Please, please. Just kill me. As the agony dragged on and on, his struggles gradually weakened. His body started convulsing uncontrollably. Tears blurred his vision. By then, Stryker could no longer see anything around him clearly. All he could do was whisper pitiful pleas toward the unmoved figure before him. Fenris thoughtfully wiped Stryker's face, letting him see again. Do not be afraid. How could I be that cruel? Fenris's voice suddenly turned almost unnaturally gentle. Hold on a little longer. After 1,000 cuts, I'll use liquid nitrogen to freeze the wounds for you. You'll feel much better then. Oh, okay. At this point, Stryker's ability to think had nearly dropped to zero. His nerves were already numb. The instant he heard it would feel better, he nodded without hesitation. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. Fenris bared his teeth in a grin. Who would have thought Stryker would end up thanking him? Inside the enormous lab, as time passed, Stryker's screams gradually grew weaker until only feeble groans remained. And yet every so often, he would somehow recover, only to be dragged into the next round with full awareness. Liquid nitrogen. Come on, no rush, feel it inch by inch. What gas was this again? I cannot remember. Let's try a breath first and see what it does. Second by second, time slipped away. No one knew how long it had been when Fenris finally used the last instrument on Stryker, only to find that the man had long since turned into something like a soulless lump of flesh, sprawled limply across the bed. His limbs twitched weakly, capable only of the smallest spasms. His dried tears had already stopped flowing. Only 2 deep tracks remained on his face beneath those hollow eyes. Fenris. Fenris. Stryker was long past fear now. Numbness and despair had hollowed him out, and his mouth could only move mechanically. Stryker, do you have any last words? Seeing that Stryker had finally been pushed to the very edge, utterly spent, Fenris mercifully lifted a hand and restored the last trace of clarity to his mind. Under the spell's effect, the cloudiness in Stryker's eyes suddenly vanished. A strange flush of color even rose abruptly to his face. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 43, 43. 1,244 words. With his mind restored, Stryker froze for a moment. It took him a long while to fully realize the state he was in. Looking at what was barely still a human body, Stryker, now so numb he could no longer even tell what pain was, suddenly let out a ragged laugh. Ha ha ha, cough. So this is how it ends for me. Fenris. Using the last of his strength, Stryker slowly turned his head to look at Fenris. Even in his dreams, he never could have imagined that this former level 2 mutant, once as insignificant as an ant, a defective specimen with nothing but a pitiful healing factor who had been butchered at will on an operating table, would one day become the very hand that pushed him into the abyss. My research. Feeling his consciousness beginning to blur, Stryker struggled to keep his eyes open, desperately forcing out words that had nearly become inaudible mutters. Let my research. Mutants, all of them. HHK. Fenris quietly watched as the once glorious mad scientist slowly lost consciousness. His throat tightened slightly. He reached out, and his fingertips paused over Stryker's eyelids for a moment. Stryker, in truth, you and I are not all that different. Fenris suddenly turned away, found a clean lab coat, and draped it over Stryker's body, leaving him with the last scraps of dignity. Goodbye, Stryker. After a brief pause, Fenris drew a breath, and a wave of scorching fire suddenly burst from his mouth, reducing everything in the lab to nothing. Outside the laboratory, the main building, built at enormous expense, was already falling apart. There was even still a faint trace of blood in the air. It was already dusk. The last light of the setting sun streamed through the shattered glass, coating Fenris in a layer of gold. His final enemy was dead. He had used every method he could on him, and yet Fenris did not feel as relieved as he had imagined. But as his long shadow stretched behind him, the chains he had carried for so long had finally fallen away in silence. The end is also a new beginning. After letting out a long breath, Fenris opened a dimensional portal and returned to the school. The materials Stryker had refused to let go of even at the very end, the work of his lifetime, had all been packed up and brought back by Fenris. They included a huge number of documents on mutant modification, mutant power transplantation, mutant dissection, X-gene research and more. Fenris sat amid piles of files like a mountain. Every study in them had been built on a vast number of live experiments, and each was accompanied by disturbingly clear photographs. There is a good chance mutants themselves do not understand mutants as well as Stryker did. Fenris looked through them in astonishment. Stryker had poured nearly his whole life into this field. For mutants as a whole, though, the price had been far too great. No wonder Stryker had been able to play both Magneto and Professor X in circles through sheer force of planning. If he had only possessed enough raw power to back it up, his plan probably really could have succeeded. As Fenris kept reading, he even found the experimental records from when Logan had been implanted with adamantium. He set those aside, planning to give them to Logan when the time was right. Then several older-looking files suddenly caught his attention. Sentinel robots. Fenris lifted a brow and glanced at the signature at the bottom of the file. Bolivar Trask. The father of the Sentinels. Bolivar. Unlike Stryker, who hated mutants with obsessive intensity, Bolivar had greatly admired mutant powers. He had seen mutants both as humanity's saviors, and as the ultimate enemy humanity would one day have to struggle against together. Stryker's views had once been deeply influenced by Bolivar, but after his own son, Jason, caused the death of his wife, he had gone to the opposite extreme. Since Stryker had worked as Bolivar's assistant in his younger days, Fenris was not surprised to find Trask-related material here. Could this Sentinel program still be moving forward in secret? Fenris made a quiet sound of surprise, but after reading more closely, he found that the file contained only some abandoned Sentinel proposals that had once been used, along with a few pieces of trivial information. As for the project's current progress, there was not a single useful detail. I need to keep an eye on this when I get the chance. Fenris did not particularly care about the fate of mutants as a whole. He was not that concerned with them. But after spending time here, he also genuinely did not want everything familiar at this school to be destroyed. More importantly, in that future where the Sentinels ran wild, it was not only mutants who suffered. As the Sentinels evolved, ordinary humans carrying dormant X genes, and even ordinary humans who simply wanted to help mutants, all ended up caught in the slaughter as well. And once the Sentinels fully spiraled out of control, they nearly brought down the entire order of human civilization. If the Sentinel program really was continuing in secret, then it was most likely still in development right now. With the power of Professor X and Magneto, snuffing it out at this stage would not be especially difficult. I'll leave that headache to the professor. After flipping through the files a little more, Fenris tossed them aside. And these locations for the mutant research bases, these would probably be more useful to Magneto. He is the best at taking people somewhere and wrecking the place. And the assassination plan for the president was neatly filed away like an archive. I honestly cannot tell if Stryker was meticulous or just stupid. I'll trade that to Nick Fury for something useful in a couple of days. Ding. A crisp chime suddenly rang out, pulling Fenris's attention away from the files. Who is it? It's me, Fenris. Scott's voice burst urgently from the communicator, the trembling edge of it thick with panic. Where are you right now? What happened? Fenris asked. What's going on? We're at the dam base at Alkali Lake. Scott kept it short. Just now, Magneto had Emma Frost control Jason, and then used Jason to create an illusion for the professor, who was wearing a neural inhibitor, so he could use the professor's powers to kill billions of ordinary people. But when we got there and were about to stop him, Emma Frost suddenly released her control over Jason at the critical moment, and the professor woke up. As expected. Fenris understood immediately. Then their sides started fighting among themselves and left, leaving us trapped inside the dam base. Scott was speaking incredibly fast. But the fight earlier practically turned the whole base into Swiss cheese. The dam is about to break, and our Blackbird is stuck in the ice. It can't take off. We need your help right now. You have to come save us. In the chaos, a burst of noise crackled through the communicator, and then the signal from the other end was abruptly cut off. If you don't get here soon, we're all going to be washed dash. Beep, end of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 44, 1,306 words. Outside the dam base at Alkali Lake. At that moment, the massive dam, which had been operating for decades, was covered at some unknown point in a dense web of cracks. Behind it was a nearly 100-meter drop in water level, holding an immense volume of water measured in the billions of cubic meters. The crushing pressure kept battering the already failing structure. As time passed, thin streams of lake water had begun to seep through the cracks, and the fractures only widened further under the relentless erosion. This colossal structure looked ready to collapse at any second. The vertical thrusters in the power system are still offline. Inside the Blackbird, Aurora frowned as she kept trying to operate the controls manually, but likely because of the emergency landing earlier, the system remained completely unresponsive. The engine control system is shot. From the co-pilot's seat, Scott roared as he slammed the restart controls over and over. We've lost power. Dozens of people inside the cabin, including Professor X, wore grim expressions, glancing back anxiously from time to time at the dam that was on the verge of collapse. The dam would not hold much longer. If the Blackbird still could not get airborne by then, there would be only one end waiting for them. A deafening sound of collapse suddenly erupted from inside the dam. With a thunderous roar, the massive structure finally gave way under the overwhelming water pressure, and the lake blasted open a breach in its body. As the gap widened, the roaring lake water instantly lost all restraint and surged wildly downstream, in a devastating torrent, drowning everything in its path without mercy. Downstream, deep in the forest, flocks of birds were startled into flight while countless animals began fleeing in panic. Oh no! A sudden sense of danger rose in Jean's heart, and her brow tightened instantly. Just now, she had clearly felt the flood rushing closer. She looked at Scott, who had snatched the communicator from Logan's hand to call Fenris for help while frantically trying to repair the Blackbird, then glanced at everyone else in the cabin, the professor, Logan, Aurora. Goodbye, everyone. Feeling that mysterious power inside her surging higher and higher, Jean let out a miserable laugh, then limped down the boarding ramp with absolute resolve. Why does the communicator have to break right now? Hearing only static on the other end, Scott hurled it aside and turned toward Aurora in the pilot's seat. What about your side? No good. Aurora's hands moved even faster over the controls. We need some kind of outside force, or this thing isn't getting off the ground. Jean. The professor suddenly frowned. What's wrong with Jean? Logan and Scott both turned at the same time. She went outside. The professor suddenly fell silent. He had already guessed what Jean intended to do. What? Scott's face changed instantly. Without hesitation, he shoved Logan aside and sprinted toward the rear of the cabin. The boarding ramp sealed shut, cutting him off completely. By then, Jean Grey was already outside the Blackbird. Looking at Scott rushing toward her, She did not hesitate for even a second before thrusting out a hand and seizing control of the entire aircraft. Her immense telekinesis erupted in an instant, and the massive jet shuddered as she forcibly lifted it into the air. At the same time, with that external force supporting it, the engines restarted, and the exhaust slowly began to glow. Jean. Feeling the Blackbird trembling violently as it struggled to rise again, Scott pressed himself against the window, staring in despair at Jean standing alone on the ground, both hands raised high as she desperately held up the aircraft. "Goodbye, Scott." Through telepathy, Jean's final whisper came softly through the professor's mouth. Not far away, a wall of floodwater dozens of meters high came roaring toward them like a moving barrier of destruction, carrying the crushing force of a landslide and crashing straight toward Jean. No. Scott's eyes split wide. He watched in utter despair as Jean was about to be swallowed by the flood, tears spilling uncontrollably down his face. Just as Jean split off one hand and tried to force the raging flood apart with telekinesis, buying the Blackbird one last chance to escape, a tall figure suddenly dropped from the sky in a blur too fast for anyone to see clearly and slammed down hard, landing with perfect precision right in front of her. Ha! As the surging flood was about to come crashing down in a world-swallowing wave, Fenris gritted his teeth, rolled his shoulders, then slowly pushed both hands upward. In that instant, a blinding golden light burst out from his body, spiraling skyward in a column of radiant energy. The rushing flood was instantly swallowed by that power. Under the high-speed rotation, the overwhelming torrent was ripped apart layer by layer, and in the blink of an eye, a giant waterspout connecting earth and sky took shape with terrifying force. The flood still raged downward all around them, but at the center of the howling current, a vast open space appeared beneath the protection of the waterspout. Fenris. Seeing the figure who had suddenly appeared in front of her, Jean's expression changed at once. "Fenris, go. Get out of here. You'll die. The flood will drown you completely." She had chosen to sacrifice herself because she could already feel that power inside her spilling out endlessly. Saving everyone while also preventing that terrifying, out-of-control force from hurting anyone else was the only choice she saw. So when she saw Fenris suddenly appear and stand in front of her at a moment like this, Jean felt moved, but she still urged him on in panic. "Fenris is here. Look. The waterspout. It's Fenris's magic." Inside the Blackbird, just as everyone had fallen into absolute despair, Fenris dropping from the sky at the last possible second instantly blew away every shadow in their hearts. "I love you." Scott especially, who had thought he was about to lose Jean, nearly broke down in tears when he saw that tall back standing there. In those deadened eyes, the light of hope flared to life once more. "Come on. Fenris." Boom. But Fenris's magic was worlds apart from that of the Sorcerer Supreme. He had no spare attention to answer their cries. Instead, he threw out another burst of power with everything he had, feeding it into the waterspout. "That's as far as I can take it. But this waterspout probably won't last even 20 seconds. Fenris lowered his hands, and the circling golden energy was already dimming at a visible rate. At his current level, this was already his limit. Looking at Jean's anxious expression, he could see golden-red destructive power beginning to spill out from her body uncontrollably in waves. Fenris immediately grabbed her, stopping her from continuing to force that power out of herself. "Jean, I'll be fine. This flood can't kill me. Stop pushing yourself. I know you can fly. Protect yourself first. I'll save the jet." There was no time to waste. Fenris yanked off his coat. If magic failed, that was fine. Godzilla was his real trump card anyway. With a roar of release, Fenris's body rapidly expanded, swelling to over 4 meters tall in the blink of an eye. Without Jean's support, the Blackbird, its power not yet fully restored, had already started sinking again. Fenris took one huge step forward and locked both claws onto the jet. "Scott." Fenris roared. "Get ready to restart the engines, and tell everybody to hold on tight." End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 45, 45. 1,264 words. Fenris, do it. Up in the pilot's seat, Scott had heard him too. He gripped the controls with both hands so hard his knuckles nearly went white. At the same time, everyone had fastened their seat belts, bracing for the impact that was sure to come. Hearing the response, Fenris slowly lowered his massive body into a crouch, every muscle in him drawing tight as he desperately gathered strength. At that moment, Fenris could clearly feel a force rising inside him. His biological reactor roared into full operation. Heat began pouring off his body uncontrollably, and the blue glow along his dorsal spines grew brighter and brighter. Wrath! After a furious roar that shook the sky, Fenris suddenly heaved the Blackbird onto his shoulders, his huge body surging upward with the massive jet in tow. The blast of air cracked like thunder. The ground exploded beneath him with a deafening roar, dirt and stone flying everywhere, as a crater several meters wide was torn open by sheer force. That burst of overwhelming strength came too suddenly. The Blackbird's frame, forced to endure such a violent impact, began letting out a series of painful metallic groans. Ah! The savage acceleration slammed everyone back into their seats, their vision going dark for an instant. And the moment Fenris carried the Blackbird completely clear of the water, the giant waterspout collapsed in an instant, dissolving into a sky full of mist. The patch of ground that had just been exposed was swallowed again by the surging flood in the blink of an eye, vanishing beneath the raging waters. Fenris had only leapt a few dozen meters. It was not especially high, but it was just enough for the Blackbird's engines to come back online. With a smooth mechanical whine, the vertical thrusters engaged again, the engine flames reignited, and the Blackbird steadied itself in a hover high above the flood. But on the other side, hurling a massive heavy jet into the air had already gone far beyond Fenris's current limit. The strength he had forced out of himself was spent. A violent wave of emptiness suddenly flooded through his body, and he dropped out of the air. A second later, he plunged straight into the torrent below. Under that extreme overload, his whole body was radiating intense heat. The instant he hit the water, a huge cloud of white steam burst upward. Very quickly, Fenris's body vanished beneath the surface. Fenris! Everyone aboard the Blackbird saw it happen with their own eyes. Watching him disappear, the professor's gaze turned blank at once. The instant Fenris fell into the water, he could no longer feel him at all. I've lost my sense of Fenris. The professor's low voice sounded inside the hollow cabin, and it struck with unbearable weight. What? That's impossible. Fenris was the strongest of all of us, did that really push him past his limit? Scott stared in disbelief. Just moments earlier, he had already lowered the boarding ramp, ready to walk out and give Fenris a huge hug the second he made it onto the plane. Beside him, Logan was pressed hard against the window, straining to see anything in the water. But the raging flood had already swallowed every trace. After a long time, he still saw nothing. That kid's too mean, too stubborn to die. No way he gets drowned that easily. Logan kept muttering to himself, his voice thick with grief and refusal. Back at the base, seeing that old test site had brought some of his memories back. Even so, in Logan's long life, Fenris was still one of the rare people he could truly be around without holding anything back, someone he could accept completely as a friend. He came all this way. He finally saved Jean, and in the end Aurora leaned over the controls with a blank face, but her eyes were full of sorrow as well. She had not known Fenris very long, but he had already left a deep mark on her heart. He had walked through a hurricane and casually killed Riptide. When the professor was gone, he had protected the school in the middle of desperation. Then he had descended like a miracle into the flood and saved all of them. Losing a friend and comrade like that so suddenly was not something anyone could accept lightly. Where's Jean? In the midst of that silent grief, someone suddenly seemed to realize something. Didn't Fenris save Jean? Jean can fly on her own with telekinesis. So why haven't any of us seen her? Beneath the water. Completely unlike the raging chaos above, the lake bed below was astonishingly calm and quiet. In the end, underwater was Godzilla's true home turf. It was the first time Fenris had ever swum underwater in this form, and the sensation was several times more comfortable than being on land. So after crashing into the lake, he did not change back. Instead, acting on instinct, he found a comfortable place and settled down quietly. To unleash that burst of strength far beyond his limits, Fenris's reactor had already been pushed into overload. The result was the constant searing heat pouring from his body, and an overwhelming feeling of exhaustion. On top of that, he had just forced himself to use a kind of magic he was not even familiar with. Mentally and physically, he had already reached the absolute limit of what he could handle right now. Glub glub. Maybe I should sleep for a bit. The intense heat of his core kept venting through his dorsal spines, while the surrounding water constantly carried it away. As time passed, a faint drowsiness slowly crept over him. Why does being in water feel even better than soaking up radiation? Boom. Completely unaware that everyone at the school side was grieving over a single sentence from the professor, Fenris was just about to drift fully to sleep, when a massive explosion suddenly erupted somewhere nearby underwater. Then, almost instantly, the entire lake, which had only just started to calm down, seemed to boil violently. A dazzling burst of golden red light exploded outward. The intense glare and heat, as if deliberately aimed, slammed straight toward Fenris. What the hell is this now? Everything happened too fast. Fenris, who had been practically asleep, had no time to react and took the blow head-on. His entire body was hurled away, sent flying through the water for who knew how far before he finally managed to stop himself with a lash of his tail. A sense of danger more intense than anything he had ever felt before surged through him. Because this time the feeling was countless times stronger than before, Fenris's heart began hammering wildly, and every trace of drowsiness was blasted away. His reactor roared back into rapid operation, and the blue light along his back began flashing once again. With a low, heavy hum, his dorsal spines lit up one by one, atomic breath gathering at the ready. Delicious. A distant, almost dreamlike voice suddenly echoed from every direction. Then, in the next instant, Fenris's world lit up. The golden red glow illuminated the pitch-black lake bed. In that blazing light, Fenris suddenly saw a woman with long red hair staring at him eagerly. In those equally red eyes, greedy desire was almost impossible to suppress. I'm going to devour you. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 46, 46. 1,231 words. Aboard the Blackbird. Just as everyone was drowning in grief, trying to figure out how they could possibly find Fenris and Jean, a dazzling golden red light suddenly flared up from the water below. What is that? Through the window, the brilliant radiance gathered deeper and deeper beneath the surface, finally taking on the outline of a giant bird. For an instant, it almost seemed to be giving off a silent cry. Oh no. Jean's presence in Professor X's senses had already grown so faint it was nearly imperceptible, but now it reappeared without warning. And worse, a chaotic consciousness filled with destruction was violently clashing against her mind, trying to seize control of her body. The Phoenix. What kind of food does this thing think I am? The figure before him clearly had Jean's face, but the terrifying aura radiating from her was enough to make his spine go cold. It was as if she had become an entirely different person. Under the water, the instant Fenris met those pitch-black eyes, a chill shot up his back. He turned and fled without a second thought, forcibly swallowing back the atomic breath he had already been charging. You've got to be kidding. This is the Phoenix. The Phoenix had once completely disintegrated Scott, who had traveled all that way to find Jean, as well as Professor X himself. In the end, only Logan, relying on his absurd healing factor, had managed to kill Jean by striking during the split second when her consciousness was fighting the Phoenix for control. Fenris was not about to gamble on what state the Phoenix was in right now, or whether Jean's consciousness was even still there. Godzilla moved even faster in water than on land. In the blink of an eye, Fenris had already swum several hundred meters away, and was still fleeing downstream as fast as he could. Even this is still too slow. Screech. But in the next instant, a blinding radiance suddenly lit up right in front of his face. Carrying scorching heat with it, the surrounding lake water instantly began to boil. In the rising white steam, Jean's black eyes appeared in front of Fenris without any warning, the distance between them less than half a meter. A life this powerful should belong to eternity. That emotionless voice seemed to come from every direction at once. An invisible force suddenly descended, and even the churning lake water around them froze in place. Fenris instinctively tried to turn and escape, but his body had already stopped obeying him. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not move at all. A strand of glowing red power slowly extended from Jean's body, winding toward him like a venomous snake. No. Fenris knew very well that there was only one result if that power touched him: complete annihilation. As the red light drew closer and closer, his pupils contracted violently with unwilling fury, and the spines on his back struggled to glow with a dim blue light. With a low, heavy hum, a dark blue beam suddenly burst from his mouth, shattering the invisible restraint locking down his body and slamming head-on into the crimson power rushing toward him. Several suppressed shockwaves of energy detonated underwater one after another, and the enormous force spread out in every direction. Amid deafening thunder, the riverbed began cracking apart inch by inch under the impact, while huge whirlpools formed across the lake's surface above. In the aftermath, the force restraining Fenris finally dispersed. He was blasted backward by the shockwave, and only after several breaths did he manage to stop himself. Jean, not far away, was clearly not unharmed either. Her clothes had been torn to shreds by the impact, exposing large swaths of pale skin. For a moment the two forces were evenly matched. How is that possible? I can actually go up against the Phoenix force. Fenris froze for a second, completely stunned by the result. But when he looked at Jean and saw her clutching her head in agony, the light around her flickering unstably, he understood at once. Jean was fighting the Phoenix for control of her body, and because of that, the Phoenix could barely bring its full power to bear. Fenris. He suddenly heard Jean calling out to him with great difficulty. Help me. Ah. As Jean writhed in pain, overwhelming pressure kept surging and withdrawing across the lake bed. Watching the blinding light flare and dim again and again, Fenris finally gritted his teeth. The moment the red glow weakened once more, he exploded forward with all his strength and hurled himself at Jean. His sharp claws were aimed straight at her delicate throat. Thank you, Fenris. Jean instantly sensed what he was about to do. Not only did she not resist, she actually tilted her head back in complete cooperation, fully exposing her weakest point beneath his claws. The Phoenix. Just as his claws were about to pierce Jean's throat, her eyes turned pitch black at a speed visible to the naked eye, right in front of Fenris's disbelieving stare. The instant he realized something was wrong, he spun to flee without hesitation. But after the standoff had dragged on this long, strands of Phoenix force had already spread through the entire body of water without him even noticing. As Jean's consciousness was completely suppressed, the pressure the Phoenix force exerted on Fenris rose at an unimaginable rate. Before he could react, countless threads of red light had already sealed off the space around him completely. It even paid special attention to his mouth, making sure he could not unleash another atomic breath. In an instant, a flood of crimson destruction swept toward Fenris like a dam breaking. His massive body twisted under the onslaught of that terrifying heat. It washed over him piece by piece, and the strength and durability he had always been proud of were completely powerless before it. Aya! Intense pain spread through every inch of his body, forcing cry after cry from his throat. The Phoenix stood quietly on the lake bed, one finger lightly raised. Invisible shackles pinned Fenris hard against the bottom, leaving the torrent of energy free to rampage through him. As time passed, Fenris's body kept shrinking beneath the force of that power. Since he was already close to his limit, it did not take long before his body went limp and reverted to his original human form. Jean. Fenris kept calling Jean's name, hoping to wake her consciousness back up. But the phoenix, which had been sealed away for decades, had already sunk into a frenzy of violent rage. Fenris's voice had no effect at all. Looking at Fenris finally restored to human shape, the phoenix's eyes burned with desire, as if he were the most delicious thing in the world. With a shrill cry, a massive phantom phoenix slowly formed behind her in the raging current. In the next instant, the phoenix herself became a brilliant streak of fire, hurtling toward Fenris like a meteor. At the same time, the giant phoenix behind her opened its beak. The surging power exploded in full, swallowing the now helpless Fenris whole. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 47, 1,395 words. Completely outmatched. The instant he was swallowed, Fenris felt as if he had been cast into a world made entirely of flame. Blazing heat scorched him without pause, as though it meant to melt him down completely and turn him into its own nourishment. His skin, hair, sinew, and bones all gradually dissolved within that searing heat, breaking apart into gleaming blue motes of light that slowly drifted away. He could feel his body's defenses being steadily breached. Even his power to connect to the dimensional gate had been completely severed. Waves of agonizing pain crashed over him one after another like a rising tide. Fenris could not help letting out a long sigh. He gathered every last shred of his remaining consciousness into the Titan Codex, then slowly closed his eyes. A low hum rang out. In the next instant, the Titan Codex, which had lain dormant inside Fenris all this time, finally stirred. Its pages turned on their own, flipping straight to the second page. Mothra unfurled her radiant, iridescent wings, and the scales drifting from them transformed the once empty sea of Fenris's consciousness into a glittering galaxy. In an instant, countless streams of dazzling light burst forth, illuminating the chaotic mental space as brightly as day. At the same time, fine multicolored patterns began to spread across Fenris's skin, flowing and flickering like living things. And the moment those brilliant markings covered his body, his battered form, which had already been ravaged by the phoenix force to the brink of collapse, suddenly seemed to bloom with life again like a dead tree in spring. His ruined flesh began healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? Outside, as if she had sensed the change in Fenris, the phoenix abruptly opened her eyes. Fenris's resistance completely enraged her. Tangible crimson light exploded from her body at once, like blazing fire, pouring madly toward him. The heat around him instantly multiplied several times over. At the same time, a powerful energy vortex emerged beside Fenris, and began ruthlessly devouring the surging phoenix force pouring into him. As the energy churned violently, a massive flaming cocoon slowly took shape at the center of the vortex, woven from pure phoenix force itself. Time passed little by little. No matter how furiously the phoenix raged outside, the giant cocoon remained suspended amid the violent force of destruction, lashed by endless crimson light, yet utterly unmoving. From within the scarlet cocoon came the faint, rhythmic sound of a pulse. As the energy continued to roil, that heartbeat grew clearer and clearer, as if some sleeping beast were on the verge of waking. A vigorous life force suddenly spilled outward, blooming with rich vitality in the middle of the chaotic currents. When Mothra is born, she must pass through the stages of larva, cocoon, and finally imago. Only within the cocoon can her power be slowly nurtured. And the phoenix force represented chaos and immortality. It was the embodiment of mind and life, and at this moment, it was the perfect power for Fenris. The heavy heartbeat seemed to carry a strange kind of magic, a power capable of soothing fury and savagery alike. That power gradually pierced the barrier the phoenix had formed. It also broke through the heavy storm clouds pressing down on Jean Grey's consciousness, letting her see hope of breaking free once again. She immediately began to fight back with everything she had. A few moments later, the heartbeat gradually calmed, and fine tremors began to ripple across the surface of the giant cocoon. Countless multicolored patterns spread outward from its core, staining the entire space in magnificent color. 7 colored radiance burst from the cracks in the cocoon. At first, it seeped out in threads of drifting light. Then, in the next moment, the glow flared violently brighter, transforming into a dazzling pillar of light that shot into the sky. A holy power spread out from within it and fell across Jean Grey. The darkness that had filled her eyes slowly began to fade, and clarity gradually returned to her gaze. No. As if realizing that once this power forced her down again, she would not be able to reappear for a very long time, the Phoenix launched a sudden desperate counterattack. Brilliant crimson light condensed behind her, taking the form of a gigantic flaming bird more than 100 meters tall, dyeing the surrounding waters a terrifying fiery red. A horrifying heat followed, as if it meant to boil the entire lake dry. Amid rising sheets of white steam, the flaming phoenix shot into the sky together with Jean's body. The surging shockwave whipped up a violent storm in the air. Its aftereffects spread all the way outward, making even the blackbird hovering in the distance shudder uncontrollably. Inside the cabin, Scott and Aurora gripped the controls with all their strength, barely keeping the jet from going out of control. Only after a few moments did it steady again. "Professor, what is happening?" The clash between Fenris and the Phoenix beneath the water had caused such enormous upheaval that the others, who had already lost hope, and were unable to help, had chosen to stay and wait for what came next. After Professor Xavier confirmed that it was Fenris fighting the out-of-control Jean, everyone was instantly overjoyed. No matter what, the fact that both Fenris and Jean were still alive was the best news they could have hoped for. But the series of terrifying impacts that followed forced them farther and farther from the battlefield until they had no choice but to watch from a great distance. "I don't know either." Faced with everyone's questions, Professor Xavier only shook his head with a frown. The Phoenix force within Jean Grey had actually been extremely weak. The power she possessed was far from complete. If Jean's own will resisted as well, then the fraction of power the Phoenix could actually bring out would be minuscule. Even so, that power was already terrifying enough. But from the moment the Phoenix completely swallowed Fenris, and the strange power erupting from him appeared, Professor Xavier had lost all ability to observe the situation clearly. Silence fell. Seeing Professor Xavier equally powerless, the others could only stare through the cabin windows at the distant sky. As the Phoenix soared upward wrapped in flames, nearly the whole sky was dyed a striking red. Under the interference of some mysterious force, the thick clouds above began to slowly take on the shape of a giant bird, its wings spread wide, and its neck lifted high, as if it were crying out to the heavens. Then, just as the lake had finally calmed, its surface churned once more, and a multicolored pillar of light suddenly shot into the sky. A clear, ringing cry echoed out. A figure covered in radiant multicolored markings, wrapped in 7-hued, suddenly tore through the water and shot upward with unrestrained force. As he spread open his 2 pairs of long wings, one large and one small, 7-colored light surged outward like a tidal wave. It pierced the gaps in the clouds and expanded violently, carrying traces of red-hot heat with it. The heavy cloud cover was swept away completely. In the blink of an eye, the gloomy weather gave way to a clear, brilliant sky. At the same time, the crimson radiance emanating from the Phoenix, already at the end of her strength, dimmed beneath the illumination of that dazzling multicolored light. Fenris stretched the 2 pairs of enormous light wings at his back to their fullest, one large and one small. Brilliant patterns and flowing colors shimmered across them, and wherever his trailing wings swept, they left behind circles of gorgeous light. The dazzling 7-colored radiance lit up the heavens, making him look like a god descended into the mortal world. A final unwilling phoenix cry rang out. Then the flaming phantom rapidly contracted until it was completely drawn back into Jean Grey's body. And after that agonizing struggle for control, Jean, who had finally reclaimed her body, looked once at the reborn figure of Fenris in the distance, then weakly began to fall from the sky. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 48, 1,279 words. Beneath the dazzling glow filling the sky, Fenris gave his radiant wings a light beat, and his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear an instant later just in time to catch Jean as she fell from the air. My God, that's too beautiful. As Fenris streaked across the sky from the distance, trailing shimmering streams of light, everyone inside the Blackbird caught their breath and let out stunned murmurs. Fenris turned from a giant lizard into a butterfly. Watching him fly closer and closer, Aurora stared in open amazement and sighed in admiration. He's absolutely gorgeous. I knew it. His abilities were never that simple. Seeing Fenris survive the Phoenix's grasp, cheat death, and emerge reborn from the cocoon, Professor Xavier nodded with deep relief, genuinely happy for him. There were quite a few powers in the world that could evade his telepathy, but Fenris was the only one who could make even him feel a faint sense of fear. This kid, he really did grow wings. Back when Logan had seen Fenris wrap himself in that cocoon, he had already had a feeling. He just had not expected that absurd guess to actually come true. His gaze slid over the light wings on Fenris's back, then shifted to Jean Grey, unconscious in Fenris's arms. The tension that had gripped Logan's face finally eased. The corner of his mouth twitched upward slightly. Show off. Jean. The moment Fenris drew near, Scott yanked the controls, dropped the boarding ladder, and bolted for the rear of the cabin. How is she? She's fine. And for a while, she won't lose control again. Fenris stepped into the cabin. The huge wings behind him quietly dissolved into countless glittering motes of light, and the colorful patterns across his body slowly faded until he looked normal again. But compared to before, there was now something different about him, a more singular kind of presence. Fenris gently placed Jean in Scott's arms. Let her rest for a while, and she'll be fine. Thank you. Fenris, thank you. Scott took his beloved girlfriend into his arms and carefully covered her with a jacket. The terror of almost losing her, mixed with the overwhelming joy of getting her back, surged through his chest so fiercely that his whole body began trembling uncontrollably. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I... That's enough, Scott. We're friends. Smiling, Fenris patted Scott on the shoulder, then looked over at everyone else staring at him. Professor Xavier, as always, sat alone at the back of the group, quietly watching him. Just like the second time they had met, Aurora walked right up and gave Fenris a long, open-hearted hug. Rogue, Iceman, the newly joined Nightcrawler, and even Pyro, who usually refused to admire anyone, all gave him thumbs-ups full of respect. Logan did not turn around. He simply kept staring out the window, looking completely unconcerned. Seeing that, Fenris grinned. I'm back. Once the shadow of the battle at Alkali Lake had finally passed, and they returned to the mansion, the tension Fenris had been carrying at last eased, and life settled into a long-lost peace. The morning bell rang from the clock tower through drifting mist, sending the white doves perched on its spire fluttering into the air. After soaking up radiation all night, and enjoying the satisfying fullness spreading through his body, Fenris strolled leisurely toward the broad training grounds behind the school. After they got back, Professor Xavier had arranged a teaching position for him. Most days, he did not actually have any classes to teach, so it was more of a title than anything else. But whenever Fenris got tired of sleeping, or just felt restless, he could head over to the training grounds anytime and spar with the X-Men or the students. He was quite satisfied with the arrangement. Between familiarizing himself with his new power and spending his days buried in magic notes, or occasionally opening a door to another dimension to steal a little energy, life really had become a bit too dull. Getting out once in a while to move around was not a bad idea. The Ancient One had once told him that energy from different dimensions would have different effects on him. So far, though, Fenris had not really felt that at all. If anything, stealing too much of Dormammu's energy just made him pause for a split second whenever he transformed into Godzilla. Fortunately, the effect was minor, and would fade on its own after a while. Thanks to the brilliance he had displayed in the last battle, along with the fact that he had nearly saved the entire school by himself, and because he normally kept such a low profile, Fenris had without question become the most popular teacher at the mansion. Among the kids, stories about him had already reached near mythic proportions. I'm telling you, back then, the scene was insane. As he passed through the castle hall, a burst of noisy chatter drifted into his ears, making Fenris stop with amused curiosity. That army was like a swarm of locusts. They were just about to flatten the whole school, but then our teacher Fenris stepped up in the middle of the crisis. 1 man against 1,000,000 soldiers, and he wasn't scared at all. But we were hiding in the tunnels the whole time. How would you know? Another voice challenged. Ahem. Let's talk about something else. Back then, the dam at Alkali Lake had already collapsed. The scene was unbelievable. The storm clouds were hanging lower than the school building, and raindrops the size of bullets were coming down. The flood was just about to hit, and then our teacher Fenris came in walking on 7-colored light, with wings behind him brighter than the sun. He went whoosh, whoosh, whoosh all over the place and split the flood apart like it was nothing. But then Magneto showed up, and teacher Fenris stood all by himself in front of teacher Aurora and the others. Then there was all this bang-bang laser stuff, and he beat them so badly they ran off with their heads down. But I heard teacher Fenris actually fought with teacher Jean. That's nonsense. Why would teacher Jean fight teacher Fenris? Exactly. The chatter and argument went on non-stop. Watching Ryan, the little porcupine boy, passionately defending him with all the logic he could muster, Fenris could not help smiling. He listened with great interest for a while, then turned and left without interrupting them. Inside the training grounds. Within a thick bank of mist created by Storm, Logan and Colossus, Piotr, were in the middle of an intense slugfest. Kitty Pryde had Rogue and Nightcrawler with her, and the three of them were weaving through the complex terrain while dodging Scott's optic blasts whenever they suddenly came lancing through. At the edge of the field, Pyro, John, and Iceman, Bobby, were locked in a grim standoff, hurling fire and frost at each other from their hands. But as time passed, Pyro began to get pushed back little by little. As his flames were gradually snuffed out, and a wave of ice rushed toward him, he quickly called a stop to the match. You win. John left the field in a foul mood and sat down somewhere at random. What's wrong? One loss and you're already sinking into self-pity. A gentle voice suddenly sounded beside John, making him turn toward the newcomer without thinking. Teacher Fenris. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 49, 49. 1,253 words. John's eyes suddenly lit up. He politely greeted Fenris, and even put away the lighter he had been idly toying with, something he rarely did. Ever since they had returned from Alkali Lake, Pyro's attitude toward Fenris had undergone a complete 180. And on top of that, Fenris had been dropping by the training grounds every so often to haul the lot of them up and beat them down in sparring matches, which only made John admire him more and more. You're not the type who can't handle losing, are you? Fenris smiled and sat down beside John. On top of improving his own strength, occasionally playing the role of a spiritual mentor felt pretty good too. Of course not. It's just. Teacher, you have such overwhelming power. You might not understand me. John hesitated, as if unsure how to continue. After speaking, he carefully lit his lighter, then raised a hand. The tiny flame immediately swelled in his palm. The fire danced in the air, strikingly beautiful and eye-catching. All I can do is control fire that already exists. I can't actually create fire myself. John extinguished the flames with a gloomy look, then turned to Fenris with confusion written all over his face. Teacher, is the reason I keep losing to Bobby because my power just isn't as good as his? That's part of it. To John's surprise, Fenris answered directly. What? John froze. He had thought Fenris was about to tell him something encouraging, like to believe in himself. Bobby's ability may look similar to yours, but in reality, his level is extremely high. Fenris spread his hands, making it clear he was only telling the truth. At the school, Iceman Bobby and Pyro John both had outstanding powers. One controlled ice, the other controlled fire. They were both young mutants Professor Xavier was focusing on as the next generation. But Bobby was actually an Omega-level mutant, with an incredibly high ceiling. As his powers developed, the things he would eventually be able to do were beyond anything Pyro could even imagine. So there's no need to be upset about losing to him. If he keeps growing, there'll only be a handful of people in the whole world who can surpass him. Fenris spoke evenly. Is really that strong? John blinked, unable to believe that a classmate who had once seemed evenly matched with him could warrant such a high evaluation from Fenris. Of course. Even Professor Xavier and Magneto rank below him. At the school, only Jean Grey, and maybe Aurora too, are stronger than Bobby, so if I can fight him to a draw, that means I'm actually pretty amazing too. With Professor Xavier and Magneto now serving as his comparison points, John's expression immediately brightened at the thought that he had beaten Bobby most of the time before. Bobby really was strong, but that did not mean he was weak. You could look at it that way. Fenris suddenly smiled and patted John on the shoulder. And besides, you don't need to get too hung up on the fact that you can't create fire. Why? John immediately looked up. He still cared about that a lot. John, the fact that all fire can answer your call is a gift that belongs to you alone. A pianist doesn't need to make the piano keys himself to still play the most moving melody in the world. Meeting John's gaze, Fenris spoke slowly and clearly. Every person's power has limits, but what we can accomplish doesn't stop at the limits of our power. There are plenty of things Pyro can't do, but John can do with ease. Fenris's words struck John like a hammer blow. It was a way of thinking he had never encountered before. Fenris casually pulled out a box of matches and handed it to him. Try lighting one the most primitive way. Okay. John reached out with trembling fingers and struck a match. The tiny flame swayed gently in the breeze. Even without his mutant power, John can still bring fire into existence. Fenris bent down, picked up the lighter John had dropped on the ground earlier, and placed it back in his hand. Because the real you is stronger than any ability. Watching the tiny match burn out so quickly in his fingers, John suddenly fell silent. Your power is only a tool. You can use Pyro as your codename in battle, but only John can decide what kind of person John is going to become. A weapon defined by flame, or a guardian who uses flame to protect the school, and everything he holds dear. That whole familiar set of lines succeeded in pushing the hot-headed, radical Pyro into deep thought. Seeing the contemplation on the other boy's face, Fenris nodded in satisfaction. Teacher Fenris, I understand now. After a long while, John's brow suddenly relaxed, and he shot to his feet. My power might really never be stronger than Bobby's, but I can still take responsibility for protecting the school, just like the professor does. Seeing this rebellious kid, who had once been the type Magneto could easily lure away, finally change his heart, Fenris nodded with satisfaction. But teacher, for someone as powerful as you, where is your limit? John changed the subject abruptly, his face full of anticipation. He wanted Fenris's answer more than anything. My limit is my power. Fenris shrugged as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You're the one overthinking things. I don't need to worry about that much. John's face darkened. Why did he suddenly feel like he had just been played? Ha ha ha. A burst of hearty laughter suddenly rang out from nearby, drawing Fenris's attention. The training off to the side had just ended. The mist dispersed, Logan retracted his claws, and with a bruised and battered face, hauled Colossus back to his feet. Now that was a satisfying fight. Fenris, when did you get here? Just now. Fenris smiled. He was just about to say something when Colossus suddenly charged toward him with excitement written all over his face. Teacher Fenris, let's fight. Before his words had even finished, a steel fist as big as a sandbag was already swinging down at Fenris without the slightest hesitation. A dull impact rang out. Fenris caught the blow with ease, twisted at the waist, and drove a heavy punch forward, sending Colossus flying. Awesome! With a strange yell, Colossus vanished into the distance. They really are still just kids. Aurora walked over with a smile on her face. Fenris, what brought you out today? I'd been by myself too long. Came out to clear my head. Now that he could open dimensional gates, Fenris was able to absorb the radiation from several reactors at the same time. Once his deal with Nick Fury was done in a couple of days, as long as his magic improved enough to let him maintain even more dimensional gates at once, his pace would get even faster. Aurora smiled, about to say something, when her expression suddenly stalled. A moment later, she lifted a hand and pointed in a certain direction on the grounds. Fenris, the professor just told me someone from outside is here looking for you. They said it's urgent. You should go. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 50, 1219 words. Someone's here to see me. Fenris blinked. All right. I'll go take a look. Before the last note of his voice had even faded, 2 clusters of dazzling light suddenly flared behind him. 2 pairs of radiant wings spread wide, and with a single beat, his figure dissolved into a streak of light and vanished from the training grounds. He could have just run over there, but no, he had to show off. Logan made no effort to hide his contempt for that kind of behavior, grumbling from the side. But it really is cool. Having just been fed a huge helping of inspiration, Pyro suddenly sprang to his feet, confidence restored. Bobby, let's go again. The school grounds were enormous, but crossing them through the air only took Fenris a breath or two, even a little faster than opening a dimensional gate. When he landed lightly from the sky, an unexpected figure was waiting for him. Coulson. The light wings vanished, and the colorful patterns on his skin faded away. Fenris smiled and greeted the man before him. Fenris. Seeing how completely different Fenris looked now, Coulson's eyes widened at once. He circled him, looking him up and down from every angle, then even tugged at his perfectly intact shirt. What is going on with you? Were those real wings just now? They can become real, but if I do that, they get too big. Not exactly ideal for showing up at school. Besides, clothes don't grow on trees. Fenris tossed out the joke lightly, then shifted the subject. By the way, why did you suddenly come all the way to the school? Did Nick Fury send you again? No. Coulson shook his head. This time, I came with the director. Nick Fury actually came. A flicker of surprise flashed through Fenris's eyes. Nick Fury was secretive to the bone, with no telling how many dirty secrets stuffed in that head of his. A man like that had actually dared to show up in front of the professor. The director didn't come in person. Coulson looked helpless. But I did bring him here. Fenris blinked, about to ask what that meant, when the professor's voice suddenly came from inside the room. Fenris, if you're here, come in. Director Fury has something he wants to discuss with you. Creak. The wooden door Fenris had once kicked to pieces had now been replaced with a brand new one. When he pushed it open and entered, he saw Professor Xavier seated calmly behind his desk. Across from him, 3 brand new devices were projecting a life-sized hologram. It was Nick Fury. The 2 of them had apparently already spoken about something. Fury's expression was noticeably dark, and the pressure around him felt even gloomier than usual. So that's what Coulson meant. Fenris laughed in realization. Sit. Professor Xavier smiled warmly and nodded to him, clearly in an excellent mood. Fenris, about the deal we discussed before. Nick Fury cut in from the side, prompting him. William Stryker was the one behind the planned presidential assassination. I have all the evidence you wanted. Fenris nodded cleanly and directly. The rare bit of good news eased the expression on Fury's face slightly. William Stryker. Fury tapped the desk unconsciously with his fingers, the dull thudding carrying through the hologram. But he hasn't shown his face for quite some time. He was probably killed by someone. The calm reply immediately drew the scrutinizing looks of two bald men. Fenris's expression did not change in the slightest as he answered evenly. All right. Understood. Fury gave Fenris a look full of meaning, then spoke with unusual decisiveness. The 4 reactors I promised you have already been coordinated. You can use them whenever you want. They'll be reserved for your exclusive use. Seeing Fenris nod, Fury gave a quiet grunt. Just hand over the evidence when you have time. I can give it to you today. Nick Fury, who was normally so tight-fisted, had for once refrained from haggling at exactly the moment he usually would have. It was strange enough that Fenris found him almost unfamiliar. Then I'll wait for you. As soon as the words fell, Fury's hologram shut down completely without hesitation. He's practically a different person. Fenris clicked his tongue, and threw the comment toward the professor in mild amazement. That's because he wanted to discuss compensation for this incident with me, and I sent him away. Professor Xavier narrowed his eyes with a smile. He looked harmless and perfectly gentle. This time, while Magneto's plan had failed, the professor's power had still caused a certain degree of public panic in the aftermath. So Nick Fury had put that clever little brain of his to work and set his sights on the school, hoping to squeeze some benefit out of the professor. For example, Fenris. Then he picked the wrong person. Fenris let out a laugh. Although Professor Xavier was nothing like Magneto in how extreme or forceful he was toward humanity, one thing was beyond question. The professor was absolutely not some soft-hearted pushover. He was simply an ordinary man who knew how to restrain his own power. Expecting an elderly scholar who had witnessed all kinds of human darkness to be some naive innocent was clearly unrealistic. Fenris, very often, understanding a person doesn't require telepathy at all. Professor Xavier casually picked up a copy of The Once and Future King from the desk and spoke softly. More often, we rely on our own hearts and sufficient knowledge, not on deceiving ourselves with some irrelevant projection. Back when Howard and Carter were still alive, I already knew about the organization Nick Fury belongs to. Decades have passed, and that organization is now riddled with holes, but Fury remains completely unaware of it. He still needs time to be tempered. Oh? Fenris looked up at the professor in surprise. He had not expected Xavier to know even that much about S.H.I.E.L.D. I didn't read their minds, and I'm not interested in such things. Nick Fury told me all of that himself just now. He simply hasn't realized it yet. The professor offered the explanation simply. I see. Fenris nodded in understanding. Still, he had no real interest in those sorts of stolen replacement intrigues, so after touching on it briefly, he quickly let the subject drop. Fenris, I was glad to hear you say those things to John just now. Professor Xavier shifted the topic and spoke in a warm voice. I know you killed Stryker. Whether you tormented him or gave him a quick death, in the end I only hope you do not become a puppet filled with hatred and violence. I have never objected to revenge. Settling a score is natural, and whatever means one uses in seeking revenge can still fall within reason. But you must not let your hatred spill over onto innocent ordinary people. That would be a desecration of the power you possess. Just like Eric. I have never believed that his original intentions were wrong. But once he began to abandon all restraint, someone had to tell him that he was wrong. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 51, 1,383 words. I will upload tons of chapters today, so if you like it please leave a review and give it some love. Professor, I do understand that much. Looking at Professor X as he tried to reason with him so earnestly, Fenris felt a little helpless. The professor really was terrified he might turn into someone like Magneto. Oh, right, Professor. I also sorted through some classified material over the last couple of days. I got all of it from Stryker. You'll probably want to take a look. Seeing that the professor was about to say more, Fenris hurriedly pulled out a thick stack of files and dropped them onto the desk. Sentinel robots. Professor X's attention was immediately diverted. After reading for a while, his brows drew tightly together. If this project is still moving forward in secret, it will be a catastrophe, not just for mutants, but for humanity as well. A moment later, the professor came to his conclusion with absolute certainty. I need to contact Eric. He has to keep Raven in check. We cannot let this project continue to develop. As he spoke, Professor X had already gathered up the files and hurriedly drove his wheelchair toward the door. Professor, I'm not sure whether Jean's awake yet, but I'm planning to make a trip to the Triskelion. She shouldn't lose control during this time, right? Even though he already knew the Phoenix had likely fallen dormant, Fenris still could not stop himself from asking as he looked at the professor's retreating back. Jean is awake. Her condition is stable now, and she can already use that power in simple ways. When the subject turned to Jean, the professor paused for a moment. It's thanks to you that everything went smoothly. That's good. Watching the professor's figure gradually disappear from view, Fenris let out a quiet sigh. He casually opened a portal, tossed Nick Fury's 3 projection devices to Hank, then finally strolled out the door. Hey, Coulson. Fenris flashed a grin. Fenris. The bored-looking Coulson turned back and greeted him, though his eyes could not help drifting toward the office. What are you looking at? Fenris slung an arm around the middle-aged man, who was a head shorter than him, and dragged him outside without giving him any chance to object. Your director, Nick Fury, just told me my reactor is ready. I've got time right now, so come with me to the Triskelion, and we'll deliver what Fury wants. But that projection tech is our latest technology. I need to take it back. Oh, come on. Let's go already. Coulson kept looking back every few steps, but he was too weak to resist and ended up being hauled bodily out of the school. So, when they reached the parking area and Fenris saw Coulson skillfully climb into a beat-up old car, he frowned deeply, his face full of disgust. We're taking that to New York. Fenris, don't underestimate Lola. After adjusting his seat, Coulson proudly patted the steering wheel. Lola may look old, but she's actually equipped with a flight system. She can even take off and land vertically. Once the subject of his beloved car came up, Coulson was like a man who had opened the floodgates. He immediately started rambling non-stop. Coulson, want to experience what it feels like to fly with your own body? Fenris suddenly asked. What do you mean? The abrupt question made Coulson freeze. Before he could react, a powerful arm had already reached out from the side and casually lifted him up. The next second, Lola began shrinking in Coulson's field of vision, followed by the sprawling grounds of Xavier's school. Fenris carried Coulson straight up into the sky. In no time at all, they broke through the clouds, and a blink later, the outline of the land below had already become clear. Ah, slow down, slow down. As a trained agent, Coulson's mental fortitude was already exceptionally strong, but being yanked into the upper sky without warning was a first even for him. So for a moment, he was badly shaken. He clung tightly to Fenris's arm, not daring to let go at all. Don't be scared, Coulson. There aren't many people on Earth who get to experience this. What? Suddenly noticing that Fenris's voice had become sharper and clearer, Coulson instinctively froze for a second. But in the next instant, Fenris's appearance began changing right before his eyes. His strong human arms transformed in the blink of an eye into insect-like limbs covered in fine fuzz. Then came 6 long legs, one after another, along with a tail lined with sharp spikes. Most importantly, the radiant wings that had originally stretched more than 10 meters began solidifying and expanding at incredible speed. In the space of a breath, 2 pairs of wings covered in intricate and beautiful patterns quietly appeared. On the forewings was even a design that looked strikingly like Godzilla's eyes, cold and imposing. Fenris, you. Watching Fenris transform before his eyes into a gigantic butterfly, with a wingspan of nearly 20 meters, even someone as experienced and well-traveled as Coulson, a man who prided himself on having seen every kind of big scene imaginable, could not stop himself from going stiff. He trembled, unable to force out even a complete sentence. Staring at Fenris's enormous compound eyes, Coulson barely managed to put together a strained smile. Coulson, have you ever experienced breaking the sound barrier with your own body? Hearing Fenris's voice come from overhead, a sudden sense of dread surged up in Coulson's heart. Let's fly. A loud cry of pure exhilaration rang out. 2 pairs of shimmering wings instantly tensed, immense power surged forth, and the air screamed under violent vibration. Their speed began climbing rapidly. Fenris's body immediately turned into a blur as he shot forward like lightning. Foo-dash. Even though Fenris had leaned forward to shield him, the airflow created by their high-speed flight was still unbelievably violent. The instant Coulson opened his mouth, wind poured into it, and he could not squeeze out even half a sentence. How does it feel? Fenris shifted again, protecting Coulson more fully behind him. Their speed was fast, but Fenris's control over acceleration was precise. The G-forces were not too severe, and the overload never pushed ordinary human limits far enough to truly endanger Coulson. Amazing. Reflected in his pupils were the buildings on the ground rushing past at incredible speed, his throat bobbing hard as he swallowed. Once he gradually adapted to the steady thunder in his ears, Coulson turned his head and looked at Fenris's beautiful wings. Most of the airflow had been blocked off, and the adrenaline-fueled thrill finally made it impossible for him not to shout. The powerful wall of air was effortlessly shattered. After a thunderous sonic blast that cracked across the sky like a bolt from nowhere, a nearly invisible afterimage streaked through the air. Only moments later, New York was already right in front of them. Taking into account that Coulson probably could not tank a surface-to-air missile with his face the way he could, Fenris ultimately chose a secluded spot outside the city to land. This is 100 times more exciting than a Quinjet. That was incredible. Even after they touched down, Coulson was still reliving it. It's just. He instinctively reached up and touched his hair. For some reason, the top of his head felt oddly chilly after all that wind. All right. Time to handle actual business. Fenris extended a hand and cheerfully opened a portal. On the other side, Coulson's old car, Lola, was sitting there quietly. Huh? The sight made Coulson freeze. He stared blankly at Fenris. What is this, some kind of space gate? In utter disbelief, he cautiously stuck his head through the portal and looked back and forth several times. On the other side of the portal was Xavier's school, the very place they had just taken off from. Fenris, are you messing with me? With this kind of ability, you still dragged me through all that wind on the way here. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Xalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 52, 1,266 words. The Triskelion. Inside the spacious top-floor office, a secret remote meeting was quietly underway. Nick Fury, it's been days since the mutant attack on the president, and you still haven't produced a single substantive report. The massive screen was divided into dozens of sections. In the primary window, a middle-aged man in a suit sat watching Nick's dark expression, questioning him without the slightest courtesy. S.H.I.E.L.D. was created in the first place to deal with superhuman threats like this. But with the way you've handled things, it is becoming difficult for us to believe this agency still has any reason to exist. Silence fell over the room so completely that a pin drop might have been heard. As soon as those words were spoken, the attention of the other participants also shifted onto Nick. "Sir, you know better than I do how difficult mutant affairs can be." Nick's expression did not change as he explained, "Based on the leads we currently have, the mastermind behind this incident was not Magneto, as we initially suspected, but someone within the military." Nick did not expose Stryker's name yet. Fenris had not handed the evidence over to him in person, and pointing the blame at an individual without proof in hand would only give the other side a chance to bite back. And if you want to dissolve S.H.I.E.L.D., perhaps you should take some time to have a proper conversation with Peggy Carter instead of wasting your breath here. Nick let out a cold snort and showed the men no respect at all. Nick Fury, cut the bullshit. Since when did the military have anything to do with Magneto? A stern-faced general in uniform with graying hair suddenly spoke up and barked, "S.H.I.E.L.D. being incompetent is one thing, but why do you people always try to dump your problems on us? Ross, I heard you recently mobilized troops and a mountain of heavy weaponry to kill your daughter's boyfriend. You made a pretty big spectacle of it. I assume the operation was a success." Nick glanced at the general who had spoken, refusing to give an inch. "You spend every day researching supersoldier serum, then wind up creating a giant brute you can't even control. Hard to say who the real incompetent one is. You. All right, enough." Someone stepped in to smooth things over. "Nick Fury, we're giving you 3 more days. The public needs an explanation for this. It cannot be dragged out any longer. And Ross, clean up your mess as soon as possible. We've already embarrassed ourselves in front of the entire world." Meeting adjourned. As soon as the words fell, the figures on the screen all went dark at once. After shooting Nick an irritated glare, General Ross gave a cold snort and exited the meeting as well. "Motherfucker. A bunch of bloodsuckers." Nick shut off the screen and could not help cursing out loud. With Professor X and Magneto around, the mutant population was basically a ticking time bomb as far as S.H.I.E.L.D. was concerned. Acting was a problem. Not acting was an even bigger problem. But this was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibility, and no matter how much Nick wanted to throw the hot potato away, he could not. Especially after seeing firsthand how difficult Professor X was to deal with, Nick now had twice the headache. He took a deep breath, pulled out his phone, and called Coulson. "Didn't Fenris say he'd deliver the evidence he found today? What's the situation at the school right now?" "I'm with Fenris right now. We'll be at headquarters in just a moment." Coulson's voice came through from the other end of the line. "How much longer exactly?" Nick pressed. Even after he got the evidence, verifying it and investigating it would still take a great deal of time and effort. And yet the deadline from above was only 3 days. Time was tight. "Now," Coulson replied over the phone. "Knock knock knock." The next second the call ended and a knock came from outside Nick's office. "We're back. Come in." His voice was calm. After getting permission, Coulson pushed the door open gently, gesturing for Fenris to enter first while he himself remained standing quietly outside. "Coulson, you've worked hard these past few days." Nick nodded toward him at the door. "Take a few days off. Use the chance to get some real rest." "Thank you, sir." Thinking back to that unbelievably intense experience in the sky just now, Coulson suddenly felt that, yes, he really did need some rest. After a simple word of thanks, he turned and left. Very quickly, only Fenris and Nick remained in the enormous office. "Sit down first." Nick forced a smile onto his face and motioned for Fenris to take a seat. "Or coffee?" "No. I came here to give you what I promised, but there's something else I mainly want to discuss." Fenris sat down across from Nick and went straight to the point. "Oh?" Knowing the evidence was finally about to land in his hands, Nick, who had been anxious a moment ago, instead became calm. "What is it?" "Let's hear it. As long as it falls within my authority, and I can help, I'll do everything I can." He knew full well that Fenris was no longer going to join his Avengers initiative, so Nick did not hesitate to change tactics. Sincerity for sincerity. If he built a good relationship now, then if some future crisis came along that even the Avengers could not handle, Fenris would hardly be able to stand by and do nothing. Once he settled on that new approach, Nick instantly felt full of confidence. He was not afraid of Fenris making demands. What worried him was Fenris not asking for anything. In fact, the more demands the better. "Look through these first." Fenris waved a hand and, right before Nick's eyes, opened a portal and took out the documents containing proof of Stryker's assassination plot. "This is..." The sight in front of him made Nick's eyes widen on the spot. The teacup in his hand slammed down onto the desk with a bang. "As you can see, a portal." Fenris smiled faintly. Whether it was showing off a little strength in front of Coulson earlier, or opening a portal now in front of Nick, he had never intended to keep any of this hidden. Part of that was because he was strong enough on his own, and had no reason to fear Nick trying any little tricks behind his back. The other reason was that Nick was the sort of man who was deep, calculating, and convinced he was always the smartest person in the room. A lot of the time, he would outsmart himself and do things so baffling they left people speechless, only to turn everything into a complete mess and force other people to clean it up afterward. Fenris was not afraid of trouble. But to avoid Nick creating a pile of pointless trouble for him later, he had chosen from the very beginning to make one thing perfectly clear: he possessed the ability to take Nick's life anytime, anywhere. S.H.I.E.L.D. was already riddled with holes and infiltrated to the point of being a sieve, but it was not entirely useless. Dealing with them, one way or another, was unavoidable. Showing his strength early would actually save him a lot of headaches later. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 53, 1,334 words. Sure enough, the instant he saw that, the expression on Nick's face changed completely. His eyes flickered rapidly, as though countless thoughts were racing through his head. The strategic deterrence that spatial teleportation could provide in certain situations was simply too terrifying. He could not help but think further. If this had been the old Fenris, then based on the power he had displayed during the battle at Liberty Island, Nick would have viewed him as nothing more than a superhuman with overwhelming strength. Someone worth recruiting. The best backup option for the Avengers at the moment. But nothing more than that. With the power humanity currently possessed, a being like that was not impossible to handle. But once that superhuman also possessed full-range teleportation, and could place his claws on the president's throat at any time, or on his own throat, then the meaning behind it became something that could only be described as terrifying. Or worse, if Professor X's formidable X-Men gained that kind of mobility, then across the entire United States, and even across the world, at least for now, Nick could not think of any force capable of restraining them. This is too dangerous. In that single moment, a powerful sense of crisis rose in Nick's heart. He had already begun imagining all the unpredictable consequences that might follow. In the end, every mental simulation pointed to the same best answer. At this stage, there was no solution. He could not afford to provoke them. The only option was to show goodwill and build a positive relationship. At least until the Avengers were assembled and some form of targeted countermeasure had been developed, he absolutely could not make an enemy of them lightly. Director Fury. Fenris's voice cut through Nick's thoughts. What are you thinking about? Aren't you going to look at the evidence you wanted? Oh. Right. Nick gave Fenris a long look, then picked up the material he had been dying to get his hands on just moments ago, though now it seemed strangely dull and uninteresting no matter how he looked at it. After skimming through it for a moment and confirming it was genuine, with no obvious omissions or mistakes, Nick decisively put it down. The material checks out. It's more than enough to shut those people up. I might even be able to use this to get more support from the World Security Council. This has been a very pleasant collaboration. Nick adopted an attitude completely different from before. I'm glad I could help. Fenris nodded. That said, I'm curious about the favor you mentioned. Nick smoothly shifted the topic. Same as before. If there's anything I can do, I'll do everything in my power. It's this. Decades ago, the U.S. secretly launched a top-classified program targeting mutants. It was called the Sentinel Program. Fenris gave him the short version. But for various reasons, it was gradually shelved, and after that, news of it slowly disappeared. So, Nick caught on quickly. You want me to help you find out what the current status of that program is? Exactly. Fenris nodded. The original lead on the program was Bolivar Trask. You can start there. With your level of clearance, you should be able to uncover a lot that was never meant to be seen. With the professor involved, Fenris was not worried about Nick trying any tricks. On the contrary, using his reach could save them a great deal of time and effort in the investigation. Besides, this had been the professor's idea in the first place. The stakes were too high, and the professor was not going to let sentiment cloud his judgment. You're worried those Sentinel robots could become a threat to mutants? Nick nodded to show he understood, but then his expression turned puzzled. There are plenty of powerful mutants around now. Magneto alone is practically the natural enemy of modern technology. What kind of robot could threaten him? It's not just mutants. If this program is allowed to continue developing, it could destroy human society as a whole. Fenris explained, aren't you always talking about protecting humanity, protecting Earth, stopping every threat before it can grow? This is one of those hidden threats. Once you see it for yourself, you'll understand what I mean. All right. I understand. I'll investigate it in secret and share everything I find with you without holding anything back. Nick gave his word. Even though he still felt that Fenris might be overstating things, he decided he would look into it seriously anyway, if only as a gesture of goodwill. Professor X was right there at Fenris's side, and yet Fenris had still come to him. That alone was enough to show how seriously he took this matter. In exchange, once it's done, I can tell you something. With the matter settled, Fenris rose cleanly from his seat. With a wave of his hand, a portal leading back to the school opened in front of him. What kind of information? Something concerning the survival of S.H.I.E.L.D. As soon as the words fell, Fenris stepped through the portal and disappeared from Nick's office. Tiny sparks scattered through the air, making Nick's already grim expression look even darker. Spatial teleportation, the Sentinel program, S.H.I.E.L.D. survival. The information Fenris had dumped on him today was too massive. He was going to need time to digest it all. Agent Hill. After making a copy of the materials Fenris had brought, Nick reached out and pressed a button. Not long after, a tall agent entered the office. Take this file and verify it thoroughly. It contains critical information related to the presidential attack. No mistakes. Nick emphasized every word. You are the only person authorized to handle this. Under no circumstances is a second person allowed to know about it. Understood. Understood. As Nick's most trusted subordinate, Hill naturally understood how important the material was. She carefully put it away, then left the office as calmly as she had entered. Mutants, aliens, super soldiers, Ant-Man, a giant green brute. In the empty office, Nick leaned back in his chair with a headache, countless thoughts flashing through his mind, and leaving him more irritated by the second. Ring, ring, ring. Not much time passed before Nick, who had not even had a chance to breathe yet, heard a hidden line inside his desk begin to ring. It was a private communication channel he rarely ever used. Nick Fury, it's me. Peggy Carter. After he answered, the voice of an elderly but still sharp and capable woman came through from the other side. What made you contact me all of a sudden? Nick frowned. As one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders, Peggy Carter was already very old. She almost never interfered with the agency's operations anymore. What could be important enough for her to call him personally? It's nothing major. Just a personal request. Peggy said, I just received word that Howard's son was caught in a terrorist attack while he was in the Middle East. His exact status is still unknown. Tony Stark was attacked. One crisis had barely passed before another arrived. Nick closed his eyes deeply. Howard only had the one child, and Tony Stark's safety carries enormous consequences. We cannot afford to ignore this. Peggy seemed to think Nick was displeased, so she added, this will draw a great deal of attention. There are people who do not want Stark to survive. I want you to bring that boy back. All right. I'll send people immediately. Nick agreed. Even without this call, he would not have ignored it. Thank you. After the call ended, the expression on Nick's face immediately became even uglier. The Middle East. Trying to find one man in a place like that was not much different from searching for a needle in the ocean. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 54, 1,244 words. Awesome. Fenris, the reactor chamber is almost at its limit. Then push it to the limit. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, in a remote corner that was usually ignored, a 3-story building with an entirely ordinary exterior had quietly risen from the ground. Inside the building, in front of a gigantic reaction vessel nearly 10 meters tall, Hank, covered in blue fur, and wearing a heavy protective suit, was drenched in sweat as he adjusted the parameters. Fenris, the design standard for this reactor room is already extremely high, but it still can't handle you opening this many portals at once. I see. In the especially spacious area Hank had designed specifically for him, Fenris nodded with some regret after hearing that. Inside this room, he could absorb radiation to the greatest extent possible, but for the sake of efficiency, he had opened 5 additional portals. They led respectively to the 4 reactors Nick Fury had given him this time, as well as the abandoned reactor room at the Mutant research base. In the unprecedented torrent of radiation, an ordinary person would not have dared remain there for even a minute. But Fenris stood in the middle of it all, wearing a blissful expression as he enjoyed the comfortable heat spreading through his entire body. At the moment, he had already transformed into a Godzilla form over 4 meters tall. Under the intense radiation, the blue glow along his dorsal spines pulsed constantly, and his body was slowly growing larger bit by bit. So good. Fenris let out a long, satisfied moan. Fenris, I've seen quite a few mutants, but you're a freak among freaks. Watching Fenris lounge there in pure comfort while the readings on the radiation meter he carried were practically hitting the ceiling, Hank did not dare stay any longer and hurried out. No, my radiation suit is about to give out. Take your time in here by yourself. See you, Hank. Contact me anytime if something comes up. Fenris lazily waved a hand. This place was far better than that mountain from before. With the equivalent of nearly 6 reactors running at full power, even in a steady, controlled flow, the amount of radiation being released was astonishing. S.H.I.E.L.D. really does have money. I should squeeze a few more benefits out of them if I get the chance. Muttering to himself, Fenris watched as, in the next instant, a faint humanoid silhouette of light drifted out from his enormous body. As his consciousness began to spread outward, everything around him swept rapidly through his awareness. He saw Pyro in the training field, drenched in sweat as he practiced controlling flames. He saw Ryan practicing rapid-fire throws at targets. He also saw Professor X resting quietly in his office. As if he had sensed something, the professor suddenly opened his eyes and smiled faintly in Fenris's direction. Fenris paused for the briefest moment. Then, in the next instant, his consciousness seemed to break through a thin, transparent membrane and abruptly entered an endless expanse of darkness. The dark dimension. Not far away, a person in a bright yellow robe quickly noticed his arrival and gave him a distant nod. Neither of them spoke. Each quietly went about their own business. Fenris skillfully concealed his presence and aura, silently drawing in the surrounding energy. That inexhaustible power continuously flowed back into his real body through the connection between soul and flesh. Time passed soundlessly. Who knew how long it had been when a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the distance, jolting Fenris awake. What's going on? After all these years, little thief, it's you again. A thick streak of purple-black light carrying overwhelming force shot toward him from far away, aimed directly at Fenris. I've been found. Fenris jolted violently. Just as he was about to cast a spell and run, a glowing yellow shield suddenly appeared in front of him and firmly blocked Dormammu's strike. I told you long ago not to get greedy. At some point, the Ancient One had appeared behind him. She gently pushed him with one hand, and in the next instant Fenris, along with the Ancient One, vanished directly from the dark dimension. Ancient One. You two thieves. On the other side, Fenris only felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. When his vision cleared again, a beautiful blue planet reappeared before his eyes. Earth? The Ancient One sent me back. Fenris looked around, but he could not find that familiar yellow figure anywhere. In the vast emptiness of space, it seemed as though he was alone. Looks like I was overthinking it. Fenris shook his head. Just as he was about to return, faint strands of countless lines suddenly appeared across Earth in his field of vision. These lines extended from one figure after another, crossing, intertwining, and wrapping tightly around the planet. But among them were hundreds, perhaps thousands, of enormous nodes, each one glowing faintly. What is this? Fenris blinked and casually extended his awareness toward one of the points near the Arctic. A slight wave of dizziness hit him. His vision blurred, and one vague scene after another unfolded before him. I can do this all day. No, Peggy, I have to go. Bucky, grab me. I don't think I'm going to make that date. Whoosh. The images flashed past in an instant. The voices faded just as quickly, as though everything he had just seen had been nothing but an illusion. That point represents Cap? If he was guessing correctly, Cap was still frozen in the ice right now, exactly where that light point was. Fenris blinked, then could not help lowering his head to look at his own hands. When had he gained an ability like this? Still unwilling to believe it, Fenris picked another point and extended his awareness toward it. Motherfucker. Here, kitty kitty. My eye. The formation of the Avengers is imperative. Coulson, once you're done with your current work, I'm thinking of sending you to Mexico for a little break. What do you think? Whoosh. The images flashed by again. That one's Nick Fury's. Realization dawned on Fenris, and he eagerly continued looking onward. In the next moment, a light point located in West Central Asia suddenly caught his attention. This point was enormous and especially striking, but unlike the others, it was not bright and steady. Instead, it flickered weakly, as if it might go out at any moment. This is... Fenris froze for a moment, then carefully reached out with his awareness and touched it. Clang clang. Tony, the shrapnel near your heart has already gone in too deep. You can't keep doing this. Ensign, I have to build this thing, and get us out of here. No, Tony, your injuries are getting worse again. Listen, Ensign, there's a good chance I'm not making it out. Once I finish building it, you're the one who'll wear it. You need to stay alive. No. Tony. Whoosh. The familiar dizziness faded and the voices disappeared, but the images he had just seen left Fenris's face full of confusion and disbelief. What the hell is going on? Why is Tony Stark about to die? And why is Dr. Ensign the one supposed to wear the Mark I suit? End of chapter. Get +30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 55, 1245 words. I'm back. Inside X Mansion, as his consciousness gradually returned, Fenris opened his eyes again and slowly stretched his body. During that stretch of time, his size had expanded another full step beyond what it had been before. Just standing there, he now gave off an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even if the Hulk appeared in front of him at full size, he would look like a child by comparison. Why does my skin feel even darker? Fenris examined his body. His skin, already rough to begin with, now carried a faint purplish-black sheen. What came with it was defensive power several times greater than before, along with a somewhat faster healing speed. After letting out a satisfied, heat-filled burp, Fenris's body shrank at a visible rate and quickly returned to its original form. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction, except for one thing. No matter how Fenris tried to use soul magic to recreate what he had seen earlier, those intricate lines and glowing points never appeared again. After trying for quite a while and realizing it was all just wasted effort, he could only give up in frustration. The Ancient One had seen far more than he had. He could just ask her about it when he got the chance. And Tony Stark? No. I can't just let him die like that. The moment the words fell, Fenris vanished from the reactor chamber. At the same time, inside Professor X's office. Looking at the exhausted Nick Fury on the screen across from him, Professor X still shook his head with firm resolve. Director Fury, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you. I simply cannot do this. Professor X's words made Nick's heart sink halfway on the spot. Tony Stark had already been missing for months. S.H.I.E.L.D. had thrown an enormous amount of manpower and resources into the search, but the situation over there was simply too complicated. Even now, Nick still had nothing to show for it. After thinking it over for quite some time, he had ultimately gone to Professor X again. Why? Nick was confused. Even though he was already anxious beyond measure, his face remained calm. As far as we know, Xavier's school possesses a global detection method. Can that method really not even locate one completely ordinary human being? If the goal were merely to find that person, it would not be difficult. But ordinary people cannot withstand my gaze. Professor X explained gently, their minds and spirits are too fragile. If I use my ability on a large scale, every ordinary person nearby would be affected. If Tony Stark really has been kidnapped, then there probably aren't any ordinary people near him anyway. Just terrorists. Nick let out a sigh. He knew perfectly well that Professor X had no intention of involving himself in this matter, and that the excuse he was offering was most likely false. But the stance and attitude were already clear enough. Knowing that pressing further would lead nowhere, Nick could only nod helplessly and end the video call. Fuck. He swept a huge stack of documents off the desk without the slightest mercy. He had only just finished dealing with the mess caused by Stryker, and now this fresh disaster had landed in his lap. Nick felt utterly drained. Setting Tony Stark the man aside, the problems tied to Stark Industries alone were already more than enough. Because of Howard, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries still had a complicated, half-severed relationship, with countless tangled ties beneath the surface. Stark Industries, with its cutting-edge military technology, supplied a huge portion of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current weapons. Even the helicarrier relied on a great deal of weaponry and equipment purchased from Stark. Now that Stark was in chaos, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own progress had been dragged down with it. Publicly and privately, if only for the sake of that flying toy of his in the future, Nick had no choice but to be anxious. Get me a batch of high-energy density nuclear fuel. The purity needs to be as close to weapons grade as possible. In exchange, I can solve your Tony Stark problem. A sudden voice rang out from the sofa behind Nick. Hostile contact. For someone to break into a place as private as his office like this, Nick's rage was instantly doused with a bucket of ice water. Without hesitation, he rolled behind his desk, drew his pistol, and emptied the magazine toward the source of the voice. "It's me." Fenris's voice came from the other side, making Nick's finger freeze halfway to the alarm button. "How did you?" On the surface, Nick seemed to relax, his expression easing as he calmly holstered his gun again. Weapons-grade nuclear fuel is a tightly controlled strategic resource. I don't have that kind of pull. Even though inwardly he was more wary than ever of Fenris's ability to appear and disappear like a ghost, outwardly Nick even poured him a cup of hot tea and started bargaining. "I can only get you the next best thing. Tony Stark is about to die." Fenris dropped the bombshell so bluntly that Nick's expression froze completely. "If he dies, then your toy can stay rotting in the factory forever." Fenris casually stretched out his hand and placed several crushed bullets on the table in front of Nick. They had hit his palm and been squeezed into mangled lumps. "Deal." Nick ground his teeth and agreed. "Smart." Fenris stood up at once, turned, and stepped into a portal crackling with sparks. A bunch of useless idiots. The spacious office was once again filled with a fresh round of furious cursing. Afghanistan. Inside a dark cave, a bespectacled man with a somewhat scholarly appearance stood beside a hidden iron rack. Across from him, Tony Stark, haggard and pale, his eyes bloodshot with exhaustion, was breathing in small, shallow gasps as he strapped a heavy iron armor plate onto the man's body. "Ensign, you already know the weapon systems pretty well. There are 3 mini-missiles in the arm guard, and it's also equipped with 2 flamethrowers." Tony tightened each hex bolt on the armor one by one, continuing to instruct him without pause. "The flight system under your feet is your final trump card for getting out of here. Once it starts, run if you can. Don't get bogged down fighting. Tony." Dr. Ensign looked at the increasingly weakened Tony with reddened eyes. "You're the one who was supposed to wear this suit. Don't think about that now." Tony slammed Ensign's helmet shut. "The terrorists outside are about to come in. From here on out, you're on your own." From a billionaire playboy high above the world to a prisoner in chains, the days he had spent in this cave had forced Tony to understand many things. If he could live, he was absolutely the one who least wanted to die. But at this point, Tony knew the truth. That piece of shrapnel had nearly taken his life already, and the fact that he had held on this long was a miracle in itself. He was never getting out of here now. If only one of them could escape, then from the bottom of his heart, Tony wanted that person to be Ensign. The man who had saved his life. End of chapter. Get +30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 56, 1,259 words. What are they doing in there? They're definitely not building missiles. Forget that. Open the door. A burst of urgent shouting came from outside, pulling Tony Stark's attention toward the entrance. "They found us." Ensign's heart immediately leaped into his throat. Inside the heavy armor, his body had already begun to tremble slightly. Every one of those terrorists was a brutal killer. The suit still had not activated, and if they broke in now, what waited for him and Tony would be an even crueler round of torture. Hearing the footsteps outside getting closer and closer, Tony calmly turned around, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to start loading the operating system into the armor. The steady alert tones rang out as the progress bar began to move. Bang bang bang. Break the door down. Tony had already locked the door from the inside with a device, so it could not be opened easily from the outside. After peering through the viewing slot and realizing he could not tell what the 2 men were doing inside, the man in charge immediately ordered them to breach it. Faster. The iron door had never been especially sturdy to begin with, and under that level of force, it was already on the verge of collapse. Tony clenched his hands tightly, praying over and over for the progress bar to move just a little faster. At last, with a deafening crash, the double iron doors gave way and fell. Fortunately, Tony had anticipated that possibility long ago. The high explosives he had set by the entrance detonated at once. In the ear-splitting blast, a powerful shockwave and an intense burst of heat erupted outward, hurling the terrorists outside off their feet and slamming them into the hard stone walls. Bomb. Go check it out. See what happened. Grab your weapons and move. No. It's too late. The explosion failed to stop the rest of them. Tony turned back. With the doors no longer protecting them, the dense pounding footsteps from outside the cave sounded even harsher. And even now, the progress bar had only just reached about 60%. Ensign, I'm going to buy you time. Tony closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath. A faint stab of pain was spreading from his heart. At that moment, his hands were trembling slightly from weakness. When he opened his eyes again, there was no hesitation left in them. Live. Tony lightly patted Ensign on the shoulder, casually picked up an AK that one of the terrorists had dropped by the doorway, and charged for the entrance without looking back. Bang bang bang. With his miserable aim and his body already weak and failing him, Tony had not even finished one magazine before the rifle muzzle was already drifting almost up into the sky. Tony. After 3 months spent side by side, the bond between them had grown deep. Watching Tony stagger out of the cave, barely able to hold the rifle steady, Ensign shut his eyes in pain inside the armor. Listening to the fierce gunfire outside, along with the occasional explosions, there was nothing he could do now except wait silently for the suit to finish booting up. Watch the ricochets. Fall back. Fall back. This guy's insane. Stop shoving me. Why are you shoving me? Amid the terrified shouting, Ensign was frantic with worry. Come on. Faster. Time dragged on little by little. After what felt like an eternity, the gunfire outside suddenly stopped cold, and with it all the panicked shouting died into silence. No. As if realizing something, Ensign clenched his jaw and balled his fists tightly. Beep beep. The computer's alert suddenly rang out. At the exact instant the progress bar completed, the steel beast wrapped around Ensign seemed to come alive, letting out a series of furious mechanical growls. Tony, I'm going to avenge you. Blood rushing to his head, Ensign heaved forward with all his strength. The armor on his body exploded with tremendous power, and the iron chains suspending it snapped free with ease. Feeling the violent force hidden inside the suit, Ensign had completely forgotten Tony's final plea for him to survive. Grief and fury surged through him. At that moment, this frail doctor wanted only one thing: to send every last man outside to hell to keep Tony company. Carrying a heart full of rage and vengeance, that crude-looking steel beast was about to bare its fangs to this absurd world for the very first time. Heavy footsteps echoed through the cave. The twisted iron doors lying in his way were kicked aside with ease. As Ensign slowly passed the narrow bend, the sharp stench of blood flooded into his nose, and the steel fist powered by grief and fury rose high. Monster. There's a monster. Several terrified cries suddenly rang out, coming closer and closer, as if some unstoppable horror were chasing them from behind. The men in front, panicked beyond reason, slammed straight into the chest of the steel armor. I am a monster. Die. Looking at the tall, broad man with a cloth wrapped around his head and terror all over his face, Ensign was already so consumed by rage that his mind had gone white-hot. His eyes looked ready to spit fire. His raised right arm came down without a second thought, carrying horrifying force as it smashed into the man's skull. A dull impact sounded. The man had no time to react. He only saw the cold steel mask before losing consciousness forever. Even though Ensign had never seen this kind of bloodshed before, he now felt no fear at all. He turned his gaze toward the remaining men and strode forward. The suit might have been crude and unfinished, but against a pack of ordinary men already scared out of their minds, it was more than enough. All Ensign had to do was swing his arms clumsily, and these flesh and blood bodies were crushed with ease. Why are there only 2 of them? Instinctively, Ensign felt that something was wrong. But by now he had already killed his way into a frenzy. He did not think any deeper about it and simply kept striding down the path ahead. Past the final turn lay a broad open area. In the escape plan they had imagined before, that was supposed to be the last and hardest obstacle. The armor plate on his left arm opened, and a missile was ready to fire. The moment he saw anyone, that finely made Stark missile would tear their body to pieces without difficulty. Die. Ensign took a huge step forward. Bright light spilled in from the cave mouth. Seeing a tall, thin silhouette standing with its back to him in the backlight, Ensign did not hesitate for even a second. He slammed his thumb down on the launch button. The small missile arrived in an instant and struck the figure dead on. Seeing that, Ensign could not help letting out a breath of relief. Tony, I didn't fail you. I made it out. Why is it that every one of you likes greeting people with a missile the first time we meet? From the thick cloud of smoke left by the explosion, an annoyed voice rang out. What? Ensign's advancing steps stopped dead. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 57, 1,486 words. Behind the thick faceplate, Ensign had not heard that last sentence clearly at all. Instead, that strange voice made him realize something else. The reason he had only seen 1 or 2 men just now had to be because everyone else was lying in wait outside the cave entrance. The moment he showed himself, he would definitely be met with a concentrated barrage of gunfire. The instant that thought clicked into place, Ensign opened the armor on his right arm without hesitation, triggering the second missile. The missile shot through the smoke. Just as Ensign shifted into a guarded stance and quietly switched on the flamethrower, the expected explosion never came. A figure so fast it was almost impossible to see suddenly burst out of the smoke. Before Ensign could react at all, a huge web had appeared out of nowhere and wrapped itself tightly around the towering steel beast. What is this? Ensign was horrified. He instinctively tried to struggle free. The armor let out a shrill grinding noise as tremendous force erupted from it, but that giant web pinned him firmly to the ground. The power he released vanished into it like mud sinking into the sea, completely bled away. In the next instant, a man appeared directly in front of Ensign as if from nowhere. He casually kicked twice, and the supposedly indestructible suit let out a miserable groan before losing all powered response entirely. No matter how hard Ensign struggled, the armor gave him nothing back. The steel beast that had been tearing through everything just moments earlier had become a prison trapping him inside. No. Seeing this, Ensign struggled desperately for a moment, then all the fury drained from his face in an instant. Thinking of Tony's final words to him, an enormous despair rose in his chest. I don't think I can avenge you after all. Despair filled Ensign's face. Tears slipped down uncontrollably as he lay helpless inside the iron shell, murmuring through quiet sobs. What kind of humanoid monster had he just run into? Not only was he unharmed by a Stark missile, he could spit webs and casually wreck a multi-ton suit of armor. Who are you? The newcomer casually flipped up the iron faceplate. Squinting into the backlight, Ensign finally got a clear look at his face, and the fair, clean-cut features made him freeze. With a face like that, what kind of terrorist would this guy be? Ensign, I get that you probably really wanted to avenge me. Cough, cough. A weary voice sounded from not far away. It sounded as though the speaker wanted to laugh, but the laughter turned into coughing instead. A smile suddenly appeared on his pale face. But that crying was way too mushy. Need Elizabeth's personal handkerchief to wipe your tears? Maybe when we get back, I can actually get one for you. Tony. The moment he heard that voice, Ensign's eyes flew wide open. Shock and overwhelming joy flooded through him all at once. He had never imagined he would hear his friend's voice again in this lifetime. But weren't you just? It was this guy, who barely qualifies as worthy backup for me. He popped out of a mirror out of nowhere and saved me. Cough. After forcing out that whole sentence in one breath, Tony lost control again and broke into another coughing fit. Right, and he also emptied a magazine at me while he was at it, even though he missed every single shot. Seeing Ensign still struggling around inside the suit, Fenris took pity on him and gave him a hand, pulling him free. Your aim is really terrible, Stark. No wonder you've made it to this age without having a kid. The moment Fenris remembered Tony charging at him earlier with red eyes and a rifle, ready to die fighting, he could not help taking a jab. What's your name? Fenris's words instantly set Tony off. It was like someone had stepped on his tail. If he had not already been completely drained, he probably really would have jumped up on the spot. Tony, calm down. Calm down. The instant he got out of the suit, Ensign rushed over to check Tony's injuries. Only after confirming that nothing else seemed seriously wrong did he finally let out a breath of relief. Tony's condition was still dangerous, so bad that he could no longer withstand the strain of wearing the armor, but as long as he got proper treatment once they made it out, he would most likely survive. Thank you. Ensign bowed deeply to Fenris and apologized as well. I'm very sorry about launching those missiles at you. I thought you were with them. He's probably some kind of superhuman, or a mutant like Magneto. What do 2 missiles matter? Tony lay on the ground with a deathly pale face, but his mouth still refused to lose. Tell me your name and tell me what you want. Cars, money, fame. Whatever you want, I can make it happen. One of your father's old associates had people searching all over the world for you. I made a deal with him. Weapons-grade nuclear fuel in exchange for getting you home alive. Looking at Tony lying there but still holding his chin high, Fenris turned around unhurriedly and walked back toward the cave entrance. That price is enough already. I don't need anything extra from you. My father. Fenris's words made Tony go still for a moment. He fell silent first, then his brow furrowed, and then his mouth twisted to the side, his whole face turning openly dismissive. I could have gotten both of us out alive on my own. I didn't need you to save me. What does a little nuclear fuel even amount to? You think that's enough to buy my life? Let me tell you something. My life is worth a fortune. I'm giving you one more chance to name your price, and you should know I usually never give anyone a second option. Tony kept talking, words spilling out one after another. When Fenris did not respond, Tony's voice rose slightly without him even noticing. Did you hear me? You said you could have made it out on your own. Like this. Fenris turned a little to the side, revealing the scene outside. Amid a rustle of movement, several dozen more terrorists with cloth wrapped around their heads closed in from all directions, carrying rifles, rocket launchers, and every other kind of weapon. Tony stopped talking. The armor's destroyed. Ensign instinctively panicked. He turned toward the suit, now reduced to a pile of broken parts, and opened his mouth to say something, but after glancing at Fenris beside him, he abruptly shut it again. He did not know what a superhuman was, but he was not stupid either. The scattered severed limbs and thick smell of blood around them already explained enough. Can you handle this? Seeing Fenris standing in the entrance barehanded, Tony still could not stop himself from asking. Heh. Fenris let out a cold laugh. The naked contempt in it instantly darkened Tony's face. As the crowd closed in, Fenris suddenly shut his eyes and slowly spread his arms. What's he doing? Ensign asked, confused. No idea. Tony shook his head too. He had not seen this move before. In the next second, under their suddenly widened eyes, a brilliant 7-colored radiance lit up from Fenris's body. At that moment, he seemed to become a second sun between heaven and earth. The light grew brighter and brighter, from gentle at first to blinding the next moment, all within only a few breaths. The rainbow glow gradually turned white, and even the air itself seemed to ripple. A sharp cry rang out without warning. In the next instant, the light, condensed to its absolute limit, suddenly expanded, swallowing a vast area in front of the cave in an instant. The ripples in the air swelled rapidly, turning into a silent force with invisible substance that surged outward. It was as if dozens of terrorists had all been smashed at once by some massive unseen power. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were blasted into clouds of blood by that seemingly gentle force. Over the dry desert, a real artificial rainfall arrived at last. Ha! As expected of the radiant beams that can casually send Godzilla flying. Mothra's power really is a lot more elegant. Fenris let out a breath and slowly drew the light back into himself. The cave returned to its former darkness. Then he turned and looked at Tony and Einstein, both of whom were now completely dumbstruck. What are you staring at? Let's move. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 58, 1,330 words. Tony and Einstein exchanged a glance and saw the same unspoken shock in each other's eyes. These terrorists were no ordinary rabble. Most of the weapons in their hands were high-end equipment from Stark Industries. On top of that, with all that heavy firepower, there was no way they could have armed themselves that well without powerful backing. And yet this elite group of terrorists had been wiped out in less than the time it took to turn one's head. And all Fenris had done was raise a hand. I'm going to build a weapon like that someday. At that moment, Tony's eyes burned as he looked at Fenris. Inside that genius mind of his, several new plans were already beginning to take shape. Forget that. Let's move. Einstein tugged at the stunned Tony and helped him to his feet, half supporting him, as they made their way to the cave entrance beside Fenris. The smell of blood hit them head-on, and the crimson mess all over the ground made both men feel a wave of instinctive nausea. You get used to it. Fenris, however, did not change expression in the slightest. His face remained utterly calm. Tony. Einstein glanced at Tony beside him, whose face had gone ashen. This had to be the third or fourth time today he had gone blank like this. I was thinking the casualties caused by Stark weapons must number far beyond this. In front of Einstein, Tony voiced his true thoughts without holding anything back. But all those years, I sat comfortably inside a lab and never knew the outside world looked like this. Tony's gaze swept slowly across the area outside. Even though he was seeing sunlight again for the first time in far too long, all his attention had settled on the rows of weapons crates outside. Each of them was stamped clearly with the Stark Industries logo. After the blast, most of the crates had splintered into broken boards, exposing the fine weapons hidden inside. Einstein, these are the things that sent all those cover girls one after another into my arms. After a pause, Tony suddenly let out a sigh. But I don't think my inventions were ever used the way I imagined they would be. Einstein silently turned his head away. His hometown, Gulmira, had also been destroyed by Stark weapons. If there's something you want to do, then do it, Tony. Einstein encouraged him. After spending months together day and night, he already understood Tony well enough. He knew Tony was not nearly as heartless as he looked on the surface. He had a warm heart. Ha! Einstein's encouragement stirred something in Tony, but on the surface he still acted unimpressed, turning instead to look at the quiet Fenris beside him. By now, Tony had accumulated countless questions about this superhuman who had saved him. Who exactly was he? What were his abilities? And more than that, which one of his father's friends had sent Fenris all the way out here to rescue him? But when the words reached his lips, it seemed he felt that firing off so many questions at once in front of Fenris would make him look cheap, so he abruptly changed course. Where's the pickup team? I'm the only one who found this place. Fenris answered honestly. You came alone. This time it was Einstein who grew anxious. Tony can't wait around. He won't survive out here in the desert. Ensign. Tony stopped him. He had seen with his own eyes that Fenris had stepped out from a mirror suspended in empty air. He knew that if Fenris had dared come alone, then he definitely had a way to get them out. Let's go. Fenris waved a hand, and to the utter disbelief in both their eyes, a portal crackling with sparks opened up. Spatial technology. Tony muttered to himself, his gaze on Fenris already blazing with excitement. His physical conditioning was terrifying. His explosive force was overwhelming. In a cramped space like that cave, he had managed to slaughter dozens of heavily armed terrorists while keeping Tony completely unharmed, which meant his neural reaction speed had to be absurdly fast. Even Captain America, supposedly the peak of human physical performance, would have been completely outclassed in front of him. Then there was that light-based attack, and now this spatial technology. If Tony could reproduce even one of those abilities, it would be enough to change the world. Compared to technology this far beyond the current age, spending his time and genius on gunpowder, rockets, and weapons research suddenly felt like a complete waste. Tony knew that hidden superpowered groups existed on Earth. And with the mutant situation making such a massive uproar not long ago, someone at his level naturally knew the truth behind it. He did not know whether Fenris was one of those so-called mutants, but he was absolutely certain of one thing. Even among the entire superhuman population, Fenris's power would stand at the very top. I can't let him get away. Tony made up his mind on the spot that no matter what, he was going to pull this young man with limitless potential over to his side. As the portal opened wider, the scene on the other side gradually came into view. It was an office, spacious and imposing, though papers and files lay scattered all over the floor. It was obvious the owner of the office had not been in a very good mood. You're back again. Can you at least knock before coming into my office? I really think you should spend some time at that school learning basic manners. From the other side of the portal, an exasperated voice suddenly rang out. You promised me you'd bring Tony Stark back safe and sound. If I don't see him with my own eyes, then the high-density fuel you asked for is absolutely not getting handed over to you. Barely a few hours had passed since Fenris had left. The instant Nick Fury caught sight of those familiar sparks forming in empty space from the corner of his eye, he lifted his dark face from behind the desk piled high with files. He had only gotten halfway through the sentence before his gaze met a pale face he had been trying to find for months. Tony Stark. Tony stepped curiously through the portal. One step was all it took to cross tens of thousands of kilometers, going from the deserts of the Middle East to a bustling city. The bizarre experience made Tony walk back and forth through it several times. Until, in one abrupt turn of his head, he found himself meeting the eager stare of a bald black man. You are. Tony frowned and instinctively took half a step back. My name is Nick Fury. I was a friend of your father's. I'm the one who sent Fenris to rescue you. Looking at Tony's guarded expression, all of Nick's anger and frustration from moments ago had long since vanished. He forced a friendly smile onto his face and brought up Howard's name, hoping to ease Tony's suspicion. Seeing Tony Stark standing here alive in front of him, the smile in Nick's eyes could barely be concealed. Last time, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been the first to get hold of the evidence against Stryker. And now once again, S.H.I.E.L.D. was the first to find the missing Tony Stark. This time, Nick Fury was going to see what excuses the idiots at the CIA, the FBI, and the military still had to block his next funding request. My father. Sure enough, once Howard's name was mentioned, Tony visibly steadied. But looking at Nick Fury's dark skin, he still could not help asking. Decades ago you were friends with my father. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 59, 1,347 words. Your father was a great man. It was an honor to serve under him. Tony's words made the smile on Nick Fury's face freeze awkwardly. Serve under him, huh? Tony nodded. Now that he put it that way, everything made perfect sense. Looking at Tony's perfectly matter-of-fact expression, the fake smile on Nick's face became a little harder to maintain. How had Tony Stark managed to be every bit as irritating as his father, Howard Stark? So where exactly is this place? After looking around at the surroundings, and then glancing at Fenris, who had somehow already made himself comfortable on a nearby couch, Ensign instinctively moved closer to him, and lowered his voice. Since Fenris was the only person here he actually knew, he asked quietly. A special independent agency. That bald guy is the one in charge. Fenris answered openly, not caring in the slightest that Nick Fury was standing right there. It's a special agency with special responsibilities, and since it's based in Washington, it's always fighting with other departments over one thing or another. And that bald guy's a little black-hearted, so you should probably keep your distance from him. As the man who had truly set Iron Man on his path, Dr. Ensign was a genuinely kind, warm-hearted person with a conscience. To keep him from getting talked into something by Nick Fury later on because of Tony, Fenris offered the warning in good faith. I see. Ensign nodded, fully convinced. Fenris. Nick, who had been talking to Tony about something off to the side, suddenly whipped his head around. He might have been an ordinary man, but he was not hard of hearing. Was Fenris talking that loudly because he wanted to make absolutely sure he heard every word? Director Fury, I kept my end of the bargain and brought Tony Stark back to you. As for your side of the deal, make sure the nuclear fuel you promised me gets delivered to the school as soon as possible. Fenris raised a brow and smoothly changed the subject. Fine. Nick got angry for a second, then clenched his teeth and nodded. The benefit had already been put right in front of him. So what if he had to bleed a little? He could live with it. Tony Stark is back. Make the arrangements and have a doctor perform a full examination. Nick pressed a button on the desk. Then contact Stark's secretary and driver. Inform them of the news and tell them to prepare to bring their boss home. Understood. Hill answered crisply from the other end. I'm afraid that won't be necessary. I do not need to be examined by your people. The atmosphere had still been relatively cordial just moments earlier, but the instant he heard the word examination, Tony's face went cold. He refused flatly, with no room whatsoever for negotiation. Tony knew his own physical condition better than anyone. At this point, his life was being sustained entirely by the arc reactor in his chest. Aside from a very small number of people, he had no intention of letting anyone else know that. And beyond that, Tony did not trust this so-called shield at all, even if the man in front of him claimed he had once worked under Howard Stark. I also don't need you contacting Pepper or Happy. I can get back on my own. After a short pause, Tony looked at Nick Fury's expressionless face, and added the second refusal. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Fenris, who was calmly drinking tea off to the side as though none of this had anything to do with him. That is your name, right? Since you've already helped this much, would you mind finishing the job and taking me back? At first, Tony had assumed Fenris was a SHIELD operative. If that had been the case, then any plan to get close to him would have required much more careful thought. But from the exchange just now, Tony had clearly picked up on something. Fenris had shown this so-called SHIELD director absolutely no respect at all. That meant the two of them were at the very least equals. Possibly Fenris outranked him in practical terms. Sure. It would not take much time either way, so Fenris accepted without much thought. Wait a second. Just as the three of them were about to leave, Nick suddenly spoke up from the side. Fenris, I've got no problem if Stark doesn't want my goodwill, but you still have to tell me the details of the rescue. Otherwise, I've got no way to explain it to the others. Explain it. Fenris blinked, apparently not having considered that part. Nick was quiet for a moment. SHIELD isn't a charity. Everything we do needs funding. If I can't explain it, how is that supposed to work? Fine. When my stuff is ready, call me. Fenris waved a hand. The next moment, the three of them vanished from Nick's office. Crook. Looking at the now empty office, Nick resentfully pressed the button again. Hill, tell the doctors they won't be needed after all. And the batch of highly enriched uranium I asked for earlier, is it ready yet? Push them. The moment it's ready, contact me directly. Stark Tower, top floor. Fenris had no idea what Tony's home actually looked like, but he had at least seen Stark Tower, one of New York's landmarks, so he simply opened the portal above the building. Why are we in midair? Ah! The sudden sensation of weightlessness hit without warning. Neither Tony nor Ensign had expected that one step through the portal would lead to open air. Panicking, both men grabbed onto Fenris's arms for dear life. Relax. Fenris grinned, caught hold of both of them, and drifted gently down toward the top of the tower. Only when they landed lightly did Tony finally come back to himself. Seeing the familiar surroundings, his eyes lit up. He strode quickly toward the upper floor. Pepper? Tony called out eagerly. Sir, welcome home. The doors responded with a warm male voice after recognizing Tony. Are you looking for Miss Potts? I have already informed Miss Potts that you have returned. She will be here shortly. Your complexion appears to be somewhat poor. The bathroom and medical center have already been prepared. You may wash up first and then undergo a full physical examination. It is good to see you again after 3 months, sir. Thanks, Jarvis. That is exactly what I needed. The sound of Jarvis's voice finally let the tension Tony had been carrying begin to loosen. Where is Pepper right now? Miss Potts is on the 66th floor. Jarvis answered at once. That's great. The moment he heard that, Tony suddenly let out a breath, and his pace slowed. His body began to sway. After more than 3 months of crushing pressure, he was finally back in the place most familiar to him. Hearing Jarvis's voice again, and learning that Pepper was here, finally pushed his mind past its limit. That's great. He murmured something softly, and then the swaying grew worse and worse until everything went black, and he lost consciousness completely. Tony. Seeing that something was wrong, Ensign immediately ran toward him, but another figure moved first and caught Stark before he could hit the floor. He should be okay. I think he's just exhausted and passed out. Ensign gave him a quick examination, and let out a breath of relief. But he needs surgery as soon as possible. Otherwise Tony really won't be able to hold on much longer. I just don't know when he'll wake up. Surgery as soon as possible. Fenris thought for a moment. Then sparks began to burst through the space ahead of them once again. Come with me. There's someone who should be able to save him. End of chapter. Get +30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 60, 1,275 words. Stop right there. Just as Fenris, carrying Tony, was about to step through the portal, an anxious woman's voice suddenly came from all directions and interrupted him. Who are you? Where are you taking Tony? Following the voice, Fenris spotted the speaker hidden in the building's audio system. We're Tony's friends. He's in bad shape and needs treatment as soon as possible, Ensign called back loudly after glancing around. Stark already has the best medical resources. The woman's voice was growing more and more breathless, as if she were sprinting at full speed. I know all of Stark's friends. I don't know either of you. Pepper Potts, you can call Stark's private medical team right now. If those famous doctors and specialists can go from examination to a successful surgery within a single day, I'll put Stark down right here. Tony had plenty of women around him, but only one of them truly cared about him, and Fenris named her without hesitation. If we wanted him dead, he wouldn't have made it this far. Pepper fell silent for a moment. Wait there. I'll be there immediately. Fine. Not long after, the elevator doors opened and a tall blonde woman came rushing out. She was carrying her high heels in one hand and running barefoot, gasping for breath. Damp strands of hair clung messily to her temples, but she did not even have the time to brush them aside. When she saw Tony lying pale-faced in Fenris's arms, and noticed the half-healed wounds beneath his torn clothes, she tossed her expensive heels aside without a second thought, and gently lifted a hand to Tony's face. Her lips began to tremble violently, and her eyes instantly filled with moisture. "Who are you? Put my boss down." Then, from not far away, another wary male voice suddenly rang out. Dragging his slightly heavy body along, Happy charged over without hesitation and reached out, trying to snatch Tony from Fenris's arms. Fenris casually raised a hand. A soft, not especially bright light flared from his palm, and the air rippled for a brief instant. The next moment, Happy seemed to slam into something invisible, and was sent flying backward, landing neatly on a nearby couch. "If you're worried, you can come with us." Fenris glanced at Pepper Potts, then turned and headed for the portal. Ensign followed without hesitation. "This?" Pepper stared at the incredible doorway for a moment, then turned to look at Happy, who was groggily rubbing his head. "Happy, call the best doctors. Right now. Immediately." After throwing out the order, Pepper gritted her teeth, and cautiously stepped through the portal. All things have their season. Those who force fate will only lose themselves. A gentle breeze drifted under a clear blue sky. On one of the school's lawns, a group of children sat gathered around Professor X, quietly listening as he told them the story of Arthur. A true knight is not defined by mastery of the sword, but by the compassion he carries in his heart. "Professor." Cyclops' voice came from not far away. "Fenris is back, and he brought a scumbag with him. Do you want to come take a look?" "Tony Stark." "I see." Professor X paused for a moment and immediately understood what had happened. He quietly closed the book and announced that class was over. As the children burst into cheers, Scott pushed the professor toward the medical room. "He really is a genuine genius." They had not even entered yet when Hank's voice came from inside. "He built a miniature reactor in a cave in Afghanistan just to stay alive. That's not something an ordinary person could do. Hank, this isn't the time to be impressed. You should be figuring out how to save him." Fenris forcefully dragged Hank's attention back to the matter at hand, then turned toward Jean, who was standing nearby silently reading the medical report. "Jean, what do you think?" The moment he asked, everyone turned to look at Jean Grey, who was frowning hard. Pepper especially had both hands clenched tightly. "I can handle the main surgery and remove most of the larger fragments." After a moment, Jean shook her head. "But the truly fatal part is the smaller fragments. I can't deal with those right now. If Kitty Pryde had finer control over her abilities, she might be able to help." "Can't you use telekinesis?" "No." Ever since the Phoenix Force had erupted once before, Jean had been able to use that power in simple ways, but her control over her abilities was nowhere near what it used to be. Trying to use telekinesis in surgery meant that one mistake could send those fragments straight through Tony's heart like shrapnel from a shotgun blast. "This..." Jean's words made Pepper's face turn gray on the spot. After learning how serious Tony's condition really was, she had already realized that there were only a handful of doctors in the entire world who might be able to perform this surgery. If even these extraordinary X-Men could do nothing, then Tony. "There may be one more way. Excuse me, move aside." A strange voice with a slight hiss suddenly came from the side. "Connors?" Fenris glanced over at the speaker. Connors was currently in full lizard form. He wore a spotless white lab coat, along with a pair of custom glasses Hank had made for him, giving him an appearance that was somehow both savage and scholarly. Using his thick tail to clear a path for himself, Connors came forward holding up a tube of transparent serum, and stopped in front of Tony. "If nothing else works, give Stark a shot of this, turn him into a lizard, and then Dr. Gray can operate on him as much as she likes." Over this period of repeated refinement, the lizard serum had already gone through several versions. The one in Connors's hand was the most effective yet. It gave the user a wildly exaggerated healing factor, but the side effects were just as intense, making the person injected far more violent and unstable. Connors looked around the room, then finally fixed his eyes on Fenris. If Stark loses control, just do what you did to me back then and punch him once. Well? There was a hint of anticipation in Connors's voice. No. Pepper, standing to one side, looked at the terrifying lizardman who stood nearly 3 meters tall, then at the beast who was staring at Tony's chest with burning intensity like some kind of wild animal. At last, she turned pleading eyes toward Fenris. You said you had a way. If he turns into that, Tony will lose his mind. If he can't even keep his life, who cares whether he goes crazy or not? Connors sounded displeased and leaned his face close to Pepper's. Look at these muscles. This tail. This smooth skin. Isn't it beautiful? Your taste is deeply questionable. Pepper Potts caught her breath and did not dare respond. Relax. Fenris tried to reassure her. There's a brilliant doctor at New York Presbyterian Hospital. His skill is exceptional. He can absolutely save Tony. Thinking of that other famously arrogant medical genius, Fenris turned and walked toward the treatment room exit. Stephen Strange had an odd temperament. Getting him to act was difficult, but also simple. There was no way he would refuse the chance to save Tony Stark and earn both fame and prestige from it. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 61, 1,284 words. All right, Fenris, come back. Professor X suddenly spoke up, stopping Fenris in his tracks. Professor. Fenris froze for a moment and looked toward Professor X in the corner, along with the silent Scott beside him. My old friend has always been especially good at this sort of thing. Take a trip to the Brotherhood's secret island and invite Eric to the school. Professor X looked at Fenris. Over this stretch of time, Fenris had grown more gentle and restrained in temperament, and that left Professor X deeply gratified. Didn't you say Eric's been busy with something else lately? Fenris paused, then glanced at Tony on the operating table nearby. Would he really choose to help an ordinary human? Go. Professor X gave a light nod. He did not explain, instead having Scott hand Fenris a photograph. This is the Brotherhood's newest base. Eric plans to turn it into a paradise that belongs only to mutants. I see. Fenris took the photo. Do not get into a conflict with the Brotherhood. Professor X patted Fenris on the hand, then added another sentence. One more thing. When Eric comes, make sure he brings the chess set. Mine was destroyed last time. Who destroyed it? Fenris asked curiously. You. Professor X smiled faintly. Deep in the Pacific Ocean. This was an extremely well-hidden island. It was not especially large, but the climate was unexpectedly pleasant. In an open area at the center of the island, the rotors of 2 large helicopters slowly ground to a halt. A group of mutants, old and young alike, filed out of the cabins one after another, their eyes full of curiosity as they looked around at everything. The island had not been built lavishly. There were only a few concrete buildings under 5 stories tall. More than that, there were neatly planned residential houses all around them. On both sides of the road stretching in every direction, people could often be seen passing by. In the small market off in the distance, all kinds of dazzling little stalls crowded together. The whole place looked bustling and peaceful. At first glance, it looked exactly like a small town hidden in the middle of the ocean. This is the Brotherhood. A red-skinned man in a suit with a somewhat fierce face led the newly arrived mutants around the area as he introduced the place. Here, far from the crowds and far from the mainland, there is no discrimination and no exclusion. You are free to choose what kind of person you want to become. A resident of this town. Or one of the Brotherhood's future warriors, guardians, fighters striving for the cause of mutant kind. You chose the Brotherhood over the X-Men, and the Brotherhood will not disappoint you. By coming here, Magneto has already given you the right to choose life, dignity, and freedom. In a building not far away, Eric stood by a window and quietly watched everything below. There was a rare trace of warmth in his eyes. Thanks to the location Fenris provided, we were able to rescue all these children. At his side, Raven was just as gratified. Watching this little island grow better and better under their efforts, thriving and full of life, and seeing the satisfied smiles of their people as they lived and worked in peace, that sense of fulfillment was beyond compare. Charles sent out the X-Men too. They took a good deal of pressure off us. Without him, there's no way we could have rescued everyone so smoothly and brought them all back intact. Eric let out a sigh and cast his gaze toward the distance. This place still hasn't drawn any attention from the human world at all. I knew Charles had to be helping me. In the end, on this matter, he still went against his own principles. But Eric, all these years, we and the X-Men have both been trying to save our people. But with only this many hands, our strength is limited in the end. Raven withdrew her gaze from outside and looked quietly at Eric's profile. If we can't make humans truly accept mutants, then our people's status will never really change. Then let mutants be the only ones left in the world. Eric ground his teeth and spoke bitterly. Last time, I was already about to succeed, and then Emma. Eric, I told you long ago, mutants are not some new species. Mutants come from humans. A cool, clear voice sounded from behind them. Emma frowned as she rebutted him. If humanity dies out, how long do you think the remaining mutants will last? 10 years? 20? You're too narrow-minded. And too extreme. Watching Emma turn and leave, Eric sighed and sat down at the nearby table. Eric, look. What is that? In the midst of the silence, Raven suddenly narrowed her eyes. Up in the sky, a yellow ring that had appeared out of nowhere drew her attention. The next instant, a young man with 2 pairs of enormous wings of light on his back appeared in the air. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Scatter, all of you, scatter. Get to the underground shelters, now. The defense system Eric had built was impressively complete. In the blink of an eye, shrill alarms were already spreading across the island. The moment the alarms began to blare, the crowd below moved as if they had rehearsed it 1,000 times. They instantly dropped what they were doing and scattered in every direction. Within moments, the island that had just been lively and bustling turned quiet and empty. At the same time, all kinds of weapons were aimed at the newcomer: bone spikes, bullets, slime, lasers, and even a tongue dripping with mucus. Fenris beat his wings once and easily dodged all of it. His gaze shifted, and his eyes locked onto Eric in the distance. At the instant their eyes met, Fenris grinned. His figure flickered, and he was already outside Eric's window. These kids are trained pretty well. Charles sent you. Eric curled his lip and lifted a hand to stop the Brotherhood from attacking. Order outside quickly began to recover. Looking at how utterly different Fenris was now from before, the admiration in Eric's eyes only deepened. Child, you are the future of mutant kind. Whether you follow me or Charles, your existence is certain to open a brand new path for mutants. Eric pushed open the window. Come in and talk. Thank you. His wings of light vanished, and Fenris appeared directly at Eric's side. He looked around. As the leader of the Brotherhood, Eric was not lacking in money, but his room was strikingly simple. A bookshelf. The furnishings were plain and unremarkable, with nothing luxurious about them. Does it seem shabby to you? Eric smiled and handed Fenris a cup of hot tea. Look around if you want. Nothing here to hide. It's nice. A lot better than a certain someone who wants his office to be hundreds of square feet. Fenris swept his gaze around the room and praised it. Several thick books on the nearby table immediately caught his eye. Classical field theory, electromagnetic fields, unified field theory, the magnetic field of life, cosmic magnetic fields, electricity and light. Just something to flip through when I've got nothing else to do. Noticing Fenris's gaze, Eric suddenly laughed. I'm getting old. I don't like fighting with blades and guns anymore. Learning a bit more suits me better. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 62, 1154 words. Can you really still get through books like these at your age? Fenris casually picked one up and flipped through it. The pages were packed with dense words, along with all kinds of formulas and symbols he could not make heads or tails of. On the yellowed paper were Magneto's own neat annotations and handwritten notes. These things really are not easy to understand, Magneto said, walking over and taking a seat off to the side. He lifted a finger slightly, and streams of multicolored light actually began to shimmer at his fingertips. Compared to the crude way I used to control steel, once I realized there are subtler forces at work, things ordinary people cannot even perceive, I felt as if a door to an entirely new world had opened right in front of me. Looking at the dazzling lights on his fingertips, Magneto's eyes were full of admiration. Fenris, don't you think this is beautiful? It is. Fenris nodded. As one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, electromagnetism had immense potential. The greatest difficulty with that kind of power was never the power itself, but how its wielder chose to use it. Using magnetism to swing the Golden Gate Bridge around, or lifting an entire stadium just to smash someone with it, was like blasting a fly with a cannon. It was an outrageous waste. All right, enough of that. Magneto slowly withdrew his hand, and the strange phenomenon at his fingertips vanished with it. You came here making such a scene. Is something the matter? There is. Fenris admitted it at once. The school has a very difficult patient right now, and only you can save him. So. Save someone. Magneto frowned. Did one of the X-Men get hurt? No. Just an ordinary human. Fenris hesitated for a moment, but in the end chose to tell the truth. This. Magneto hesitated. His time was precious, and saving a life would take no small amount of effort. More importantly, that person was not an X-Man, nor a fellow mutant. Just an ordinary human. I'm sorry, Fenris. In the end, Magneto still shook his head and refused. I may have to disappoint you, but I can't help you with this. Before I came, the professor told me to tell you to bring your chess set. Seeing how decisively Magneto had refused, Fenris's eyes shifted slightly, and he repeated Professor X's words exactly as he had heard them. Charles wants to play chess with me. Magneto had already gone back to his desk and sat down, book in hand, ready to continue studying. But after hearing that, he seemed to hesitate for a moment and then. He slapped the thick book onto the desk without hesitation. As the pages fluttered, a thin slip of paper slid free and drifted quietly toward the floor. Seeing that, Fenris strode over and caught it between his fingers. Meanwhile, Magneto briskly rose to his feet, took a coat from the wardrobe, and slipped it on. Then he moved efficiently to the bookshelf, pulled out a fine chess set, and instinctively blew on it as though dusting off grime that was not even there. Let's go. In no time at all, Magneto was fully dressed and standing in front of Fenris. What are you waiting for? Charles is still waiting for me. Looking at the old man whose expression had changed so fast, Fenris clicked his tongue in amazement. Then he pointed at his own temple. You're going to play chess with the professor without wearing the helmet. No need. Magneto waved a hand carelessly. He can't beat me. All right, then. Fenris shrugged and casually handed over the slip of paper he had just picked up. Your bookmark. It fell off the desk just now. It's only a map. Nothing important. Just leave it on the desk. Magneto glanced at it and kept urging him on. This is... Fenris instinctively swept his eyes over what was on the paper, and saw an exquisitely printed world map. The map was centered on the Americas, with several lines stretching out from cities like New York, Washington, and Los Angeles. Those lines made several large loops over the Pacific before ultimately converging on a small African nation. Wakanda. The moment he saw the country's name, Fenris blurted it out in surprise. Just some little African country. Nothing special. Without changing expression, Magneto pulled the map from Fenris's hand and casually tucked it into a book. The place is backward and obscure. You probably didn't even know it existed. Of course Fenris knew Wakanda. It was Black Panther's homeland, the largest source of vibranium on Earth, and a nation with astonishingly advanced technology. Magneto had set his sights on Wakanda. Fenris had no connection to Wakanda to begin with, and vibranium was of no use to him either. Seeing that Magneto had no intention of saying more, he had no interest in pressing the matter. A yellow portal opened. The two of them stepped through it in a single stride and appeared outside the treatment room. Long time no see, Eric. The moment they arrived, Professor X turned his head. The instant he saw Magneto, a bright smile spread across his face. Charles. Magneto smiled too and stepped forward to give his old friend a light hug. His gaze swept across the treatment room. When he saw the pale man lying on the operating table, his pupils contracted. He recognized that notorious playboy at once. Tony Stark. Magneto turned around and yanked Fenris in front of him. This is your patient. That's right. Him. Fenris nodded. The others in the treatment room all instinctively shrank back when they saw Magneto. Pepper Potts especially went pale with shock when she realized that the savior Fenris had brought back was the infamous Magneto. Would a madman who was always plotting to destroy the world really save someone? And how was he so close to the X-Men? Weren't they supposed to be mortal enemies? Naturally, Magneto noticed everyone else's reaction, but he did not care. When he saw Professor X give him a nod, he let out a helpless sigh. Fenris, what exactly is Stark's condition right now? Magneto stuffed the chess set into Professor X's arms and walked straight to the operating table. A few months ago, Tony Stark was hit by one of his own missiles, and several fragments entered his body, Fenris explained briefly. Most of them were removed, but there are still a few extremely tiny pieces near his heart that we have no way of dealing with. After hearing that, Magneto frowned. He pulled off one glove, reached out, and lightly pressed a hand against Tony's chest. A moment later. That's it. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 63, 1273 words. That's it. Everyone nearby stared at Magneto in silence. None of them had expected to hear an answer like that from him. What do you mean? Pepper looked at Fenris anxiously from the side. Fenris, can Tony be saved? Don't worry. If even he can't save Tony, then there are probably only a handful of people in the world who could. Fenris gave her a firm answer, and Pepper's tense nerves finally eased a little. If you need it, I can assist from the side, Ensign cut in. He had been silent until now. Back in Afghanistan, he had often helped treat and operate on people. Assisting Jean and Magneto should not be a problem for him. Just stand back and watch. Magneto shook his head lightly. Charles, I thought you had run into some enormous problem, if it was serious enough to send Fenris all the way to fetch me. No one else has your kind of skill. Professor X smiled from the back of the room. Magneto did not answer, nor did he ask for a proper operating room, or tell everyone around him to leave. Under the gaze of several pairs of eyes, he gently placed his hand over Tony Stark's chest. In his perception, nearly a dozen metal fragments of varying sizes were scattered around Tony's heart. With each beat of the heart, some of the smaller pieces had already begun slowly pushing inward. If no one intervened, those tiny fragments would kill Stark with ease. He can save someone just like that. Watching the strange posture, Pepper clenched her fists tightly, worry churning inside her. The next moment, an indescribable ripple spread out from Magneto's hand. All the instruments and screens in the treatment room blurred for an instant, then immediately returned to normal. A few moments later, Magneto slowly lifted his hand, and Tony Stark's chest rose with it. Under the force of that powerful magnetic field, the metal fragments were effortlessly broken down into particles so tiny they could barely be measured. Then, under Magneto's exquisitely precise control, they all slipped out through Tony's chest one after another. Yet Tony's skin remained completely uninjured, looking almost no different from before. Once outside the body, the microscopic particles, invisible to the naked eye, quickly gathered in Magneto's palm. In the blink of an eye, a small metal sphere had appeared in his hand out of nowhere. That's it. No surgery. No long series of complicated tests. Those fragments that had stumped so many people had been removed this easily in less than a minute. No one present had ever seen anything like it. Magneto's battles were usually broad, overwhelming displays of force. He rarely showed this kind of delicate, microscopic control. Eric, you've grown even stronger. Charles had clearly sensed the progress in his old friend as well, and could not help sighing in admiration. There's definitely no problem now. All the hidden danger inside him has been removed. Jean gave him a quick scan with her powers. Tony. The moment she learned Stark's problem had been resolved so effortlessly, and that he was now safe, Pepper lunged forward and brushed her hand across his chest. Now that the shrapnel was gone, Tony's complexion already looked a little better. Thank you. Thank you so much. Pepper bowed deeply to Magneto in gratitude. At this moment, he was not the infamous Magneto. He was simply Tony Stark's savior. You saved Tony's life. You saved Stark Industries too. Whatever you want, we can give it to you. Pepper spoke with complete sincerity, her voice overflowing with gratitude. It was nothing. Just a simple matter. To other people, Stark Industries might have been some vast corporate giant, but to Magneto, whether Stark was powerful or not meant nothing at all. Anything Magneto wanted, he could take for himself with ease. And if even he had to put in real effort to obtain something, Stark Industries would have no hope of getting it either. Magneto raised a hand. The little metal sphere made from the fragments rapidly changed shape in his palm. In the blink of an eye, it became an elegantly designed necklace and drifted gently onto Pepper Potts' neck. This is for you. It should mean something. Thank you. Thank you. As Pepper continued thanking him, Magneto waved it off indifferently, turned around, and took Scott's place, pushing Charles out of the treatment room. He did not care that the man he had saved was a billionaire genius inventor. He only knew that it was time to go play chess with Charles. Charles, it's been a long time since the two of us properly played a game together. After leaving the treatment room, Eric pushed Charles quietly through the school grounds. Watching the happy smiles on the faces of the children all around them, Eric found himself smiling too. The last time we took a walk like this was more than 10 years ago. Charles could not help sighing as well. As time slowly passed, the companions who had once fought alongside them had gradually drifted out of their lives. The only one who had truly remained by his side all this time was Eric. As they spoke, the two of them found a small stone table out in the open and set up the board. I have noticed one thing. Ever since Fenris arrived, the atmosphere around the school seems to have improved quite a bit. Eric made the first move and spoke as though the thought had only occurred to him casually. Oh? Charles asked in surprise. Hasn't the school always been the same all these years? What could have changed? You're still as slow as ever. You can't even see your own home clearly. Eric's voice was full of disdain. Today I realized that compared to last time, Fenris now carries a very strange magnetic field around him, something I have never seen before. This magnetic field around him is influencing the environment at every moment. It may even be affecting you, or the X-Men. That too. Charles froze, then suddenly straightened in his chair. Then do you think this change is good or bad? He glanced down and saw his pieces being ruthlessly taken one after another by Eric. His brows twitched, and he quietly altered his line of play. Charles, don't cheat. Eric helplessly moved to defend against one of the pieces, but continued speaking. So far, it looks like a good thing, and all the changes it's producing seem beneficial, but after this, that is harder to say. It's fine. Charles gave his answer without the slightest hesitation. I trust that child. I can't deny everything that child has done just because of a future that hasn't happened yet. That wouldn't be fair. Charles, you. Eric looked at his friend helplessly, then changed the subject. Forget it. As long as you know what you're doing. About the Sentinel robots I mentioned last time. Have you found any new leads on your end? Yes. The moment that subject came up, the expression on Eric's face turned serious. After my investigation, I discovered that after all these decades, the founder of the Sentinel program, Bolivar Trask, is still alive. If nothing unexpected has happened, then he is still active in the shadows, constantly improving his Sentinel robots. But recently, by following the trail left behind by the clues they exposed, I traced the source of a mysterious material. Wakanda. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 64, 1,251 words. Where is this? A dull ache throbbed through his head. When Tony Stark finally regained consciousness and opened his eyes again, everything in front of him was still hazy and indistinct. You're awake. Noticing the change in Tony's breathing, Jean Grey quickly walked over and gently pressed a hand to his shoulder. The procedure was a success. You can finally get rid of that electromagnet now. Don't move yet. I need to run a quick check. Procedure. Tony was still a little dazed. His memory was stuck at the moment he had just returned to Stark Tower. But when he carefully felt for it, the faint pain that had lingered in his chest for months really had vanished without a trace. Thick bandages were wrapped around his upper body. Feeling that gentle pressure holding him in place, Tony instinctively raised his head. A face with sharp, defined features yet a surprisingly soft look came into view. Her striking red hair spilled over her white coat, accentuating her unique beauty. Ma'am, has anyone ever told you that you're incredibly beautiful? Jean gave Tony a thorough examination, while his eyes remained fixed on her the entire time. Tony had seen plenty of beautiful women, but someone with Jean Grey's particular kind of presence was a first for him. I'm not interested in a patient. Jean shot him a flat look, peeled the electrodes off his body, and walked to the side to press the call button. Magneto's technique had been flawless. After removing both the shrapnel and the reactor, and with some time to rest, Tony was now basically fine aside from a bit of weakness. Tony. A moment later, after hearing that Tony was awake, Pepper Potts, who had been waiting outside the whole time, rushed in at once. How are you feeling? After getting Jean's permission, Pepper helped Tony sit up in bed. Hey, Pepper. Seeing the exhaustion and anxiety all over Pepper's face, a rare trace of gentleness flickered through Tony's eyes. Your boss was gone forever and finally came home. Vacation's over. Shouldn't you be upset? You still have time to joke about that. Pepper's eyes were red, and she looked like she wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. A short while later, ignoring all objections, Tony wrapped himself in a coat, sat down in a wheelchair, and left the treatment room. So we're not in a hospital. As the wheelchair carried Tony forward, He looked at the old castle around him, and the children running past from time to time, finally piecing together his current situation. Fenris, the one who brought me back from the Middle East, is a member of the Mutant Academy. After I collapsed, he brought me here and somehow got the infamous Magneto to remove the lethal shrapnel from my heart. That's right. Tony glanced at Pepper. Pepper Potts stayed close at his side, never leaving his step. She nodded. That's exactly what happened. This world is insane. Tony touched his chest. The feeling of lightness there was something he had not experienced once in the past several months. Thinking of that mysterious young man, Tony rubbed a hand over his face, clearly irritated. Now I owe him big time. Tony hated owing other people. It's okay, Tony. This is already the best possible outcome. Pepper tried to comfort him. That's true, at least I'm still alive. Tony sighed. It was just one life. He could pay it back slowly. And besides, he was genuinely interested in Fenris. The two of them chatted as they moved along the path, taking in the surroundings. During the days Tony had been unconscious, Pepper had already become familiar with the place, and gave him a simple introduction to the academy as they went. The environment around the school was exceptionally good. Even though it was the height of summer, walking through the grounds felt not the least bit stifling. The climate here is amazing. Tony clicked his tongue in wonder. Looks like the headmaster put a lot of work into environmental control. The temperature and humidity here were both almost absurdly comfortable, completely different from anywhere else in New York State. Tony even felt it was better than the custom environment he had spent a fortune building for himself at home. On the lawns along both sides of the path, groups of students could be seen testing their mutant powers from time to time. In the middle of one crowd, a young boy with obvious traces of childishness still on his face fired the spikes from his body and easily punched through the trunk of a large tree, drawing cheers from the people around him. Turning sound into light. Metal skin. The dazzling variety of powers instantly broadened Tony's horizons. These powers are incredible. Tony's eyes flickered, ideas already erupting non-stop in his mind. Otto, you probably won't believe this, but I just saw a controllable miniaturized cold fusion system with my own eyes. Under a large tree not too far away, a tall lizard-like man in bright yellow beach shorts was leaning against the trunk, apparently talking on the phone. His booming voice, completely unrestrained, immediately drew Tony's attention. I don't know how the tuning on your magnetically confined thermonuclear fusion device is coming along, but if you're starting the tests in a couple of days, remember to invite me. I can't miss your big moment. Peter Parker. I like that kid too. Talks too much, though. Not much respect for biodiversity. Is he holding my arc reactor? Tony narrowed his eyes. Looking at the glowing little object in Connor's hand, he had the distinct feeling it looked very familiar. Hey! Tony called out loudly to Connors. That looks like mine. As the lizardman slowly stood up and walked toward him, Tony gave him a once-over and suddenly realized who he was. You're the lizard from that Midtown High incident a while back. The disturbance Connors had caused back then had not been minor. S.H.I.E.L.D. had covered it up afterward, but that obviously would not keep something like that from Tony Stark. Stark, I'm honestly disappointed I didn't get to see you turn into a lizard man. Connors casually tossed the arc reactor in his hand to Pepper. Seeing that Tony was already fine, he shook his head regretfully, then turned and left. Turn me into a lizard man. Tony looked completely baffled. Pepper, what does that mean? Just as Pepper awkwardly struggled to explain, two figures walked toward them head-on. Stark. Fenris took one look at Tony's complexion, which was already beginning to regain some healthy color. You're recovering pretty well. And this is... Beside him, Scott was carrying a brand new chessboard that had not even been taken out of its packaging yet. Looking at Tony's face, he found it oddly familiar. That's Tony Stark, Fenris said simply. Don't know him. The Playboy magazine covers. Supermodels. Oh. Scott nodded in sudden understanding. Fenris, thanks for saving me again. With Pepper right there beside them, Tony's eye twitched at the conversation, but his expression did not change. He extended a hand. If you ever need my help with anything in the future, I'm in. In? Fenris's gaze drifted quietly over the arc reactor in Tony's lap. Oh, I'll hold you to that. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 65, 1127 words. Fenris, could you help me bring this to the professor? My class is about to start. After chatting for a bit, Scott glanced at his watch, shoved the chessboard into Fenris's arms, and hurried out of sight. You two, make yourselves at home. Fenris gave Tony a faint smile and turned to leave as well. Let's head back. After staring at Fenris's retreating figure for a long moment, Tony suddenly spoke and turned his wheelchair around. Back where? Pepper followed after him, puzzled. To find those kids and ask around about this Fenris. I want to know just who exactly he is. Inside Professor X's office. Eric, you're going to lose again. Charles made a casual move and looked cheerfully at his old friend, who was frowning hard. I should have listened to Fenris and brought the helmet. Magneto hesitantly shifted his queen, and muttered resentfully, you could never beat me before. I'm not reading your mind. Professor X showed no mercy at all as his pieces pressed in from every direction. You expect me to believe that? No, this is cheating. I'm done playing. Knock knock. A sudden knock at the door made Magneto slowly pull back the hand he had already placed on the edge of the chessboard, ready to flip it. Professor, I'm here to drop something off for Scott. Fenris poked his head in through the door, and lifted the box in his hand. You two actually didn't destroy the chessboard this time. Fenris, perfect timing. The moment Magneto saw who it was, his expression changed, and he suddenly smiled. We happen to have something we need to discuss with you. What is it? Fenris sat down on the sofa. Do you remember the Sentinel program you mentioned to us before? Professor X asked directly. Based on the leads you gave us, we've already found something. The moment he heard it was about the Sentinel program, Fenris's expression sharpened and he immediately sat up straight. He had not expected the two of them to move this fast. Nick Fury's side still had no results, and yet these two had already dug something up. So what is it? Did you already find their headquarters? Fenris asked. Take it easy. Here's the situation. Magneto silently swept his left hand across the chessboard, knocking every piece over. Ignoring Charles's rapidly darkening expression across from him, he continued without the slightest embarrassment. Just now, the Red Devil came to see me. Based on the latest intelligence we've gathered, Bolivar Trask is very likely still alive. But his movements are extremely well hidden. Charles still hasn't been able to pinpoint their exact location. What? Fenris turned to Professor X in surprise. How could a bunch of ordinary humans hide themselves so well that even you can't find them? I'm not all-powerful, Fenris. Now that the game was clearly over, Professor X simply withdrew his gaze and shook his head lightly. Just as you said, the Sentinels were created specifically to target mutants. If that's the case, then they would obviously take Eric and me into account. We were both thinking too simply before. We assumed that if we followed the trail, we could easily uproot the whole thing. Magneto took a deep breath and picked up the thread, sounding a little irritated. The facts have proven that they are far more cunning than we imagined. Even after mobilizing this many resources, we've only managed to uncover 2 leads that may be connected. First, the Sentinel program appears to be tied to an extremely secretive group. Through that group, they've been obtaining some unknown raw material from a small African country called Wakanda. Wakanda. Fenris immediately thought of the map he had seen earlier in Magneto's room. He had originally assumed Magneto had his eye on Wakanda's vibranium. He had not expected it to be because of the Sentinel program. That's right. I've already shared all the information with Charles. He'll monitor the movements of that group. The moment we find something, we'll be able to drag them out and trace the chain from there. No matter how secretive the Sentinel program was, its progress still depended on people. And as long as people were involved, investigations became much easier with Professor X. As for the second lead, Magneto raised a second finger and said seriously, there's a secret site near the Arctic. It used to be a covert military base. But later, for reasons we still don't know, someone completely buried it and erased it from every existing record, as if it had never existed at all. All signs point to the fact that this place is, or at the very least once was, a Sentinel base. The Arctic, yeah, that would be hidden enough. After a brief moment of thought, Fenris understood what Magneto was getting at. So I'm planning to go there myself and find out what's really there. Magneto nodded, then looked at Fenris with clear anticipation. We're telling you all this partly because you were the one who told us about the program in the first place, the one who made us realize that beneath the surface a crisis targeting mutants was already brewing. But on the other hand, if the Sentinel program really was built specifically to target mutants, then they've most likely already studied our abilities in detail. They may even have multiple countermeasures prepared specifically for each of us. And you are the most promising of the younger generation. Your power is simple, violent, and has no obvious weakness. That means no one can easily prepare a direct counter for you. If I go alone, even with the Red Devil or Riptide with me, the risks will still be enormous. But with you there, it becomes a different story. Fenris, if possible, would you come with me to the Arctic? With you there, even if that place really is a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, I wouldn't fear it in the slightest. You're worried about weapons made from composite materials. Meeting Magneto's hopeful gaze, Fenris then glanced over at Professor X. Magneto's powers were straightforward. In the past, people had used specialized bullets and firearms against him, and even the prison that once held him had been built entirely from plastic. I'm not afraid of those third-rate weapons anymore. Magneto let out a scornful laugh. All right. We'll go together. Fenris nodded and agreed. The moment he awakened Godzilla, his mutant ability had already undergone a complete transformation. Those countermeasures designed for mutants were basically meaningless in front of him. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 66, 1,217 words. In the height of summer, the Arctic Circle was in the season of the midnight sun. In the Arctic, on a desolate stretch of uninhabited icefield, the sunlight was muted rather than harsh, casting a bleak, unspeakable stillness over the frozen wasteland. Across the vast expanse of ice, if one looked far enough into the distance, it was possible to spot occasional patches of exposed land amid the snow and ice reflecting pale white light. Nearly 500 meters above the ground, Fenris and Magneto stood silently in midair, held aloft by a current of magnetic force. A spherical magnetic field enclosed them, constantly distorting the surrounding light and hiding their figures from view. Fenris and Eric too, I have a feeling the enemy we're facing this time is anything but simple. Be extremely careful. If anything feels wrong, come back immediately. Don't act rashly. We'll discuss it together before making a move. Professor X's warning before they left still seemed to echo in their ears, yet after spending quite a while here, the two of them had found nothing. It was as if this were nothing more than an ordinary ice field. If they had not obtained intelligence beforehand, no one would have believed that a massive secret base was hidden here. Anything? Fenris asked, turning his head toward Magneto, with a hopeful look when he sensed the fluctuation in the air beside him. Not here. After quietly feeling things out with his eyes closed for a moment, Magneto slowly opened them and shook his head. There's a high probability they've installed some kind of shielding. On top of that, the magnetic field near the Arctic is unusual to begin with. We should take our time. I'd rather not miss them by accident. Let's check somewhere else. Magneto was not discouraged. The intelligence could not be wrong. If they searched through the area step by step, then no matter how large the target zone was, they would eventually drag that base out into the open. Let me do it. At the rate you're going, this is way too slow. Fenris let out a sigh. If the old man had started studying earlier in life, finding something now would not be this much of a struggle. Youth wasted was effort regretted. You? Magneto shot Fenris a thoroughly skeptical look. When it came to sheer combat power, Magneto had no doubts. But delicate work like locating people. Could Fenris really handle that? If you hadn't insisted on keeping things quiet and searching bit by bit, I would have made my move already. Fenris loosened up his shoulders and limbs, and a faint luminous glow began to spread from his body. The next instant, his figure vanished from Magneto's side, transforming into a streak of light that shot upward. We're going to fight sooner or later anyway. What's the point of sneaking around? Stay sharp. Don't let someone catch you from behind. As Fenris's voice faded into the distance, an even more dazzling brilliance suddenly erupted 1,000 meters up in the sky. A sharp cry rang out as prismatic light burst across the air, and a powerful sonic wave swept up broken snow and raced over the frozen ground toward the horizon. It was as if a second sun had appeared between heaven and earth. Magneto looked up on instinct. There an enormous creature with a wingspan of more than 30 meters beat its wings in steady silence, while a strange force of perception spread continuously from its body, surging wildly in every direction. This kid. Magneto stared blankly at the sight before him. The powerful glow radiating from Fenris's wings forced him to squint, while his thoughts churned like a storm. Found it. Only a few moments had passed before Fenris's voice rang down from the sky, long before Eric had fully recovered from the shock. Due north. 17 kilometers away. 70 meters underground. The moment the words fell, Fenris flicked his wings. A massive sonic boom exploded, and he disappeared from Magneto's sight. Wait for me. Don't go in alone. Magneto pressed a device in his hand, sending a message back to the Brotherhood. Then the magnetic field around him surged, and a powerful force shoved him forward in rapid pursuit. Enemy intrusion detected. Fenris's almost openly provocative display, combined with the enormous form hurtling straight at the base at extreme speed, presented the people inside with the unmistakable posture of an invader. The base reacted just as quickly. Knowing their position had already been exposed, the blaring alarm echoed through the facility within seconds. Unknown hostile. X gene detected. Suspected unidentified mutant organism. Weapons systems activated. Anti-air systems switching to wartime mode. Human approaching from 3,000 meters out. Magnetic fluctuation detected. X gene detected. Identity confirmed. Target, mutant. Codename, Magneto. Activate 19th generation Sentinel robots. A series of commands was issued in orderly succession, and the entire base instantly shifted into combat mode. Magneto found us. These 19th generation Sentinel robots aren't the newest version, but they should still be able to put up a fight. Saturate the target with anti-air fire. Shoot that creature down. Turn the base's psychic suppressor up to maximum output. Everyone stays in the designated positions. No one is allowed to leave the effective range of the psychic suppressor, myself included. Anyone who moves without permission will be executed on the spot. Upload all files. Destroy the remaining data. Self-destruct sequence begins now. 3,000 seconds. If the sentinels outside fail to hold them off, none of us are getting out alive. If we die, we take them with us. For humanity. For humanity. Deep underground, nearly 100 meters below the surface, the atmosphere inside the base turned grave. Though there were only a few dozen people, every one of them wore a tight frown as they stared fixedly at the images being transmitted from above. When Fenris came streaking across the sky and arrived over the area, he happened to see the ground below split open with a heavy rumble, forming a fissure dozens of meters wide. The next moment, one giant robot after another, each close to 3 meters tall, leaped up from the bottomless black crack. A cold silver sheen rippled across the surfaces of their mechanical bodies. Every inch of their curved frames was covered in dense dark patterns, and their crimson eyes glowed with murderous intent. So this is the newest generation of Sentinels. Fenris recognized the robots instantly. Their current form was already very close to the final version that would one day nearly wipe mutants off the face of the earth. Mutant. The instant they saw Fenris, the Sentinels' eyes lit up one after another, their crimson gaze turning even colder. Their faceplates snapped open at the same time, and hundreds of thick energy beams blasted from their faces, shooting straight toward Fenris in the sky. At the same time, nearly 10 dark gun barrels silently rose from the ground several kilometers away. Dozens of anti-air missiles roared out, dragging blazing trails behind them. After a brief burst of acceleration from their engines, their guidance systems locked firmly onto Fenris in the air. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.